This is easy because once they get into a professional team and they don't do good results, it's not going to end up well at all. And I think upcoming kids should prioritize food, sleep, health, and relationships. Like these four for me, these four took me out of the slump, right?
No, that was
like
me, guys. I just had it
those
muted for a
are the
second.
most
I'm getting
important things
my
in someone's
coffee,
life,
right?
Actually, everything got fixed by itself.
And with that said, we're done. This has been Wingmen with Lounge.
And power.
Big 145 stream
And
streak.
yeah, thank you to all of you at home for joining us. Lounge, anything else you want to say?
No, just go food.
Much love, everybody, and peace.
Hi, hello.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest, and we're about to get into the grand final. First off, I'm going to say I have indeed caught the cold that has been slaying the pros one by one. So my voice will be a little bit scratchy and crackly. We'll level it out over the course of the day. Fortunately for me, I've got two of the strongest soldiers a fellow man could have in broadcasting history.
Damn, that's
of course,
tough.
got Dus Murray.
All right, let me get my coffee.
Joining me today. So super excited about this grand final, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is going to be an absolute banger. You got two teams that have been heating up over the course of the year. They've clashed many times already, but now they're doing it for the biggest match of all, and that is to hoist a trophy for the first time this year.
Yeah, especially if you look at ASTRALIS as well, for example. When was the last time they hoisted a trophy of this caliber, right?
2019, is it?
6 years ago, Rich. Yeah. It's been such a long time, and that was the all-time GOAT roster right there. So it's been a very long time coming for the organization. For FUT, a young up-and-coming team, which has surprised a lot of us pleasantly. Yep. If they hoist a trophy over here, it's going to mean so much to a team whose average age, by the way, it's only 19.
Also, it's their first big international grand final and the first time they will ever have played a best-of-5. So it's going to be very interesting indeed to see how it all shakes down.
Yeah, well, I mean, where they got their start was Cluj-Napoca, and the good news is if you're a fan of the PGL Global Tour, we will be going back to Cluj. You can see, there it is. Those are the official dates, February the 11th to the 21st. We're going to be back in the BT Arena. Every time we've gone, it's been just an amazing experience for all of us here.
Indeed. I mean, obviously, it's the site of the 2015 major. After 10 years, we returned to Cluj, and now we will do it yet again. So really, really awesome. The crowd there is always fantastic. This past Cluj, we had pretty much all the top teams there. Vitali finally got their PGL title. It was the biggest non-major from PGL in many, many years, and you'll see here on your screen that it was just such a great time, really, for everyone, and can't wait to return back there again.
It's nice to have another, prestige city on the calendar as we go through all of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, absolutely, and also, a place where a lot of people wouldn't have thought about it. I love the fact that PGL, starting the last couple of years, they've been, you know what, let's not go for the usual cities, let's not go for the usual places, let's go for Astana, which was great last year. I'm sure it's going to be a banger this year as well. And again, just the fact that Cluj is becoming kind of like this go-to city and becoming an important part of the calendar, I think is just great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, all the PGL events, we've got Cluj now, we've got Draculan. Romania's really become a little Counter-Strike hub, especially if you phase. You just listen.
Still catching strays.
Why not? So anyway.
Hey, Kerrigan's #1 player in the tournament, all right? I'm just saying, he may not be top either.
So let's set it up. Let's do our level best. Astralis versus FUT. No strangers to each other. This matchup, they've played each other, like 6 times? 6 times, sorry.
Yeah, I know it's 6-6 in maps. So I think they played each other twice online in EPL. Then they played each other on LAN in EPL. Also Cluj and also Krakow. I guess that was
like 5 times in total, yes.
We got there in the end.
So let's do it then.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an awesome match. I mean, when you look over at the FUT side of things, they haven't dropped the map since the first one they played, right? They have won, 10 straight since then. Some close games, obviously, some, bruises and bumps along the way, but they always fought and were always able to 2-0 their way all the way to the grand final. And they had one of the harder paths to do so. When we started this tournament, we said that, Paravision, Mongols, these are some of the favorites to win the whole thing. FUT, Astralis, those are kind of the next in line. Well, FUT's already defeated 2 of those teams, right? They beat Paravision in the group stage, and they obviously obviously took out Mongols yesterday, so they just need to capture the third and final of the top 4 in this tournament to get a trophy. And you couldn't really ask for a better environment to do it, right? You know, we're in a studio, we're not in front of the big crowd, you're in the same space, you've been playing all day long, you're up against a familiar opponent. So this should be a good one.
Yeah, very familiar opponent. And just the fact that they took down Paravision in a convincing fashion they did. And even Mongols yesterday, sure, it was a bit of a scrappy affair, but they did punish the Mongols. And we saw Mongols today, they were just kicking ass, but the fact that they were able to kind of counter whatever Blitz was throwing their way, very impressive stuff. And also the individuals as well. I feel like FUT coming to this event have looked better than ASTRALIS, tiny little level altogether, but they look really good. And for me, the most impressive thing has to be symmetry, man. This kid coming in, right? You come into this tournament, if you had to point to one player in this team being like, he might be a bit of a weak link, he might be, you know, the one player who's not shining as much as the rest of his compatriots, it has been symmetry. But so far this event, he gave an interview on HLTV as well. You know, we can probably bring up the quote very quickly where he pointed out how it's like, once we beat some of these names, once we beat Mouse, you know, just a couple of weeks prior, his confidence has really gone up as well. So for me, him coming alive in the fashion he's done so far against the likes of Mongols, against the likes of a Paravision.
Allman, thanks for 23. Scruff, thanks for 72. Thank you guys.
Just a couple of weeks prior.
I mean, seems to be doing better at LAN than it has historically online.
Absolutely. I mean, FUT's leveling up has been really fun to watch. I mean, they kind of popped up last year at CAC, and they had those upset wins against FaZe, which maybe aren't considered upsets anymore these days. But, you know, we saw them narrowly miss out in the playoffs in Krakow and Cluj, which is a little bit devastating because they played some really good games against some top-level opposition. But EPL, they made their mark. They had a top 4 finish there. Now they come to this event with a chance to do something even better. And going back to the individuals that...
No, never Prismatic.
Thanks
for
this
33.
team has always been prided on being able to shoot
Chaos,
hard and
thanks for
shoot
79.
fast. You know, they're a very aggressive in-your-face team, and they have skilled players all across the board. You know,
Mr. Chaos said, chat, tomorrow's my Easter. What should I ask the Easter Bunny for?
Lonk's one of the best performing entries.
This is my chat, bro. You got to get the chocolate.
Then, yeah, Cemetery was kind of the one that people had their microscope on, kind of wondering if he would be able to level up next to the rest of the team. And he has this tournament.
210
I mean, going
stream
into that
streak.
game against Mongols, he was one of the top 5 rated players in the tournament.
Jesus.
Had one rough map in that one. It kind of knocked him down a bit, but still really damn good.
And also just looking at this, right, like coming into this, as I was highlighting earlier, 0.97 rating is a primary opera, not something to be super proud about.
Says you, Shoy. I've seen your message history, Shoy.
Yeah. I'm talking about, I'm sorry, EPL and all these events. And then this event, they played against Paravision, against Mongols, against a close game against Bait, Inner Circle, and all these guys. 1.2 rated, finding so much more better round swing moments, so much more better stats overall. And sure, he might not be like crazy like how Jukes has been so far, some of the other players on the other side like Yabi and whatnot, but he's more than doing his job.
I'm just getting a new espresso machine. Oh, hell yeah.
Only drop
Mad Martian, thanks to the 49. Thank you. And Mad Martian, thanks for subbing for 6 months at a time, dude. Thank you.
A lot of confidence now. It's easier to play. And you can see it. It's not just empty words, right? You can see it in the surveys. Way more consistent, way more confident as well, which is something
that's kind of
really
interesting, right?
And
we
again,
have...
I want to highlight how young this player is.
I feel like most people, maybe I won't say most people. I personally had Paravision Mongols as kind of the 1-2 favorites for taking this, and then these two as 3-4.
Yeah, I mean, 4 of their players are above a 1.1 rating. Some of them are the top-rated players in the tournament.
Kind of impressive that this is where these two teams are at. It's cool.
Touted at the end of last year when they kind of first got on the map, kind of settled down a little bit.
It's a little weird. It sucks a little bit that Paravision Mongols played each other early, but still, I mean, it didn't.
We're going to see the whole
lineup
cool there, and again, just look at the ratings on the page. It's actually unbelievable just how much firepower they're getting in every single role on the server, and they all had that same aggressive mentality.
James, I thought these two that are in it were like could make a run for sure, but I had Mongols and Paravision were my
with the Mongols as
big favorites.
Like that was a really good clean win.
Yeah, and even though it got a little bit, close in the second map, for example, some really good resiliency. And the one
time I ran it, Supra.
You can give for FUT has been in their ascent so far this season. They have struggled to close out certain
Actually,
games.
let me make my oatmeal real quick, or at least get it ready. Let me
get
get my oatmeal so I can get it to a point where I forget about it like I did yesterday. Like
you seem to show no nerves whatsoever, yet being able to close it out, I think that's a real good sign in the right direction.
Well, speaking of some of that, I mean, ASTRALIS, let's look at the other end of this, because this is a team that had the easier end of the bracket, no excuse not to make the grand final, nearly got 2-0'd by eyeballers and got knocked out in the quarterfinals. I will say things were a bit better for them in the semifinal. They had a pretty decisive win against 3D Max to improve, and Yabi, the man you just saw on your screen there, is the number 2 rated player in the tournament. Your boy Kerrigan up.
Billo Kerrigan up. Sample size of 2 maps.
Hey,
right?
hey,
look,
give him the W's where you can, okay?
Yeah, the small little W. FaZe is going to take that. But no, I agree. Yabi has been absolutely lights out so far for this tournament. So is Stair. Yesterday, Stair looked a little bit off, a little bit in a couple of moments. moments in Overpass where he really wasn't delivering, but I've seen enough from Stair to know that
he dragged them through the eyeballers.
Yeah, exactly, right? So he is consistent enough. I know he's going to perform. This guy is seen on screen as well. Fozy has been such a hell of a pickup. Henry said best pickup of the year thus far. There could be an argument to be made about that, but I really want to talk about one guy, the Giga Chad, Hooksy, right? Because yesterday, even the day before, we heard the comms. We had a little bit of snippets of the comms happening in the server, and you could see how he's like, when things aren't going their way, he is a leader in the server. He's not just an IGL, he's a captain of men. And yesterday in Overpass, man, he single-handedly dragged them kicking and screaming over the finish line.
This is why I've always said I feel like Hooksy is better in these teams where there's no established egos.
Yes.
Younger players, more inexperienced. Because in the relationship they have there, he is the bad cop, Rugger is the good cop.
Yeah.
Rugger's going to give you the gentle feedback. Hooksy's going to tell you in-game, this isn't good enough. And we've heard that time and time again through the listenings.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's also just big that he's already had experience, running international teams, right?
Big international teams, yeah.
This is the big move for ASTRALIS to move away from being fully Danish to now bringing in Ryu, bringing in Fuzi, change the dynamic of the team. But they've really done well. Like a good debut at Krakow to finish top 8, I thought. 3rd place at EPL.
Yeah.
They've been going toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the world and delivering. And, I think Gabby's had a resurgence in form this year, which has been huge. Fuzi has proven that he is really an op prospect. And then Stair was already solid in the past, in my opinion, leveled up this year and done it in one of the harder roles. He's got all the star CT positions. He's their main entry fragger, very high yield one. And I mean, this team, short of some of the playoff kind of woes in this tournament, have looked really sharp.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you made a graphic as well, or you requested a graphic as well, Does. We can probably bring it up. I want to just highlight Longs and Stair, right?
Yeah, sure.
Just when it comes to these star players, they are the main pieces for these two teams, right?
Yeah.
And for me, the most impressive thing about Stair is, like Dust pointed out, T-side entry is doing all the hard work. And that's a hard role, by the way, in no matter how you look at it. But even then, he's able to maintain such a high rating, such high impact throughout the game.
Bro, look at how close these numbers are. It's actually unreal how well both these players are performing.
What you have to remember as well is Lonks was on bleed. Not that long.
Shout out Kassad one time.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, 100%. These two players have been, I wouldn't say the rock, so to speak, but more like, the key star pieces for these two teams, right? And it's just been so impressive for me, the fact that Stair, even when things were looking grim, like past couple of years of ASTRALIS, he was still able to put great numbers.
Is fl0m eating his 10th breakfast? No. I wasn't making the
coming
oats.
into the star position, I could see a lot of players struggling there, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to shoulder the responsibility and I'm going to deliver. And with him giving that free
Chat, we have
with that
30 seconds left if you're psychotic enough on the scam train if you want to save
So
it.
he's been
I'm
kind of
matching
like
all
this
on
talismanic
Twitch
figure for
YouTube
this
kick.
team, which
There we go.
honestly, a couple of years ago, you wouldn't have even
fl0m will
thought
twerk on
I just think it's
stream
impressive
if
how
ASTRALIS
often
wins.
they're going
That
for
is not
opening
true.
attempts,
Splitsky said that
and
he
then
would.
how
Jimster, thanks for the
successful they've
37th primer.
been.
Chronic,
But
thanks for the
also what's
51.
really
Revolt,
big
thanks for
is
13.
Some of the perimeter players
Bad
for the
Martian,
teams,
thank
right?
you.
So you're seeing Judes there on the right-hand side. He's going up against Yabby, who is the #2 player in the tournament. And
whoever
again,
did that
both of these, I
anonymously
think
to try to
Judes is
save
number
it.
3. So
Thank
they're
you,
very,
thank you,
very
thank
close
you.
in performance. They play similar roles on the T side, very different roles on the CT side, though. Juke's more of a true anchor. Yabby, has been allowed to have more star positions in this configuration, which I think is what's helped him perform a lot better because he's been able to be more active. But again, first best of 5.
Thank you, Anonymous. Hi, fl0m.
And
Hello.
the first real big grand final for them. And this is where you're going to get tested on your stamina and how well you can play a very long match.
This is one of those best of 5 matches where I really do see it going all the way, or going the full distance, right? Because no Anubis, no Inferno. There's not going to be any shenanigans when it comes to the bans. It's not about the order in which the maps are going to be picked in. And unless I'm very much mistaken here, if you're FUT, you just go with a Mirage, right? This is a map. This is your home map. You beat Mongols on it yesterday. One of the best teams on this particular map.
Who am I rooting for?
ASTRALIS, I think Ancient would be the right pick. Sure, they almost choked against Eyeballers, but it's a map. The CD side especially, they are the best CD side in this tournament.
Give me
thus
FUT.
far. FUT on the other side are the best T side
Give me
in the
FUT.
tournament thus far. So it's like immovable object and unstoppable force.
Slight pushback. I think ASTRALIS should just get overpass in quicker. I wouldn't be opposed to something
Not
else,
a
but I
hate
just
watch
thought that is a map
for
that they
ASTRALIS,
have
but
been so
give me FUT.
sharp on this year overall.
I think they just leave it as a decider. I think that's going to be the final map, honestly. I think ASTRALIS go for Nuke, because the last time they played FUT
Oh,
on
thank
Nuke,
God,
they
Super
destroyed
soon. All right, let me get my
33 or
oatmeal real
32 or
quick.
something
Yeah,
of that
Super, you're in
nature.
charge.
And yeah, there we go. Nuke going to be coming out. If I'm FUT, you go with Dust 2, because even though ASTRALIS looked good against 3D Max yesterday on Dust 2, it was still 3D Max. And Overpass, I believe, is going to be decided. There we go, Rich. This one's going to be, I really feel it's going to be a fight match.
I like this order for FUT, bro. I'm going to tell you that one real quick because I don't think that Astralis gained that much of an advantage with that Ancient pick. I think FUT's been really strong on Ancient this year. I don't think there's a clear winner on that one, in my opinion. I do think FUT is the clear better team on Mirage. Nuke, I think, yeah, maybe you slightly to Astralis, but FUT's proven they can play that at a high level yesterday against Mongols and just generally throughout the year as well. So I like the order for FUT.
I feel Ancient is going to come down to this, right? Astralis' pick. They're going to be starting on the T side. They have struggled on the T side. We've seen how their series side's rock solid, probably the best in the tournament thus far. But it's like how many rounds can get on the T side to give the little bit of buffer so your series side can activate. So I agree with you, Das. I think we're going to be pretty happy with the order of the maps over here, but it's completely dependent if Astralis can get off to a good start on the T side here.
Yeah, 7-0 Astralis this year on Ancient, FUT 7-3. So very good records. There's been a big change though on FUT before the last time they played against each other. During this tournament, they debuted new CT positions. Jugs is now the main mid defender on this team instead of Lonks. They've actually moved Lonks into a B bomb site anchor role, and they've put Demon over in middle with Jugs, which is kind of crazy because Demon and Jugs are normally anchor players on pretty much every single other CT side. So to see them being put in star mid positions and Lops being that heavy firepower to anchor B, that's a big defensive pivot between now and the last time they played against Astralis on this map.
I'll pivot from getting your opinions to bringing in our commentators and see what they think. Dinko, Moses, excuse me. Who have you got winning this one?
I actually feel like FUT are going to win this one today. I feel like they've been playing so well in this competition, getting through all of their opponents relatively easily.
Sure.
I feel like I'm really backing FUT to take the next progression today. So
yeah, they're on a little bit of a heater, and I think they have a lot to prove. Both these teams actually have a lot to prove. I think a lot of this test is going to be mental more than anything. You guys mentioned FUT playing in their first best of 5, the mental tenacity to stay in it if it does go deep. But for Astralis, we hear those listen-ins with Hooksy, right? How many times he's got to get them refocused and kind of building towards the goal. So, I mean, if they get knocked off that could be an issue. There's cracks there.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting into it. I like what Dust was talking about the mids change up in terms of the players who've been playing in mid. Jugs and Demon, I think, is such an important part of this map, and it makes a lot of sense you put two of the heaviest hitters to try and deal with that mid aggression that Astralis are going to throw at them today.
I also like the idea, I mean, going away from maybe your kind of standard roles just because you feel like you need the improvement, you need a change up somewhere. So seeing if a player can adapt to a new position, maybe a new philosophy in the way they play things. Set piece towards the B bomb site. It looks like at the moment there's some decoys out, maybe trying to bait out some utility. None comes yet. Now the nade will come down deep.
Perfect.
Well,
now the nade will come down deep.
Stepping out of the cave, going down to the B lane.
Ooh, missed the nade. Not a great start.
Not a great start, but Astralis is going to be happy about getting into the site. Smokes are up, looking for the plant. They're going to chase down Krabeni inside of cave, and it's a 1-for-1. Yabi able to respond, and that bomb plant's coming in now for Astralis.
Oh, these dualies commit to that fight, not able to land the shot. Yabi has no HP, finally goes down. Smokes have cleared as well, so the retake begins.
Yeah, now Hooksy just waits on default. We got Fozy just bottom of the ramp. His teammate gone inside of the site. More pressure on the ramp holders.
Honestly, just got to clean out of FUT, man.
They're doing what he can, but it's not enough. And FUT going to bring the energy after winning the pistol round.
I feel like you have to be so proactive on ancient post plans,
man. It works out exactly as they would have liked.
I think a missed detail from Astralis there. They spot the dualies peeking out cave, who gets the information on them starting to cross up to B ramp. I think Astralis needed to have a little bit more focus on clearing out cave. Once those smokes fade, as we all know, if you haven't taken control of cave as the T side, there's nowhere in that bomb site to be safe. And the retake begins. You got 2 players stuck on ramp. They can't pair up in any kind of a fight. So really well done from FUT, playing it passive and just kind of winning in the post plan.
You know, Richard was asking questions.
They did put some emphasis on it. I guess Symmetry Yabi's left alone at the end of the fact.
You know, Richard was asking about, on
there
Ancient,
we go.
do we think FUT has a chance?
As long as his voice going to make it through 5 maps, I think so. Strike, thanks for the 5 super chat. FUT job is the new phase up. Is that chat confirmed?
I think I've seen enough in this tournament to not feel as confident in Astralis' Ancient. I think that Eyeballers game in particular had some significant weaknesses. Hooksy was asking, guys, are you trolling me?
Yeah, I mean, certainly we've seen those out of the Astralis side, definitely. I mean, he's referenced a number of times specifically that Eyeballer series they played, dropping the first map in that series, having to come back into, is really disappointed in how they played in that one. So, yeah, we've seen the up and down nature, and you add into it as well. These teams have played each other so many times. 12 maps so far in 2026, 5 series. There is that kind of like game within the game that there's going to be some adjustments. You're used to how these teams like to play. And look at the way FUT's getting pulled. They have no information towards. They've missed everything.
They missed absolutely every time in there. Even Demon had to look back into the side, but they had already got past his crosshair.
Well, they haven't planted yet. Good job from Hooksy.
That's quite insane how much space they have now off this.
They say, okay, well,
they're pulling them around everywhere.
Without planting that bomb, you're not going to get another chance. So Astralis missed the window of opportunity. Now they've got to fight themselves back into the round.
Yeah, Stair just waiting on this big box. Demon Demon already moving out. Some damage being done, and Astralis, it looks like a missed opportunity. They get themselves into this site. They got the defenders to leave the bomb site. Everything was going their way on the
Deagle flanking.
Yeah,
we all know how that goes. Tail as old as time.
FUT able to rotate back in time. And Astralis get nothing out of the round.
Yeah, nothing at all out of the round. Unfortunate. It felt like it was there. Felt like the chance was there. And we saw yesterday in the semifinal, FUT going blow to blow with the Mongols. So many low buys won and lost from both teams. Like Deagle's coming out, we're super efficient. Tech9 super efficient. FUT was just dropping rounds, unable to beat the Mongols' low buys. So that's going to be something we'll keep track of throughout the day and see if that improves.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned how many times these teams have played in 2026.
Morning, Flop. Good morning, dude.
Maps played so far. Only 3 of them, though, have been all that competitive. Everything else has been a blowout. Only 3 of the maps out of the 12 have gone beyond 23 rounds of play. So, for me, I'm expecting a quick best of 5 here, and that's why I'm happy that Overpass is the final map, because I feel like I might just speed run to the final map, and then it can just be an overtime banger over there.
Sure, bet you're also pleased that Inferno isn't in the pool as well.
Everyone's happy about that. Jay.
Hell yeah, Dinko.
Everyone's very happy about that.
Why do you think I hired Dinko Moses at FML, Chad?
Yeah, feasting.
Well, Ryu, Fuzi, and Stair are going to start stepping up. That smoke will delay things even further.
They understand me.
Big match for both of these squads, obviously. Not just
although Moses almost got fired on the spot for his FAMAS take. I'm going to be honest.
They haven't won a Tier 1 trophy in 7 years. 2019, the Blast Global Finals, that was the old legendary roster as well. So for an organization that's been trying to kind of step out of that shadow, a trophy would go a long way to being that first step. And you add into it the new ownership that came in last year, the shift that into an international roster rather than sticking with the Danes as well. There's a lot of reasons that success here today for Astralis, it would just be a huge celebration for everyone who's a part of that organization.
Yeah, Astralis, obviously the reason the Danish unemployment numbers were looking better because they just hired everyone for this team, apparently. You're Danish, you play for Astralis.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that didn't work out. They decided to go and hire a Swede, and they're back in the grand final. So, yeah, I don't know. That'd be a small victory there, I suppose. You bring a Swede in, you get into the winning position.
It's cool though, like listening to the guys, the players that talk about
well,
things.
Moses said the FAMAS
gave an interview where he's just like, we're not really setting expectations.
Disgusting.
My expectations and my hopes are just that we're improving each and every game and each and every series. And we haven't gotten that impression necessarily throughout this event, but obviously, you know, improving in terms of the final result you're going to have at the event.
Improving their VRS ranking as well. Number 3 in the world. We heard Huxley say though, you know, it's nice to be there, but I think
I reacted to the new ESL guidelines. I'm not going to put a reaction video.
But it tells you all you need to know about this Astralis.
I think the unfortunate reality is a lot of people abuse the co-streaming stuff to where we have like an overcorrection from ESL.
Remaining very, very passive as well to open things up.
But I get why they're doing it.
This aggression over in B lane with the smoke.
What happened?
Monks is ready for a fight.
Just really, let's just like
backed off, so he's very much.
You know how
like you've got Symmetry looking over in middle.
Somebody gives you like
towards elbow. This
rough
is all
guidelines, and they just kind of.
Here comes the attention towards longs.
Well, folks, just walking right.
Went from rough guidelines to basically saying exactly how you have to do things on stream.
So the utility reigns on in, and so do the Astralis players.
And you got to ask yourself.
And some of it does cut out some stuff that I think people thought was really cool.
I think you just kind of save. You're not gonna want to wait that one out and risk all these weapons. So I mean, you almost got to feel like this round you're just beat.
Yeah, accept the defeat early on this round, but
you can look at it though if you want to go peep it.
Start turning this into consistent success. I mean, the fact that they've managed to get a round win here without losing a player will start stabilizing that money.
I'll tell you what though, early on they've kind of pulled the defense away twice now with these like little A fakes. We've seen how jumpy they are in the rotation, and this is where you have to wonder if is it that kind of game within a game where they've played this Ancient so many times where they feel like they're reading exactly what Astralis was doing. And old Hooksy was up late last night saying, let's build some new things off of these. Let's really throw these guys for a loop. So tactically in this series, I think Hooksy has a chance to have a real edge over FUT, over Krebeni's calling, but I think FUT's going to be punching harder.
Yeah, when you come back and you have that conversation that you brought up earlier, just with the sheer fact that there's a game within a game when you've played so many times in one season, you would think that the more experienced IGL is going to have the advantage there, right?
Oh yeah, and especially when you look at
Joel,
Hooksy
thanks
too,
for the primer.
About, more experience than Krebeni. He's got, there's 3 big trophies, Blast World Finals. He's got Cologne.
If FaZe had gotten Fuzi, would it have saved FaZe?
Some of the most storied ones, winning 3 trophies when he was
bro, I don't know. How are we still talking about
for
FaZe,
2.5 years.
Let him be.
Still, regardless of any success he finds, it feels like he's always got questions he needs to answer.
Oh, well, we were talking about this mid-fight. Dust was highlighting the changes FUT have put in, and having Demon and Jukes play towards middle. Well, they're going to have to deal with Stair in this map. He is comfortably taking mid-control. He's taking damage, though, but FUT actually is back away. They don't want to get involved in any fights early.
Yeah, well, Astralis was able to split and break into the A.
I feel like the best team that can play Ancient passively is always the one that wins. Because these teams, like,
execute something similarly.
You know, the rundown Ancient version that we all play, they've actually figured out how to move past that.
They wanted to force the issue, but going to hold back.
But man, it gets so uncomfortable at times.
Or just over a minute. And while this delay is happening, good timing for Krabeni to make this information move, clearing things out, shrinking the map. So it's going to put notice or Symmetry on notice to watch towards the red room for any kind of a flank, any kind of a lurk.
Ooh, okay, Krabeni. No.
Imagine you get all the way to the grand final just to lose to a FUT.
Is such an important playmaker.
Some of you lose your shit to feed already, man.
Can be a star.
For free.
Here he is making the kind of plays in a grand final that we love to see from FUT. We've got Longs making his way up B lane, but they know the A play is coming. You're going to hear those steps, the marching players in towards Jugs. It's a 1-for-1, so Demon peeks out, and getting that kill on Ryu allows him to hold down his position at the big box, and that's the ball.
Damn, there you go.
Now 1v4 total. He looks towards CT, but
that was a beautiful round. Holy.
Loving how that round transpired.
Look, we always call this FUT team an aggressive squad, but there's some method.
No, that was crazy info they gathered.
Really well orchestrated round. You feel that pressure, you spot them out in middle, delay smoke towards Donut. During that timing,
those types of rounds are like a chess round. It's cool.
Start gathering information, start getting aggressive. The follow-up smoke delays towards A main, so you've kind of disjointed both sides of that attack and bought your teammates 20 to 30 seconds to be able to
they give up mid,
get in these positions,
get that mid info spot, maintain the red rotation and gap,
ahead of Astralis in that round.
Get information on the other side of the map that they're making an educated guess on is weak based on them taking out mid. Get the flank in there.
It's going to be a quick kill here on Ryu.
God, dude, I'd be so tilt if I'm Ryu.
4v4 immediately off the back of that.
When some dickhead runs through the shelf molly because he got boosted, like, fuck that guy, am I right?
Defenses, leaving the A bomb site open and putting extra players towards B.
Yeah, I think that's the confidence of just shutting Astralis down so emphatically in the previous round. They're like, you guys aren't going to test this, at least not yet. Maybe you come back to it later, but we'll call your bluff. You're not stepping towards A in this one. Smoke towards CT spawn makes him a little bit nervous that they're incorrect, though. Demon has shifted back over to Temple, just to be honest about it. And a double cave setup. So FUT playing it safe, saying you can have the bomb site, you can have the plant if you come in towards B, but we want to maintain this position for afterwards.
Symmetry. Blind. Doesn't matter. Takes the shot. Gets back into the cave. Another kill here for FUT. And a lot of damage done as well to Fozy and the Abbey.
Phil next to the 17-month reset, thank you.
At least, but for Astralis, you still have to try and win out a 3v4 here with Krabeni coming down B lane. You've taken out Hooksy, and you've left these two players inside of the site feeling absolutely
clothesline.
So many CTs coming at them from
so
many different
FUT is so far ahead in these rounds, it's insane.
Swinging. And we are seeing that Astralis that we've seen earlier in the competition, where they start slow, they don't get into it at all, and FUT are not slowing down.
Yeah, you might want to hit that timeout button if you're Astralis at this point. Exactly. I think it's much necessary. This is what
that was nice. Everything that Astralis has busted out so far, FUT has been super ready.
Where we know they've had some rough games. They know there's been some frustration spreading throughout the team.
No, he's staying hydrated, guys.
Things down as you're staring at
the voice will maintain.
Deficit.
Thanks for the likes and follows, by the way, guys. Good morning.
Good
morning.
YouTube
chat, don't forget to like.
On
TikTok chatters, don't forget to like.
Well is being able to find some opening kills and then hit the pause button, because you know
Twitch chatters, don't forget to follow. You look gorgeous. I do pander.
They like to find information.
Slayer, thanks for the 52.
We don't like to play when we're not moving around the map. We don't like to play when we don't have intel. So Astralis,
Slayer, shut up.
Able to find some picks in the past by getting an AWPer aggressive towards cave, by getting riflers aggressive towards cave, targeting Krabeni in that position, and then they've been able to do further punishment based off the movements afterwards. But so far in this game, initial contact is going the way of FUT. They haven't had that benefit yet, Astralis.
And the problem for Astralis is they can't fall back on another good buy here. They're going to be down.
Please don't say Astralis bust and FUT in the same sentence.
And a tech 9 for Ryu.
I desperately need some of you to start talking to women.
And FUT realize
so we can clean up this chat a little bit.
You've got Demon pushed up in towards A main. That's the most aggressive position being taken in this round. They'll give mid control over if Astralis want it.
I can't babysit all of you.
Closer to that B bomb site. But even in a round like this, you see Krabeni is just always checking for information, looking to block out Jag, spots Hooksy on the peak, willing to fight him as well. And they block that B ramp.
Willing to fight him when that smoke pops. And
all right. If no, then that's fine. You can keep talking. I'm pushing 40, by the way. You can keep talking. It's fine.
Getting through this.
No, not at all. It should be able to clean him up with relative ease. Nothing Astralis can do for the moment. So again, another round they might just get beat. Krebeni's trying to just track footsteps for information. Good kill as the smoke fades.
At least one kill back here from Hooksy. Demon now moves out of a main, realizing no one's coming here. I might as well get a move on and see if I can cut off the rotation option and funnel them into the final play at B.
So active
Demon
right
picks
now.
out from elbow. Hooksy goes down. And now if you're Astralis, you realize you have to
It
go to
just
the
feels so
bomb site,
suffocating.
and
Right?
FUT are just waiting for you.
Yeah,
You played a slower round, you got completely wrapped, like instantly. You couldn't even get onto the bomb site before you got flanked.
Engagement, you get stalled out in a 4v5.
You spread out one time before, put one gun duels across the map.
Clean round. Only one player falls.
Curious what Hooksy wants to call here. You're so far behind.
So much money built up.
You're so behind. Not just like in money or like.
And Astralis has come into this grand final.
Like types of rounds.
Absolute nightmare scenario.
Nothing has worked.
Well, we're checking for a pulse at this point. Well, Bai coming back at least. Fozy gonna have the AWP. Everybody else on the AK-47s.
You know, Hooksy in some of his interviews was, you know, talking about some of the games they played earlier. They can't be proud of some games that they've played. You know, they've thrown away a bunch of situations, he said, and he kind of blamed it. And he said, you know, I think there's a few nerves out there. He's like, there's a couple players struggling with nerves. He's like, I don't really notice it, but not all these players have been on the same ride that I've been on at the big events that I've been at. So he very clearly realizes his players kind of struggling sometimes with the pressure. So big job today for Hooksy, keeping them motivated, keeping them focused, and keeping them headed in the right direction.
Nah, no way.
Well, Krebeni certainly not lacking confidence.
Nah,
push
no
himself
way.
Up. Oh, right behind Hooksy. He's taking him away. It's going to be so frustrating.
Dude.
You lose your life in that fashion.
Do they communicate the cave gap,
in a position where he can get traded. And look at Krebeni.
He's coming back.
He's
coming back.
He's walking all the way.
Lonks is coming back to pick up cave.
No fear whatsoever.
Oh, okay. Comms are going well both ways.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Nice timing, Fozy, to check for that.
Nah, good comms
now,
both ways.
You do have Yabby as well with an advanced position up in cave. Lonks watching for because of this, he's pulled.
I mean,
Fozy and
if you're hoping is, I'm cheering for FUT here, but if you're wanting Astralis to win, that's still good to see that they lose, that they're this far behind and they had that come in.
Stalled out by the smoke, and that's kind of a signal in and of itself, especially once again, you have Demon closing the gap, just pushed A main. You've got Jugs pushing Donut, clearing out middle. So FUT, no.
And here comes the info again, dude. All of it gathered.
Symmetry blocking the smoke, leaves a gap, and allows him to continue to fight.
Dude, they're just, oh my god.
The next victim, Ryu, also toppling. Another flank has arrived. Fozy
this is so...
He's the meat in the sandwich, and he will be eaten by Demon.
They are getting ravaged.
It will be 7-1 for FUT. And, you know, I feel like FUT have done a great job at not allowing any mid success as well from Astralis, which is usually their T-side engine. You know, you see Stair and Ryu getting out there, depending on who has the spawn. How many times did we see that was the way that they stayed alive?
That's such a crazy play, though. Was it Krebeni that made that play out of cave that walked through?
FUT haven't even made a mistake.
Smoked out of his own cave deep so he could walk through either side.
Now, I mean, I think you're
and then he snuck in between the two smokes on Cat.
Pushing the smokes like that. That's one of those things that's just like, it's almost like mental warfare on top of the actual in-game counter.
Those are the types of risks, man, when they hit at this type.
When that keeps happening.
And at this point in the game, my god.
Trying to organize the team, trying to figure out what's going on and where to go. And all of a sudden gets killed by a player coming through a smoke for no good reason.
Yeah. And they block out Demon here with his smoke grenade. He's going to blast that open just for information. Doesn't see anybody crossing or continuing their pressure.
Remember how good the fakes were working earlier for Astralis?
Yeah.
Now that they have had no success anywhere, those fakes aren't going to work anymore.
Everyone's just
saying
themselves. There's the
FUT
shadow.
lost both times.
You just seen the shadow and you
to Astralis on Ancient.
Demon luckily getting two. Symmetry goes back to the angle, but
Tech 9 hit. Wait.
He gets his Tech 9 out.
This is literally their best chance they've had.
A bit of a micro mistake over towards A is looking like it's going to cost
the Tech 9,
round.
the Tech 9 classic.
Now
unless
rely upon Krebeni to win this 1v2. Gonna go up and fight
Yabby,
Yabby,
dude.
will not be able to win that, and that
My
round comes out of
king.
nowhere. And I'm so confused as to why Symmetry pulls utility. You can see the shadow against the wall.
Yeah, the utility pull, the knife out from Lonks on the rotation. Yeah, plenty of mistakes, and those are kind of the mental mistakes we saw to the inexperienced squad yesterday against Mongols as well.
Good morning, Pete.
Well. A lot of players with nades in hands in weird moments get caught here. Got to be frustrating for the FUT guys, but, you know, still, we up by 5. No reason to let it slip away. But if you're Astralis, you're looking on the line as Hooksy, and you're saying, this is our opportunity. This is our chance. String them together. Let's start chipping away at that money.
Wait, I'm also cheering for FUT. Wait.
Finally, a mid-fight going down. Stair trying to come out. He's got the opening. Oh, a second as well from Stair. And finally, he's had his moment in mid. A beautiful triple kill. And
Damn.
that is what Stair can do when he gets those fights. Symmetry steps up, f0m knocks him over, and ASTRALIS are making the most of their opportunity.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Stair, that's a lovely play. He's earned his spot on this team. He's had to work so hard for it
That's
over
a
the
sick
years.
round
He's
out of Stair,
outlasted
man.
so many players
Okay.
throughout this ASTRALIS
All right,
organization,
Tech 9 round
trying
into
to
a
put a team
big
together to
multi
contend
in
for
mid.
trophies. He's had to change roles, and he still just keeps delivering no matter what situation he's put in for ASTRALIS.
That is beautiful work. You've got 3 players you've got to deal with. Here he is coming out. Good flash assist from Hooksy. Realizes he's likely pushed up there to the elbow.
Those are great
Once he
flashes
gets
out of
to those
Hooksy, man.
boxes, he can be a real threat.
And back-to-back rounds, you got the 2 players from ASTRALIS you'd point at to say, we need you guys to deliver good performances if we're going to win this grand final. Yabi for the first round win, and then Stair in this previous one as well. Those guys are critical to ASTRALIS' success.
Okay, there's the mid fight starting to go ASTRALIS' way. For a long time, FUT were controlling
shit.
middle, not giving them
All
the
right.
fights they were looking for. It felt like they were making the right decision in mid every single time, and now they start throwing themselves into fights, and ASTRALIS are winning them and grinding
Feels like
their
FUT
way
has
back
no
into this
pause
first
button.
half.
Nice tag. Symmetry's hoping he can press forward with the USP to clean it up, but no look. Krabeni needs to win this fight. Oh, what a snap. Stair is on fire. 1 player left to defend, and it's Lonks.
Yeah, just coming out of the donut. Ryu walks into the open. The big spray down, the commitment. Nearly gets away with a 3rd there, but Symmetry rotating in. Stair was always going to get that kill. And a huge sigh of relief, I'm sure, for ASTRALIS as they finally start to do something on this T side.
Yeah, I'm going to give a lot of credit over to Hooksy. We have those individual performances that we've mentioned with Stair and Yabi and f0m with this opening kill here, but Hooksy, the change of pace
That was
now.
disgusting,
Instead of spreading
bro.
out in the default, taking control, going map control, going step by step, it's been faster paced.
Phantom with the 41-month reset. Thank you, thank you.
Off of kills that you're getting, escalate things, and make FUT make the decision.
I mean, this all starts because FUT have a round where Symmetry decides to pull utility instead of taking the op shot. Puts himself in an awkward spot. Both A players get traded, and then Lonks rotates with knife out. And from that point onwards, it's been ASTRALIS winning every round. Got Demon pushed up in towards A main.
Yeah, well, it's good to see too. We said there might be some fast maps, some dominant maps from both of these teams. This one was looking like ASTRALIS wasn't even going to wake up enough to play the map. Good to see them recover here to make this a challenging CT side. Miss shot from Symmetry. Can't get away, comes back for more.
Yeah, unfortunate miss, but at least he's able to get away. He now knows the pressure's on, though, but you can't miss again. Finally getting one on the 3rd time of asking. Demon's pushed up in A main. He's got a kill. Okay, Symmetry opens
The
up the great
USB.
shot, throws them in.
Oh my
And they're all
God.
littering the A bomb site. FUT with a response right at the end, not allowing ASTRALIS the remainder of the rounds available. 1 extra on top.
Yeah, a little bit of a redemption there for Symmetry at the end after you're just referencing the mistake he made to get ASTRALIS started with that 3-round streak. That is a great sequence.
Why are they looking away?
Missed shots early,
Because
but
he's not the
recovers
dead EA player.
scenario
They knew
very well.
somebody else was
And
there.
ASTRALIS can't break into the A bomb site.
The second
They
player that
do-
he shot,
it's
looking
carved
towards
out
A
4
main, not
rounds in
looking
that
at him,
first
is
half. But at
hoping
one
his
point, this was
teammate
7-1.
trades him or shoots
That
the
could
guy
have been a
for him
disaster.
so he
So
can
really
clear
nice
the next
recovery from
angle.
ASTRALIS just as they're about to switch sides. FUT's offense
Yeah,
is going to be
if you
tested.
in this level, if he stops to just
We'll see
wait
what
for
they're
the
gonna be able
op
to do.
along with his teammate, and he doesn't continue
Both
to
teams
take
have
that
played Ancient,
space,
3
and he,
times
what
here
if the
at
opper
PGL
just doesn't peek?
Bucharest throughout the events. Both teams 3-0 on
Right
Ancient as well.
here, right? Look, you see how
As
it.
mentioned, Astralis, I think
But for
7-0 in
some
the
reason,
last
his
7 games, and then I
teammate,
think
who is
it's,
behind him,
7-3
is
for
also
FUT on the
looking
map
in the same
overall.
direction.
Both
Now,
teams
what the
beating
fuck
Bates,
that
Inner
guy's
Circle,
doing?
NRG for FUT, and then
I got
Mongols
no
Eyeballs
idea.
as well for Astralis in the series that they played.
That guy needs to, like, when you're behind someone, they can't see where you, like, you have to react to them.
Pick together. Nice, Nikita!
Get yourself a friend like Lonks. Get yourself a friend who's going to hype you up for everything you do. Now, that one deserves some hype as well.
And then get yourselves a hearing aid. That is real loud. Here comes Jurix out towards middle. It's going to be a couple of kills. Make it 3 from FUT. Just the round feels done. Like you've just cut them open. Unless Hooksy can get a couple of kills here, then it's absolutely over. Ryu comes over the top.
Damn.
For that
All
next
right.
fight.
Dude,
FUT win
Ryu's
the
0 and
pistol
11.
in dominating fashion, and they can get right back
Press
to
1
where
if
they left
you
off in that
are
first
like
half,
Ryu.
if they can start to get this ball rolling again.
Yeah, both pistol rounds now over to the FUT side of things. And I mean, you can, let's see if the philosophy holds up. Very simple pistol round, right? Just kind of 4 players coming out mid and just taking every single fight they got. Not giving Hooksy any time to survive, closing the gap on him as well. He's trying to buy time for his teammate on the flank, and that's not going to happen. Timeout called by Astralis.
Chat's moving too fast. Nobody saw what I did. We're good.
their second timeout that they'll use to talk things over. And yeah, I got to ask
did
the
it
question,
first.
is it going to be for some kind of
Ryu's
a
just
setup?
like
Normally
me.
you have this conversation during halftime. Here's the pistol round we're running. If we win, we do
Bro
this. If
said,
we lose, we do this.
I'm
You might
truly
even
a
have the first
master
gun
of
round
this.
prepared. So I'm wondering if it's maybe something to go over, change things up, or if there's maybe just like it's a real quick, hey boys, like shape up.
Finny, thanks for those
we got a
61
long road
month
back in
resub.
this
Thank
map,
you,
and it
man.
begins now.
I mean, we've heard that from Hooksy so many times, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. I mean, I'm just wondering, how worried do you get for Astralis if they lose Ancient? You know, we have Mirage up next. A real opportunity there for FUT to go 2-0 up in this BO5.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be at least somewhat worried, right? Considering we know it's the map that FUT love to go to. Although I'll tell you this, their Mirage didn't look that great yesterday against Mongols, so we can get back to that more in the second map. But yeah, definitely cause for concern if you're hoping Astralis is going to take this grand final. Stack in middle and towards Donut, all 5 players from Astralis present. No flashbang to activate anything. Complete save with USPs.
Well, an empty B bomb site always feels nice to arrive.
I try to make my playstyle like Ryu, but my team doesn't like me for it. They just
Always
don't
on the
understand your
search, always
vision,
on the
man.
lookout.
It's all good. Just block him and then post on Reddit afterwards about how you got bullied.
For this team, as he's kind of calling them and playing away from his calls. He likes to be the one to hunt down information, see what he can find. Hasn't seen anything now, but Symmetry has. He goes down. The Galila's in the open. Okay, these fights not as clean, and the pistol's doing good damage.
How is this a
2 players survive?
I mean,
no
it won't
losing the round, but very expensive.
They're not losing, but that's nuts. Wait, Ryu's got an AK.
He had an AK-47.
Oh, Ryu, get your kill, bro.
That's a very nice weapon.
Go back.
Over to Ryu.
Well, let's see if Ryu can do anything with it. You know, he's had a really tough final so far, 0-11.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd have to point, I mentioned the Hooksy in the interview saying, there's some guys who I can tell are a little bit affected by the nerves. You'd have to think Ryu's one of them as one of the more inexperienced guys coming into this team.
And that's where I also feel like you got to win Ancient here. If you end up going 2 maps down, you talk about the mental weakness at times for Astralis, like, you're going to have to be incredibly mentally strong to pull off a reverse sweep.
If he goes back, he's guaranteed 0-12.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. We've seen teams, it's happened so rarely over the history of Counter-Strike.
Well, 10-4 right now for FUT Esports. Finally, a buy coming in for Astralis, but you can see there's weaknesses in it already. Stairs having to play with him for Mass.
Damn right, Ryu's keeping the AK himself. It's his time. He's been on a slow simmer. He's literally due. The tables are hot.
Under a lot of pressure, spraying, and because of the damage done, the utility is enough to take Ryu away. So he's 0-12 now. The woes continue.
Very similar CT opening to the half that Astralis ran back at the Pro League 3rd, 4th place decided aggressive down the B ramp to open up the gun rounds. They dominated him in that time. So Demon, well prepared.
Oh my God, no way. Yeah, this is cooked. Oh my God.
Hooksy. I'm sure he's going to be shocked that he's
the
getting
fuck is Hooksy throwing? Oh, he's looking outside of cave.
Already all over the B bomb site. That's the round done.
No, but dude, okay.
Hey, look, Coolio gave an interview.
Can I tell you how much worse it really is?
We know exactly what we come into this, what our game plan is, and what we want to exploit.
Hooksy straight up, I guarantee you called that to help Ryu get into the game.
First push from Demon for them to just be like, let's just.
Demon was full blind, and that fire reached out and touched Ryu's toes at the very end after Demon basically full sprayed him full blind. So they were trying to get him back into the game. They're trying to help him. They set him up with a perfect pop flash just for him to get fully sprayed while the guy's blind and then to get his toe touched in the fire. That round is just
get that AK-47 in the previous round because he's got.
That's a when it rains it pours type situation. You know what I mean? That's so tough, man. That's.
I think the tough thing for Astralis, however, is I imagine you're still gonna be kept off the MVP, right? Like Ryu
absolutely, he's 0-12 at the end of the day. It's on him. But damn, bro, you know you've been in that game.
I mean, we bring it up, right? Yeah, Astralis didn't have a great game versus Eyeballers, and they've referenced that. We referenced that.
Yes, it's your fault.
But they still come back and they win.
But goddamn, is the game just not helping you at all? You know,
not going to allow you
game's not helping you get into it whatsoever.
Consistently to
you
allow
know,
you back into the game the way they got.
I mean, he has 4 assists.
You've seen run out of ideas immediately.
See, that guy's definitely puts up these types of performances when he goes, but he's got 4 assists. Is crazy.
When you have a slow start, you're actually just going to be punished.
And I think FUT also, there's also like the exponential build on that, which is FUT just stylistically.
He's averaging less than 1 bullet per round.
They're a little bit faster. They're a little bit more pacey. like really good at trading kills, really sharp aim. They want
that
to get
is
stuck
borderline a
in the fights.
I think they're
pacifist
really
run.
creative too. So the problem of eyeballers running out of ideas isn't the case for FUT. They're going to keep coming up with ideas, and I think it's fantastic to see them come out swinging this hard in the grand final, because this is a team who are so inexperienced. We literally talk about them only coming onto the world stage in the first season of this year, and they're in a final, and they're about to go one map up in the grand final.
Yeah, that was a question back at Pro League as well when they upset Mal's in the quarterfinals.
Some of you are too quick to say things,
so
though. I feel like it's a self-report.
It wasn't a big arena stage, but they handled that pressure extremely well.
Good start here from fl0m, trying to slow them down. He's done a decent job at that. But then Jugs just keeps on coming. So FUT relentless, merciless as they get into the site. Another opportunity, but Ryu finally getting a kill, and it's a very important one as well. It keeps ASTRALIS ahead here.
I want FUT to win, but like,
yeah, this round is all
W.
Benny from here on out. He's the only one who's going to be able to win the round, and
We
I
are
think
so,
he's just saying,
guys,
you know what,
cue the
screw it.
frag
Let's just
movie.
come right back, see if they rotate off.
Are you ready?
Scare them away. So backing off, 2 defenders in Donut, Ryu and Yabi starting to slide through for mid
You
control.
need 1 kill to have the
Hooksy's going to slowly
the
move
frag
towards
movie,
the B
dude.
bomb site.
If you just have 0, it's not as fun.
Single corner.
You need 1.
Timing is everything on this
We're
mid
so
play.
back.
They might just meet here at elbow, but if Ryu and Yabi are jumping up,
Stop drinking. What, Jack,
Clean
this is
headshot,
cold brew,
down
sir.
to 1v2. Ryu's going to back away.
This
Obviously,
is
the
a
issue here is 4 HP left.
hazelnut cold
this is a sick
brew.
play from Jugs. What he's done is just a hard bait on Krebeni because he wasn't there for the trade and obviously no HP.
All right, this frag movie is actually about to be insane.
Yeah, Hooksy comes in at the right time. Okay, you have something to celebrate there if you're ASTRALIS, but it has to be the first of many.
Yeah, it took 3
I'm
timeouts
just on
as
great
well
counter
to try
strike.
to
I
get
do.
that
I
on.
mean,
They
I
had
want
burn
FUT
their
to
third
win.
one a little bit early, or extremely early, I should say.
Give me 5 maps. Give me a
11-5,
heater.
6-round lead, plenty of money over on the FUT side for another buy. They're out of cash after this, so that's the reprieve for
Nobody
ASTRALIS.
wants boring best of 5s unless you're like a true diehard fan of one of the teams.
You might get that economic reset that'll give you some space to play with.
And it would happen at a point where you could still come back and fight for a win in regulation.
Obviously, it would be perfect, but it's right there. Yabi gonna move over and get into the donut.
You buying your cold brew or doing it yourself? We buy like kits. So I guess we're buying the
You're gonna have Hooksy.
like it's always in the house, I guess that
stepping
makes
out
it
of the
like
cave,
Nori
Ryu
makes
making his
it, but
way
it's
down
like
to
a
the bottom
kit.
of the ramp. And he's gonna have to fall back due to that utility. So Ryu once again playing from the site.
They basically just look like giant tea bags that you steep.
Trying to
you know?
connect it. Not gonna be landing any of those shots.
Hooksy's going to be forced
Sean,
out
thanks
by
for the
Molotov.
47
He
month
pairs up
reset.
with
Thank you,
Ryu.
thank you.
He's off the goose egg. 2 kills for Ryu.
Can you
See
plug
if he
the
can
kit?
build anything more into it. Flashes in, he takes the angle.
We
Krebeni
get
just
it from
backs
Whole
off.
Foods,
No
and it's like a
desire for
pink
that fight.
bag, and it's a hazelnut flavor, and it looks like it has a
Everything
sheep
there,
on
right?
it.
They lost mid, they lost
like the
A.
only one that
They had to
exists.
fight for something back to get a little bit of control towards Jag, but here
I
come
pick that
FUT.
up
They
when
could
I
be
pick
setting
up my
players up
sourdough.
into B
You know what I'm
lane. Could be
saying?
a B execution. But where's the utility for that? They've only got a smoke, a flash, and an HE.
That's when I pick up the oats, flaxseed, chia seed.
3 players here is
I got my sourdough bread.
Peak, you're just going to try and catch
Cold
him
brew,
off
I'm
guard,
so
and you
bad.
might just be able to do it. This timing's actually not bad.
Yeah, they're up. Stare's out of position, and Stare will die. Ryu goes down inside of cave, so now it's fl0m, your last hope. That rifle unchecked needs a multi, can't get it. And Hooksy will try and dish
God
out
damn.
some utility.
Can't afford
but,
Whole Foods, dude.
I mean,
Whole
you have
paycheck.
4 players over here, and
Dude, the whole
FUT have
paycheck
no
ain't as bad as
utility, and they
Albertsons
still
now.
get
It's
in this
weird.
cleanly.
At least by us.
That's one of those rounds that's going to be atrocious when you watch back on film. Lovely work from FUT. They've got
Like
all
by us,
the
the only thing
answers,
cheaper
just
than Whole
walking
Foods
in.
is
Who
probably
cares about the
Costco.
utility? Nobody's spotting it deep enough
But that's
for
obviously
ASTRALIS.
bulk.
And a 7-round lead, 7 chances to close out this first
But our
map.
Albertsons,
The map that
I don't know. Our
ASTRALIS wanted this
Albertsons
to
gotten
come
out of
to.
hand.
The map that ASTRALIS felt the most comfortable on in this series to pick it first.
I guess is what happens when your Albertsons has a liquor cabinet with like a $15,000 bottle in it, which I'm just like, all
played
right,
it against
what is
FUT,
going on?
13-6 the
What
first
is-
time it came out,
I don't
and
know what's
13-4
going on.
most recently.
Brother,
Now
this
they're
is a
down
grocery store.
12-5. What a different story. We've got Lunks
Who's
running
buying
out middle,
this?
looking for the opening kill. It's going to be Jugs to take it. Yabi burns Lunks away. So a trade at least in from ASTRALIS. Hooksy trying to fight, get out towards heaven, but you see Jugs is waiting for that and has done a lot of damage to Hooksy. Not going to slow him down, though. Not to tear him. He's actually just got to take a risk. So he jumps down into middle. He picks up that AK. But it's going to be FUT going for the A finish, hoping this is the knockout blow on Ancient.
Yeah, but there's a pretty decent. Oh, Shadow shows. Oh, wow. That one's just barely off the mark. Molotov towards CT spawn. You've got Hooksy over in Donut. He's going to be joined up by 2 players as well.
Oh, fl0m dies. And now you have to rely upon Yabi, but he's now been smoked out. A risk needs to be taken. Hooksy will be the man to do it. Hooksy gets traded. You still got Yabi close by, but that plant is coming in. He goes out to deny it. He will deny the plant and put it all on Ryu. 2 kills in the entire map. And now he's asked to double his kill count in a 1v2.
I haven't seen him
This would be so insane, dude. Imagine he clutches this. The comeback. Think of the storyline. No, this is it. This is it.
Cemetery holding for it, and he's got the kill. Dominant in the opening map of this grand final. FUT have taken it 13-5 on Ancient. Astralis need to wake up, otherwise this could be a very quick final.
Indeed, it could, Dinko. We talked about how quick this best of 5 could be because of the pace that FUT like to play at. And
guys, they won that map in like less than 30 minutes. They started the game late.
That was a good old-fashioned ass whooping we call it in the South.
Holy
area.
shit.
I mean, I don't really know how else to phrase it. I mean, they came out the gate swinging 7-1, lead, dominating in these new CT positions that they debuted at this tournament. You can see that it's been fruitful that they have, you know, made these pivots. Really
John, thanks for 23-month primer. Thank
I
you.
have Hooksy as one of those incredible.
You agree that Astralis, the only reason they're in the finals because their bracket was easy? Their bracket was easy because they didn't fuck up the first stages. That's not on them.
The entire supporting cast nowhere to be found.
Astralis genuinely looked like one of the top 4 teams in the tournament, if I'm being real.
That's about it.
Like before the tournament.
I don't think he's woken
with
up
the
yet,
with
so
the teams that are in here.
good, Rich. This is a map that they picked. They were like,
That's my non-bullshit answer. To follow that up, I actually think Astralis looked rougher than I thought they would, but they were still like.
And I'll refer back to what
I had it like Paravision Mongols as the 1-2, and then FUT Astralis were like 3-4 in my head. You could argue, you know, whatever order you want, but that's like how I.
You know, and when things have been going tough. So he doesn't feel the pressure.
I don't really care what their bracket looked like. I had them kind of as one of the better teams in this event. I'm not shocked that they're in the final.
You know, pressure.
I do feel like they looked worse heading into the final, though.
I don't know, like the last couple of rounds, second half or something. Yeah, I mean, definitely a tough day at the office for him. But again, just want to highlight, you know, these
opinions on the ESL thing
made defensively on Ancient were drastic.
An overcorrection to people taking advantage and going too far with things.
Mid position to being more of a B
anchor, classic both.
You know, putting Demon,
you know what I'm saying?
Who was kind of the B anchor before, now kind of playing, you know, in donut and middle a little bit more aggressively, and you could see how fruitful it really was. And then Cemetery, again, this is a guy who was heavily criticized as maybe the weak link on the team when you were looking at some of his performances throughout the course of this year. But this guy is such a good opera when he's on, and it's because he just plays so unorthodox. Like, this guy takes forward angles that other people just don't do.
And does it on Ancient. You know, there's not a lot of AWPers that can get down and dirty on that particular map and put up high numbers. He's done it throughout this tournament.
He has indeed. And also just looking at the kill spread for the team, apart from Kerbeni, because of the roles he plays, I think he had like 9 or 10 kills. The difference between the other 4 players was like a total of 3 or 4 frags. Everyone was coming in. I want to actually highlight a couple of rounds here from the side of FUT, because last time they played Astralis, the biggest problem was they never really went for extremity control on the CD side. They didn't push towards A main, they didn't go for RAM control. What happens here? Round number 4, Astralis have won the first round. They're going to do the usual deployment utility. They don't give these early fights a stay. They're not really, you know, duking it out. They throw a bit of utility and then they just pivot back. But see what happens right now. They push ramp, right? Simultaneously, you're going to be seeing, I believe it's Demon. That's the later round. They push ramp. They have the information. It's going to be the push coming in from Astralis. Guess what's happening? Every CD player just lying in wait on the bomb side. They even have a flank coming in from A main as well. So Astralis just walking into the trap being set by that early CT aggression from the side of FUT. Fast forward a couple of rounds later, we're going to see a similar thing coming in. Right now, you have the confidence flowing for you, and then we're going to see an A main push. Again, same thing. Utility being deployed early on, not giving the fights early towards stair, and then it kind of plays out normally. Around the 1 minute 30-second mark, Kerbeni pushes through the smoke towards cave. He's going to get a kill here. There we go.
Left side of my shoulder is so fucked up.
Actually push A main as well. They have so
you seen the last round for Mongols 3 to max? No. Was it like cinema?
It doesn't really matter at this point. They know what the game's going to be. 25 seconds.
One map means nothing.
Pointing out that
it does when it's your map choice in a best of 5. Just in this, bro.
Attacking the B bomb site.
You're basically, if you think about it, if you lose map 1, you're in a position where you have to reverse sweep.
It's going to be B hit. And guess what? They have another smoke deployed towards the top.
If the other team has a map on you that is like significantly, if they're picking one of their strongest map and you're not very good on it,
to commit to the fight. So sure, smoke flash, I don't hate the idea. He comes bursting up, but they're right underneath him. He's actually hiding. He's already dead. Blitz is just toying. I don't know why he's being so cruel about it. Is he really going to try and knife him in the final round? Blitz, he's done it. 13-2.
Perfect. Perfect. perfection.
These little timings, lurking around smokes, like it's like
call it Master Splinter, right?
Yeah, it's like what Art tried to be. You know, he's able to do that similar kind of crazy individual antics, but yield really good frags when he does it. And when he's doing it from the in-game leader slot, it's not only giving you added firepower in a role that normally doesn't give you a lot of firepower, but because he is the one calling all the shots, when he's making these aggressive maneuvers, he's able to get those instant reads on what's going on and being able to get information to the rest of the team. So it's just a beautiful combination of players.
It just, just a great switch up from what we saw on the CD side the last time they played ASTRALIS. Like I pointed out,
or was that Mongols yesterday not playing 3D Max
going for info play.
in a game with zero pressure?
Walking the stacks every single time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll bring us back to.
You can't do that with the new ESL rules, by the way. It had to be continuous. I'm aware.
There's nowhere to hide. But you want to get off to a good start, and my worry.
But like I said, the rules are an overcorrection because people took shit too far.
2-0 at the start of a best of 5.
I played on Yapping with ESL because they do say, like, feel free to reach out and clarify certain things.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna be real. I'd be a little surprised if I get a chance to talk with them that they wouldn't let somebody do what I just did.
There's no doubt about it.
Like I said, I think it's more so to prevent people like literally just closing the stream altogether, taking a break for 15 minutes, loading up something else. Maybe do not literally watch the guys spin slots.
Okay, I'm gonna count. I don't think Overpass necessarily would have been better. You watched the CD side yesterday.
I've seen multiple streamers fucking leave the co-stream, turn it off, and then they go spin a slot on a Gamba site, then come back.
So I don't understand what Astralis like. Let's not go to Overpass here.
Like I said, I think ESL is more so doing it as a way to
reset. So I get why they went for the ancient play. What is shocking for me is the fact that
it's so they could clearly point to things and say, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean?
On this particular map when they beat them, right? They were not ready for these info plays. They weren't ready for these, kind of.
We'll see. I'm hoping that at least if I yap with them, no, it's not that extreme. But you're right. Like in plain text, it is that fucking crazy.
Fair point. Yeah.
I mean, well, we're moving on to Mirage.
Sure.
That's what happens though when somebody goes to a foot like doing crazy shit like that.
This one, so many times for them, and I think Astralis have some good pieces here. Don't get me wrong. I think Yabi, ever since they put him back over on B, I think he's been an absolute nightmare.
And these takes to the 70 months. ESL has the most beef with me out of any TO, probably. Well, actually, Starlighter banned me.
This is something we kind of talked about early in the tournament, that when they made this change to bring in Ryu and bring in fl0m, it kind of freed up Yabi to get back into a star role instead of having to be an anchor. And he is a guy that can be a big playmaker there. The tough part for him, though, is going to be is that this FUT team is so dynamic on their T side. They have so many different opening variations of how they'll take mid control, how they'll stack an extremity with Jugs and Demon to lean heavy one direction. They're obviously going to bring a lot of pace. They can sneak players into window. They can fake you out.
Hey, Swampy, building up, dude.
There's 3-4 players middle, but really there's only one guy there, and they're actually hitting you somewhere else. So they're just a super well-rounded team offensively.
Red Six for the primer. Thank you.
Played in Mirage. It was Astralis. So it was Astralis winning very convincingly. I believe it was 13.
Yeah, we'll see.
13 for the scoreline, starting on the CT side. And what FUT failed to do, and I'm sure they're going to be switching it up.
Laura and Starlighter Ben.
They didn't really target Hooksy on the B bomb side all too much. What they did was with the usual
default
mid control. Right, and then try to go
stupidity
for this A
from them. They banned themselves on accident too when they banned me.
Game was they go for this? They
not even joking. Yeah, there's just
like, we're not going to fight.
A lot of backroom handshake things that weren't really public or well known and weren't the norm, and I got caught up in the middle of it.
That get the kill, and it was usually always A hit. They were getting shot.
I got unbanned in like a few hours.
Like the game plan for FUT was lacking, where they were not.
But it was still annoying as fuck.
Enough towards B. That I feel is the switch up coming in here.
Yeah, could be one. I think the other bit.
Still my only Twitch bet.
Maybe we can talk about the oppers a bit, right? Because fl0m and Cemetery have been two of the best oppers in the tournament. They've been playing very, very well.
Super, you around? Actually, I can pay that.
Astralis has been kind of a revelation of an opper that many other organizations didn't catch on to quick enough, and Astralis were able to bag him up, and he's been a huge producer for them. Cemetery, we've talked about how he's improved his level of play so far this tournament, and these are two guys who are playmaking oppers. They're not sit back, hold line oppers. They're going to look to take forward angles and get in your face, and we're taking a look at it here. Like these guys are very, very efficient. And at Cemetery, he's just a guy that, again, like on virtually every map, he just plays forward angles you just don't anticipate. Like, this guy's so fearless, and when his shot's accurate, he's so deadly at just locking down certain areas or creating openings. And fl0m, though, in his own right, very, very good CT opera as well.
Yeah, for fl0m, it's not going to be anything too crazy in Mirage. Right? Starting with the CT side, once he gets the AWP into his hands, he's just going to be put up in the ticket position most of the time. He's just going to be holding there, But the thing is, he's so reliable.
I see the
He's so
Marsborn
smart.
news. I
He
did,
makes
yeah.
sure he doesn't give away a life for free. So it's going to be ticket. And a couple of things.
So
I
is
do
Grit-
like from the
Freshy's
Star CT
IGLing
side,
it, right?
Especially with Fuzi, is sometimes depending on the spawn, they're just going to put him towards the apartment's position. Hold a deep angle right there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
A stacks. They do this very often. So I'm curious to see how FUT are going to be dealing with that.
All right, gentlemen, we'll see how it pans out. So in this
You
grand
stream
final,
Rio and Fort Worth?
is on the
I don't know, man. We'll see.
The
Probably will stream Rio, but I also can't stream Rio on YouTube either. I don't know, man. If they actually enforce it as strict as they are, I'll probably fuck up and lose my rights. We'll see. But yeah, I plan on doing Fort Worth. I'll be at Fort Worth, yeah.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
Holy shit, 4 new players for Marsborn. Yeah, but I think they keep their VRS, right? Because isn't that technically the old boss guys? Some of it, right? Wasn't Wumbo, Freshy, and... Fuck, what's the line? They have Wumbo, Freshy... Wait, actually, somebody said how to fix this. You just do this, right? And then open up a tab, then come back. And somebody said that's how you fix this one.
It's time your chair evolved.
I did fix it. Yeah, that is a fix.
Ergonomically engineered for you.
Bentley will need to play the first 5 games.
Backing your every move.
I wonder if they do that. I know, I wonder if that'd be smart actually, if they could get the... Well, actually, if they're... Maybe not. Because if they start fresh and play Frag Vegas, they'll probably jump up anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad Wumbo's getting a shot. I think it's weird that they dropped the entire Marsborn roster. Personally thought Marsborn has been more relevant than they have in the past, and I thought that roster was doing a decent job. Is it even worth it for something like 100 in VRS at that point? It's not 100. I think they have like around 900 Papa Pickles. So yeah, it's like the equivalent of like a few LAN events, but with like decay and stuff like that. I meant rank wise. Yeah, but in NA, man, like, as fucked up as it might sound, that doesn't put you too far down. Like, you're still in the top 15 in NA if you're there, you know? So that could be a big deal for something like an FML, depending on how many NA teams I'm inviting, right? Not that I would know. What did you just put in chat? Sorry. What are they in the new Marsborn roster? I think I like Opper. I think Wumbo's got a long way to go. As somebody that's played against Wumbo in matches and just like a few times and in pugs, Wumbo can shoot really hard. Like really hard. But my god, is that kid dumb. And I mean that in the nicest, like, most endearing way possible. that boy gets bailed out a lot because he can just shoot really hard. He makes some terrible choices though. No, he's like the type that, like, no, but that's how talented he is. He just also... Why, you gonna show me his bad stats where he plays SKDC and shows up? Oh no, he actually has better stats now. There you go. I remember what, dude, his stats at one point, James, looked so bad. Because he played like versus Energy. No, Wumbo shoots really, 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 really hard. But he's good enough where you just need to, he's just raw. You gotta fix him up. You gotta fix him up. Gotta make him realize that he actually has way more control over the game. If he can, like, you don't want to. That's like the toughest part. When you have somebody that's super talented and they know it, they want to just, you know, you gotta just refine them just a little bit without simultaneously making it so that they like change their whole play style. You know what I'm saying? It's just tricky. Like, that's always the... But yeah, so I like that they have Wumbo. I'm glad they picked him up. I think that was actually incredibly smart. It'll just be... That's kind of... This is the other problem with like NA though, is it'd be good if he was teamed up with like an experienced IGL, you know?
And it's not so
we just don't have any
right now because FUT have come out and they've destroyed Astralis on Astralis' map pick. We now move to Mirage. And it does feel like we're getting that FUT that we want to see in this grand final. The team that plays with attitude, that's always ready to make a play and get in your face. And Astralis have started so slow that they just can't handle it.
I mean,
yeah, well,
James,
they better come out with a complete 180 now because you're saying we got that.
Respectfully, James, I don't think
we've seen in the past.
I think it's
is
fine.
3-1 on this map against Astralis in the series that they've played throughout this year. The most played map they've had across all 5 series. So strong in the favor of FUT. Both teams had struggles on it though recently. You know, this is the map that is strong.
Scare channel points, don't make channel points, guys. I don't want to hear any complaining when we close it.
Mentioned they couldn't be proud of their performance in that game. And FUT yesterday against the Mongols in the semifinals had a really, really tough time on the T side, which is where they'll be starting today. I went back and looked at it last night. They didn't win. They won 4 rounds in the first half on the T side.
Home again,
it was all at the A bomb site. They didn't win a single round going to the B bomb site. They didn't win They weren't even really able to take mid away from the Mongols either. Everything focused on these A executes. And if that continues today, strategically, Astralis might just be able to get in front of that one.
Well, surprise, surprise, we're going A for FUT in this pistol round. They're going to be coming out of Palace and the ramp in towards Step. He'll play from CT spawn. He's got a teammate with him as well, and Fozy. Only damage being done. Stairs taking first blood, but Jukes to respond, and then the follow-up from Cemetery. So that site is overrun. Laux gets a kill out towards jungle, and hard to see how you throw this one away. They did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they can play the game. They're good at it. All right, Laux is going to find the kill. This time it's secured.
This is exactly what they did against Mongols yesterday, right? Was the quick A hit. They got in towards CT, but then they went
these
a little
pistol
bit
rounds
too
have been
far,
so
and
quick.
All
right, I've seen enough.
Lost that pistol,
this
saying,
is going to be a 20-minute final.
We're not doing that again. We're not allowed to do that again, and I think it slowed down that T side, and they only got the 4 rounds.
I have a preferred spot when I sat.
Slow start to the game because they messed up
the end was always nice, to be honest.
A much better one for sure. This is getting them started on the right foot and also helping them carry that momentum.
But I usually sat in between people because when we were actually going to lands, I was the op, and people need to see my screen.
Off as they cross into the bomb site.
And then also I play high sense, so I took up less death space than most.
Those kills come in so fast when they peek into the angles.
But being on the end was always kind of nice, just because.
Right, we hear that all the time.
I mean, it's the same thing as like sitting in the aisle in a plane, man.
On their run, have something to be proud of, and can be confident with how they're playing as individuals. I mean, the whole season has been.
IGLs don't always sit in the middle, but usually they do.
Tier 2 team to making it to playoffs of Tier 1 events, now in a grand final. You know, so there's a lot to be confident about for FUT.
Well, that you say all that before adding in, like, especially if you want to zero in on this
cut
map
Wolfie,
in particular.
James?
I mean, we just mentioned the Mongols win they had in the semifinals, even though it wasn't pretty. They also beat Paravision on this map.
Yes.
They've had some very good wins on this map. They've had some very good runs recently. I think they've even mentioned.
I think I might invite other regions to FML
over Mao's in the playoffs at EPL.
Maybe
that was the one that's given him more confidence as an
I think it'd be pretty fun if
he says he's feeling very comfortable.
Maybe I just like invited like.
So, like, you've been under a little bit of scrutiny.
Just a couple South American teams with majority NA teams.
That game and we matched up and we upset
or maybe
them.
like a Asian team.
I haven't felt any nerves, and I feel like I'm doing a lot better just moving.
Kind of depends on how it's shaping up at that time when we send out invites.
An all-time high for FUT right now.
Yeah,
that'd be kind of fun though. No,
flipping out to the other side and looking at Astralis, a team that I love it when Hooksy's being candid and speaking and telling us what he's actually thinking about his team instead of, you know, just putting a PR answer out there. But as a player, you know, like we're younger players like Ryu or fl0m coming into the team who haven't had like the greatest amount of experience in the top. You know, do you think that there's any element of like, oh, our in-game leader's kind of going out there and like saying that we're not playing well enough, saying that we're like mentally weak at the moment?
Well,
to do an international version of FML, not really, man.
I mean, your confidence is not going to be at an all-time
Some of the
high by any means.
I mean, if
that's why I'm more open and I'm not leaking anything, but yeah.
Right? I mean, and
I think it's harder for like Asian teams to come to something like FML because I'm not sponsoring their travel, dude. Like Blast, it's a $30,000 land, not a $1.5 million Blast ESL PGL event. You know.
Towards window. I have to think they're going through the smoke.
Oh, they are. But if they get the A ramp, it's not too bad. And Yabby will get decent fights with these M4s.
Yeah, they're in the jungle. Backtracking in towards Hooksy. Oh, a team kill actually.
Holy shit!
So the kill comes in anyway from Demon, and they do.
What am I watching, bro?
Okay. The comms could have been a little bit cleaner, but it's going to be okay. I'm sure it was a lovely shot from Jux's point of view.
It looked great.
It did.
It's just like the eclipse of his teammate though in front of Hooksy. An unfortunate scenario there, but it doesn't matter.
I didn't pay for this shit, President.
They took, so
you know,
going against him.
Maybe we'll see it in the replay. Maybe he was actually shooting at the CT and Kreveni just walked in front of him.
Astralis don't get a kill in this round. Every kill, even the team kill, happens from FUT.
To touch, I want to go back to that Hooksy point, because if you want to draw a comparison, look over at Apex, because that's been a conversation of his leadership, is like how animated he is and how emotional he gets, and how clearly sometimes in the matches, especially, you know, on the rise of Vitality, you know, now that they're winning everything, nobody really talks about it, but when they weren't winning everything, it was like, is this actually making them perform worse? But on the other hand,
updates for the primer. Thank you, man.
Figure in this team pushing you towards perfection, right? Yeah. Always trying to attain it.
You're meant to perform.
This is going to be a blowout.
Business.
Yeah, if they don't wake up quick, man.
Performances here. Yeah, there you go.
We'll forgive it.
Yeah. Understandable.
I am a little shocked that Hooksy just like immediately started switching guns right there.
No problem at all. Great round from Demon.
But I think, like, especially when the TK came out, but I also think that was just such a weird thing.
I'm sorry, baby. I just didn't give him kill.
Dude, that kind of, yeah.
Bro, his voice is so deep. Yeah, I'm intimidated. And he said, baby, I'm terrified.
That's how you know it's a team.
Sorry, baby.
Yeah, what did this broadcast just turn into, man?
3-0 start here from FUT, and it's just the one rifle here for fl0m. So really not expecting too much to get going here for ASTRALIS whatsoever. So at this point for FUT, you've just won Ancient really quickly. Now you're getting a great start on Mirage, a map you have a great head-to-head history on. I'm feeling really good about FUT in this grand final.
Yeah, this is it's shaping up very well. Dust mentioned it before the game
started. Really big fan of
FUT. The map veto, the sequence of maps for FUT. We're seeing a little bit of that here. Good turn from the flash for fl0m. And Kreveni's not ready for it. 2 players in there, and that's an AK recovered, a Molotov, and fl0m's going to go down. But they don't know about Yabby yet. Good win, and now they realize the window is compromised. What a turn from Symmetry.
What?
They can't catch a break. Good reaction.
Wait, that didn't even look like he was looking at him yet. What the fuck? What was that?
3-5-7, you still stand a chance. Hooks making a little sound there.
Still stand a chance, especially considering FUT's like 1 by 1 by 1, all in their own different positions and locations. Jugs is taking a big risk clearing this out.
That's fucking ridiculous, man.
Hooksy's moved up towards short. He's going to turn the corner now. He wants one of those rifles over in ladder room.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Good kill.
Oh. Gets away with a second, too. Lounx, why not get all 3? There we go. Lounx.
No problem.
FUT loving this right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. 3 different angles, and Hooksy
I know we
just
talked about it the other day, but James Earl actually left wildcard. Yeah,
maybe
I saw
not
that.
Anyone necessarily did anything wrong, just feeling like individually at the moment.
Thanks to those likes and follows, guys. Good morning. Good morning.
With the FUT side, with how hard they're hitting. And I mean, you had a couple of those pop-offs on the first map from Yabby, from Stare, that felt like that could get the energy in there, that could turn things around, but still haven't seen the individuals from Astralis.
Major pain, thanks to the 53-month farmer. Thank you. This literally is looking like those Face It level 10 games where like one team is just like clearly plays only pugs,
good start,
and the other team just doesn't know how to play pugs at the same level, like professional pug players.
But you mentioned just how often FUT are going to hit this A-bomb site. Here they come out the ramp. Ryu needed it.
And that's not even meant to hate on FUT. Like they're just out individually running around just like mauling ASTRALIS.
and you'll see Symmetry back away.
Yeah, how fast do they pivot over to the B bomb
Also,
site?
they
though,
left
right?
the
There are
studio mic
smokes up
on.
at the moment. This feels very much like a commitment to the A bomb site. And again, very convincing. Krebeni already moving up short. He'll be able to get up into ladder room if he wants it. He can push towards market. Great position to have information on how fast the rotation is coming. And Astralis is just parking themselves at the wrong map. All that attention towards the A bomb site. Probably the knowledge that FUT love to go to the A bomb site as well as keeping them there. This one's going to close out nice and easy for free, essentially. I think if you're Yavi and Hooksy and this bomb gets planted now, you're not even moving to go for this.
No kit. Somebody get on the mic and tell him to save.
No significant utility to speak of.
Somebody.
Well, he's got the information. You hit the comms on our headsets. At least you can hear that spotting the player off.
Yes, you have no
He's
kits.
going to move in towards the ladder room. And Symmetry is going to play back towards the bench. We've now got Krebeni stopping
Yeah, Hooks
Hooksy
is
from
gonna
walking
die
out
now.
a little bit closer to him. It's now Yavi going down as well. And even though Astralis give it a go, they still
Just
do
take
not
the L.
recover the round. FUT holding
just
on.
take the L,
and that
man.
even number situation falls in favor of FUT.
Like, somebody has to
Just
get on the mic
continuing
and
to
just
have
tell
woe
them
after
no.
woe piled on top here
If
for
you're dead,
Astralis.
get on the mic and say, this is bad.
It's getting really, really painful.
You are at the wrong
I
bomb
felt like they
site
really
with
need
no
to go for that
information of their
2-on-2.
positions.
They'll have to drop down to
With no
MP9s.
kit.
Just get absolutely buried.
It's so
Back-to-back
it's
maps.
shitty, but
Ancient
like
started
just
up
save.
7-1 in the favor
Just
of
save.
FUT. Now they're up 5-0 on Mirage.
Well, 3 MP9s.
They'd be able to, your teammates would be able to MP9. You'd have basically a
Reverse sweeps
full
are hard
buy.
enough without getting completely deleted on the first two maps.
Yeah.
We need to see the fight out of Astralis from here on out. Time to show us what got you here.
Goblin,
They've
I'll
had these
fucking send your ass a
frustrations and these
TikTok chat. You
stresses
say
and
that
these
shit
kinda
again.
lackluster starts at different phases throughout the tournament. They've been able to turn it around a number of times.
But I do feel like they
What
are
up,
showing
Achilles?
us how they've got here, Jason. I think they've been limping through this tournament at times.
What up, Divertic?
And they're getting punished by a team that have run through it and got to this grand final. It's going to be Stat with an AK. Just
Guys, I was
that's
only
it.
planning
There's
on
nothing
streaming
we
the
can do
final
about
today.
this.
It
Just,
might be a
just trying to hold on
short
to this.
stream.
For FUT,
Holy
we've talked
shit.
about this team and the progression. It's happening really quickly.
I'm about
in
to
this
stream
season.
an hour and a
Every
half,
step
best of
they
5.
take is like another step towards this team leveling up. And they come into the start.
Yeah, I read
they
the
look
Tik
great.
chat.
You know,
Like,
they
this
don't
is
make the
actually
playoffs
about to be an
crap
hour and a
out.
half
No one
best
was
of
really
5.
expecting them to do so. You know, they lose a ridiculous round against G2 when they had lost against full USP.
Start the
so they
timer.
had to lose that map and then lose the last game of the group stages. They come back to Cluj, they get close again, but it's heartbreak before they can move into the arena. They come to Pro League, they qualify to the players via the online stage, and then they beat Maus, having to come back in that game and beat one of the favorites for the whole tournament. We say that's the next step for them. And now they come to this event, they're in the grand final, and they're looking like they're going to win it. The next tournament coming up is Blast Rivals in Fort Worth, and so you
just
look at that
upload the
tournament,
final
and
as
yes,
a
that's where the
TikTok.
likes
Yeah,
of
just
Vitality
upload it to short
return.
form.
You've got Furia.
You get that next test, that next step up, right?
As long as it's not a
FUT
tired,
could do some
Nori.
real damage over there, especially with the confidence and experience of a tournament win.
Yeah, it could be very cool. And then let's take an even wider lens on that. Zoom out a little bit even more.
Then you go to the major.
Yeah, well, we also touched on Astralis. This being the opportunity to grab their first trophy in 7 years since 2019. It's taken 7 years for them to find a lineup and find a group of players that it
FaZe
feels
is already
like is
reaching
making
out.
progress
FaZe tried
in the
to
right
poach
way
the
and
FUT players
consistently enough to
before when
start
they were higher
contending
ranked.
for
They said
trophies.
no.
FUT as an organization just stepped into Counter-Strike a year ago. It's been a year. Starting out with the French lineup, they had Scream on there as like a sixth man who was like a streamer and content creator.
I don't think FUT's in a bad spot financially, guys. I don't think they're going to go anywhere.
Scream competitive ambitions.
Yeah, but then they
We'll see.
struck gold.
It does
with
just
picking
take
up,
one
this
for
roster
all of
when
it to
they're
kind
dropped by
of
the
fall
Navi
apart.
program
To
as
say
well
yes,
from the
but
Academy and Junior
oh, it
system.
was 100 Thieves. That's
Man,
right.
Like what
It was
a
100 Thieves.
contrast of FUT, who's just able to step in and say, "Yep, it'll take a year," and now all of a sudden we're looking
Strike
at
thanks
trophies.
to the 5. He said on YouTube, FUT is going to be against Vitality and Blast Rivals, by the way.
You mentioned
Holy.
that Paravision win on Mirage and how much confidence that's given them. And
Maybe
Lance
that's
in
the only way
particular was the
Apex
star of
can
the
be
show
defeated.
against Paravision. He's 9-1 at the moment, so we're getting that Lance Mirage deliverance, and I want to see a little bit more of it. We're going to see Fuzi going towards top middle. The head of Demon will be spotted but not taken off, so Astralis have mid-control. Yabi
No,
is alone.
Divertic.
All of his
I
teammates
probably
are gonna fall
won't.
away, but he'll maintain his position.
Seems almost like they're between
It's
them
kind of just like so nuts. It's like not much to really unpack
they're
there.
kind of taking a risk that the A bomb site is going to be the point of attack, but so many resources in middle and aggressive in middle has taken any support away from Hooksy.
Yeah, and you see as they were falling back towards connector, Yabi's mouth was racing there, communicating.
Krebeni's going to throw out these smokes for mid control a little bit late to try and throw a fake. I mean, it's not going to fake anyone out because they're in front of the smokes, but it might keep them frozen here to make sure that no one's going to be swinging wide. Hooksy's on an island.
Yeah, important fight to be won there that allows you to come back. And here we go. Can HooXi hold on? Can he get anything? He needs to play his life, but he's hunted down. Jukes has removed him. That plant is coming in towards the site, and ASTRALIS will have to play this one on retake. Now, they have got a health advantage.
Oh, nice shot. Nice shot.
Lonks is gone. Jukes on 33 HP. You can see Symmetry trying to pull that kill back, but everybody's going down. All of a sudden, though, Demon and Symmetry enter the kill feed.
2v1.
And now
2v1.
Symmetry
They can finally get on the board.
The 1v2 required, and the gates of the Symmetry wide open. He clutches it up. Incredible again from a player who's received a little bit of criticism inside of this squad, but he is stepping up in this grand final.
God damn, 8-0. What a clutch, what a round. Holding on over towards short as well.
Richard Lewis is stunned out of the building.
That part of the attack.
He's gone.
Just about perfectly. Almost caught off guard.
He's gone.
He's fast. He's real quick. And that's the confidence we just touched on.
He can't believe what he's just seen.
Step into this clutch. The confidence as well. Switch to the Deagle. You don't know where he's at. You need the dynamic weapon. And the double tap to f0z. This team is fired up in these grand finals, and they are burying ASTRALIS. Spread out into a default.
Analysts talked about how FUT hasn't played a best of 5. What if they just simply win 3-0?
f0z's got a hero up. The number 5 man, that's over towards Ticket. Moving in this direction with 2 players up in holes. Lounks over at ramp, but he's got to hold himself back just a little bit. Don't take that angle. Don't take that peak dry. Symmetry's getting plenty of time after that.
Does Vitality have a Grand Slam, or do they need to do something still? Yeah, they have to win Rio or Atlanta. And Vitality's already won a Grand Slam. They're actually on pace to just basically win back-to-back Grand Slams without losing a single event. Actually, wait.
29 bullets.
No, they had to have lost one ESL event in there. I think they lost one.
Fair enough. Chilling against the wall.
Right? I don't know. Maybe one. Yeah. Probably
0.
one.
He's about to get backstabbed, Kerbeni. Not considering it.
Yeah,
as soon as he
go.
dies, that's going to be the go signal for the rest of his team.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, Lonks has also taken a kill.
That's the ult
on f0z. Yeah. So you've taken the big weapon out here. Reuse 5-7.
Cologne as well. Yeah, the second half of last year, they kept getting like 3rd, 4th, right? They didn't lose in a final. They kept losing. They lost to Mouse in a semi at Cologne. If they lost that, I was closing the stream.
If he had gotten that one, I just don't know
Alchemist knocked him out of Blast Bounty.
No, but
we're talking about the Grand Slam. Blast has nothing to do with that.
You're marking. He said in an interview, you know, that we have young players. They control in certain situations. This round is a little bit trolly. 4-on-3. You don't need to be jumping over to the stairs.
They win one more. They have their second Grand Slam as a roster, which has never been done.
Just play the range, play distance, play for the bomb plant, and they just get a little bit too eager to close out this round. And maybe it's where like the momentum is building, the adrenaline is pumping, you're up 7-0, and you're just feeling on top of the world. So ASTRALIS, this is their chance like Ancient. Finally, they carve a round out. Can they build upon it? On Ancient, they were able to rattle off 3 in a row to bring this back to a respectable scoreline.
Lonks with acceleration. Here they come fast into the B-bomb side. HooXi can't handle the pace, and all of his teammates are gone. You got Yabby in middle. He's the quickest rotator back, and f0z as well from Market. So Smoke Break, 2 really important kills coming in from ASTRALIS that keep this one on the table.
Oh, nice dink as well. This is going to be a tough
one. They have some decent post-plant spots. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Demons in the kill feed, and f0z can't do anything about this.
Goodbye.
Fight themselves into a position.
Goodbye.
They have the advantage. It is ripped right out of their hands.
Bro, it's
FUT with the acceleration smashed into that B-bomb site. HooXi can't
They're
handle
just
it.
wide swinging it, bro.
Over. They even do enough.
Bro really said your ass. Hold on, let me peek you.
There's too much happening on the map that ASTRALIS can't really play for. There's too much success everywhere on the map now for FUT that ASTRALIS can't really call to be, you know, you're losing the B-bomb site. You're losing middle when they go there.
Who needs this win more? Like better for, I mean,
you can't ever like call to set something up.
They're both fresh on the scene, like in terms of
the pace change.
ASTRALIS and FUT have both been new faces in the top 4 or 5.
There's not a second player at the bomb site. There's not nades and Molotovs just
I think ASTRALIS, if I had a team that, like, that needs the win more, I'd say it's ASTRALIS. Because I feel like they have a little bit more experience as like individual players. And whenever we do listen-ins, I feel like we hear them like talk about how frustrated they get. But yeah, I'd rather see FUT win this, and I feel like they They're just kind of playing with house money at this point. I think FUT knows how good they are. It's not that they're down on themselves or anything, but I just think that they understand how quickly they've progressed at the same time.
They have beaten those favorite teams along the way.
They seem pretty self-aware whenever you listen to a Lonks interview, and it's probably because of him, to be honest.
They're getting absolutely wrecked. Now, a couple of kills at least coming in for ASTRALIS to kick this round off. Another fast B hit, FUT into a 3v4.
They got utility, smoke Molotov on Cemetery.
No longer does that advantage stand with ASTRALIS. Once these bomb plants come
Halo,
in,
thanks to the 9-month primer, thank you.
You can see they're always looking for the next fight.
Keeping track of information, DPC utility, that's the opt-down, huge kill, but better return from Laux, very important. Now a 1-on-2 for Ryu.
Yeah, trying to step up here. Ryu, market window, out he goes, down he goes. Laux ready
this
for that.
is not even
how many casualties FUT take along the way.
This is I'm telling you, dude, this is like what it's like when you get in those FACEIT games where you just dipped when you get in the lobby.
Crazy critical mass of confidence to where they're willing to like peek and
like
take
nothing.
It's
just
always feel like there's going to be an extra
all good, man.
You know, an extra moment where they get to breathe to make a move, and it's always when the fight is coming in because FUT's not afraid of anything right now.
I mean, you were talking about the fact that the other day we just seen FUT be kind of one-dimensional. There was a lot of A hits. No, a couple of different looks to get into that A bomb.
I mean, yeah, guys, Hooksy's 1 in 10, and I'm pretty sure Ryu and Hooksy both individually have less than 10 kills for the whole series so far.
Off and alone, and he's 1 in 10 right now. So they're just hitting him over and over again.
I think
it's low-key looking like a Dima challenge, except they forgot to give ASTRALIS 5 more players, so it's a 5 versus 10.
Side is when they were hyper-aggressive in middle and setting up traps in middle and stopping eyeballers from controlling part of that map. So I think in some sense they're almost in a trap where they're looking at that and they just got out of that Mirage game and feel like middle is where they have the most effective
give Ryu invisibility, because that motherfucker hasn't joined the server yet.
Walking right around some of the setups that you're playing with, and I mean, at this point, the hard thing for ASTRALIS is you can no longer leave Hooksy alone. Like, that's back-to-back rounds where he just gets destroyed. Not necessarily by any fault of his own. He's just the only one there.
He already has invisibility.
To stem the tide of players coming out of holes.
So you're going to have to reallocate some resources to defending B, which obviously weakens somewhere else on the map. The Cemetery, missed shot. He's a runaway, doesn't have the bomb on his back. Look how quick this is again. They're in connector. The round's just started. Stair's gonna spot them. Okay, that's more like it. Stair taking all 3 points as they walk through the smoke.
Nice score, Stair.
Yeah, hard default FUT for
that was
like
clean.
Everything's been working.
There we
They
go.
walked through the smoke earlier. It's a success. They walked through a smoke to beat Mongols on this map, 13-11, to get into the grand finals.
You say matchups?
This time, just get caught. Nice shooting.
Okay, you're saying outcomes are matchup based. I think we're saying FUT is a terrible matchup for ASTRALIS. So this is their 6th time they've played each other this year, chat. ASTRALIS actually has the advantage. So this is why that Ancient game was so important, and why the casters were hyping it up, is because Ancient was ASTRALIS' trump card on
not the way they would have envisioned it.
FUT. So they picked it. ASTRALIS picked Ancient, thinking they were going to start this series strong, chat. You understand?
From the other side, they haven't woken
like,
up.
they thought they were going to start this shit strong, and they would probably get whooped on Mirage. Then they got whooped on Ancient. Now they're coming into Mirage. They're about to get fucking pooped on again, and now, you know, it's not that ASTRALIS can't win the 3rd map, it just becomes such a hill to climb.
Because FUT's had so much success here. Hooksy.
No, I mean, Kyle, you're right. I do say that, but this, I don't think this would be a good example of that. This is more so specifically that Ancient map right now is already, you're just seeing the repercussions of that.
But these post plants have been so good for FUT.
Well, they always have so
Why the
much
fuck is
utility
Hooksy
left, right,
perma
when they get in,
solo
because
B?
it's so fast-paced. They just dump
probably because they watched FUT hit the A bomb site like 15 times
They're all coming through the
in
same
like 2
position.
games.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they're about to get shredded. They're about to get melted. Cemetery with 2. Yabby and
They've already tried before Subway. They all stuck together when they went to FUT.
Like that, the advantage ASTRALIS once held has comfortably gone in favor of FUT. FUT are just steamrolling ASTRALIS and stepping towards the trophy.
I gotta pee really quick, chat. 1 sec. This shit was. I just watched that B retake on repeat.
There's no way I can see that happening.
No, not at all. Not even worth talking about a reverse sweep at this point because ASTRALIS not even here yet. It's the way you could see that coming. As soon as he pulls the flashbang out, you're like, oh god, those players are in so much trouble. 3 versus 4 in the post plant, and FUT dominate the situation.
Can you imagine Hooksy in the comms as well? He's like, well, they've rushed B again, guys.
I don't know. At this point, you might not. It might not even be worth getting angry about.
I mean, just the fact that, okay, surely this is the round they go back to A. No, they just come at B again.
But I mean, that's, yeah, and it's that's got to be a frustrating thing too. But like, how are you supposed to call it? How are you supposed to read it when wherever they go, they're getting kills. Wherever they go, they're shutting you down. They're getting into bomb sites, winning rounds. There's no way to really read what's coming next because FUT was so dominant that Krebeni just had complete control of this game tactically in that half. I don't think anything's going to switch here. We came into this feeling like both these teams were very evenly matched, and I still believe that to some extent. Obviously, clearly a really, really bad day so far for ASTRALIS in the office. But man, FUT's making this just look, they're making it look so one-sided, so crazy.
ASTRALIS going to be heading towards the A bomb site in this pistol round.
As the weaker defense as well, so at least something's going in the favor of ASTRALIS, at least for now.
Coming back, though.
Before the shooting begins.
Symmetry. That Palace nade's going to be good onto Yabi. There's 20 damage. They move into the site. They cross beyond those smokes. So ASTRALIS into the site, not losing a player. As soon as I say that, Lance gets one through the smoke. Ryu pushing down towards CT. Now he needs to be careful he doesn't go too far. If he's to round that corner, multiple targets ready to remove him. So Ryu stands and he waits because he knows he's got his teammates behind him. Here comes the flash. Ryu with the first was in front of that flashbang, so it's ineffective on him. And then Yabi sent forward into the fight as well. They're cleaning up, and Fozy gets both of those kills towards CT. So it's Laux 1v3.
Yeah, well, that one's pretty much done and dusted, isn't it? No kit either. So Laux just trying to manage these angles. It's not going to happen. ASTRALIS, a little bit of a reprieve.
So ASTRALIS got around when I left? Well, I better stay here then for FUT.
Able to get in, able to control CT spawn retake, and a nice pistol round victory. They're first of the
I'll make
series.
sure I stay here. Don't worry, I'm back.
Yeah, it was a strong hit towards the A bomb site. And that's even...
Plum thought he was funny skipping a third place.
For ASTRALIS. They lost the initial player.
What, dude, bro, just put a whole foot in chat. That's crazy.
Obviously needs to be one hell of a T side
I
here.
thought he was funny skipping an email third place match. He's getting a sticky note final. All right, man.
Going on here.
I didn't think it was funny. I just woke up at 4:30 and I was just like,
get a deagle out when they have a couple of
I'm not rushing to 3D Max Mongols, and I wasn't feeling like 100%.
Obviously, if they win this,
I wanted to make sure I had some good energy for this final, but FUT's got all the energy right now, man.
I think morale at an all-time low. If
they got all the energy right now.
46 HP here on Krebeni.
Caught him with his face. Utility up in window room. Utility at top con as well.
When are you joining Liquid? Guys, I don't hate myself that much.
Jug's line of sight is taken away. Just some spam shots through the smoke, hoping he can get lucky. Nothing connects. Look at the difference in philosophies as well. ASTRALIS doing the classic, takes a little bit of map control, take it piece by piece, slowly move into the bomb site, restrict where the defense can be playing. Well, in the first half, it was brute force from FUT.
Oh, Mac 10 picked up. Krebeni just jumps out of the window, and that was your moment. The first kill coming in. Can't let this one go. Starts a strong position. Nade towards him. Backs off. Lance looking to fight him. And he has lost that engagement. Star holding him raw. It's Demon not wanting to step through. Trying to be as competitive as
Look at his teammate, though. This is why he doesn't want to stay. He wants the attention to remain here.
Well, it's worked out pretty well. Yeah, he's looking for it, but he's low HP. He can take a body shot. He's down. Okay,
oh
there's
my
the shot.
God.
Jukes hasn't taken it. In the
Imagine.
Let's get Demon walking through that Marauder.
Holy
so
shit.
I mean, getting into the site, not looking like they were going to lose that round. And the first bumps come in.
Nice attempt from Jugs. Nice slow little flank over towards jungle. Yeah, look at the FUT side of things. 17 kills on Lance. He's been a beast, but 11 kills apiece on Demon, Symmetry, and Jugs.
Bro.
There's team-wide.
FUT is a tier 1 team in my mind. I don't know what this 1.5. I hate these.
Yabi's up at 10.
things.
Ryu at 9 with Stare.
Bro, I think they're literally like top 5-ish or something in the world.
Krebeni's invested.
We just start adding random numbers to shit. Like.
Positioned over at the A bomb site. Imagine.
I mean, people, yeah, like at the very start of the year, when we were like, no tournaments played, yeah, people were still saying FUT shoots hard, so just, be careful. But like, yeah, I don't know.
On the map to gather information or say
people making distinctions and like, they, like, bro, they're top 5 in the world.
X factor of that M4.
I realize it might not feel like they're one, as big of a brand or something, but yeah, they're absolutely a tier 1 team. I realize that Vitality sometimes makes it feel like everybody's a tier 2 team, but
off the back of triple, but
what are we talking about?
Good for one, going out into the open, needs to be clean, and not so clean on that second attempt. Astralis fall to 3 players. Symmetry has his knife out and just a USP, so not going to be getting too much here. It's a 5th round for Astralis.
Potential was there.
Why does HLTV still have FUT at 13? They don't update as much, and they still have phase in like the top. They had phase at 11. Still, I think they recently changed it, but
to just 5.
They had phase 11th in the world until like a few days ago.
The first buy round for FUT's defensive side is coming in right now. Kerbeni a
They're
little bit
still at 11?
utility because of the
Never mind, they haven't
round,
even.
but they do have the op on Symmetry. They got a kit on Lounks to play with in this round.
Phase like 30th now. I think you're Hawkeye. I think you're going off VRS. HLTV runs their own shit too. That's what somebody's asking about.
And that AWP is going to start.
VRS is what you should like go off of. That's what determines. VRS is the invite system, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Nobody's home in middle to get
the VRS ranking and shit is the most scuffed I've ever seen. It's because it's once again, guys, VRS is less of a power ranking and more of an invite system.
Defenders are on short because they hear 2 footsteps, but Demon's there as well, waiting inside the bomb site. And that's a rare miss from Symmetry. Good job from Kerbeni to pick it up.
Well, now they know it's going to be this B hit. Lux is looking hot today, so he's taking himself a headshot on Yabi, going up again, can't get stabbed. But
no, it's Marwood, you're fine, man. I'm just cranky because I get
couldn't finish him off, but then Ryu steps into the open. Kerbeni had already leaped through
it always
that
just
window,
feels like
back
so
into the B bomb
like
site,
weird. It's not you, man. It's my fault. You're good.
Spill to the ground, and Kerbeni, he's not even sitting back. He's still moving forward. He's
it always just feels like we're moving like goalposts, like obscure places. That's all.
Series that I thought Astralis was going to be the better tactical team, and FUT was just going to be punching a lot harder.
On crazy, I know, dude. I was throwing chairs and shit right there.
They're fragging better. They're better tactically.
Look at this trap they just set up. I don't even know if they necessarily intended it, but the double push with one player hanging back at the B bomb site, Astralis get completely caught off guard by that 3rd defender. And once again, I mean, they just have to burn their 3rd and final timeout just so early. 5-11. Both maps, all 3 timeouts used by
an
Astralis,
absolute
and
email.
it never seems like it's like been able to
I even want FUT to win, but god damn it.
Haven't been able to find the recipe on Ancient, haven't been able to find it here on Mirage either.
Do something, man.
Nuke is going to be the next map in this series, the 3rd map, and that could just decide who's taking the trophy home between these 2 teams. Likely to be the decider, unless Astralis have a complete turnaround right now.
Was Longson big? He was in Sprout, I believe, and then Falcons, and then I can like picture the team's logo kind of. It was kind of like a old like 90s logo is what it reminded me of, but I can't remember what it was called. Nexus, I think. Yeah. And then Bleed for a second when they didn't pay anyone.
Takes down step. He'll drop back into the connector. Going forward, not going to break that ramp smoke. Astralis with 3 players waiting outside of A. Symmetry
that shit was sad, man.
Be a 3rd defender of
Poor
this
Kassad got fucking
just swap positions.
Kassad's running it back, dude. Got a squad, and that guy, I don't even know. How much money did he run away with again? Does anybody remember?
2 players on short, 2 players in con. They're happy with the 5-on-4 at the moment. Content to let Symmetry just try and pick one player off on any kind of an A exec. They want to make sure the middle of the map is under their control.
That was
no
a lot.
portion of this attack can get up through con.
Well, it's just Hooksy in mid. Deagle behind the top boxes.
Turbo Toilet, you're just being fucking weird, man. I'm gonna be honest.
Kerbeni goes out, gets that kill, and now the reaction from Astralis.
You're doing the online thing, man.
Now you have taken Symmetry down so quickly, and you haven't allowed him a kill. So this is the only way in for Astralis. They get into the site, but can they hold on to it?
Posey's got the bomb. They want another kill first, so now he's going to dip back. Okay, swing from the AK inside the site.
Now the CT players arrived. Oh, that bomb is going to go down. Lounks has removed him, and now the last headshot. Lounks has got that one.
Get me out, man. Just can we just hurry up to nuke to just see if there's any chance of this? Can we just skip straight to nuke? Just like literally drop in.
We can tell this has just been the heart and soul of
this team. Was this expected to be competitive?
He's the guy keeping them hyped up.
They played each other 5 times this year. Astralis has beat them 3 times. So
this Navi junior team.
Yeah, I thought there was a good chance. Everybody was thinking that we could get 5 maps. Charles just looks like they're not fucking connected to the server. I don't know.
Navi, we've seen what he's capable of, but then you go and find Laux, who he was touted as one of the next up-and-coming player. He got a couple of chances, but
Right around the Rio Major, right?
Yeah, exactly. He said he wasn't mature enough or wasn't in the position enough, didn't have the players around him.
They did at the very start, Subway, but people stopped very early on. And it became actually hella detrimental in Go to Smoke Ticket because of the one-way.
Really leveling up FUT's maturity.
You Smoke Ticket in CSGO, the Opera just got to sit on top of the box and just shoot everyone, and you couldn't see him.
Final Cemetery holding on to the B-bomb site. Astralis flooding in. Kills coming through, and a 3v3.
Yeah,
all right.
Couldn't find that follow-up.
Classic Tech 9 pace round to get you some confidence.
Not going to spread over to Fosey, so the
allows you to play faster. Let's see.
Or excuse me, Doug does get planted. Jugs trying to spam, trying to find the timing, almost had it. Another smoke over towards Market, so Krebeni's probably going to have to play earlier than Jugs and Lonks.
Krebeni through the apartment, spots the head. Hooksy's dead. Now they're crumbling. Astralis with just one player left. Fosey giving it a good go. The Tech 9 has taken away 2, but Krebeni now running him down. Time ticking, and he will find the kill. And so Mirage will finish as dominant as Ancient. And looking to eradicate Astralis and show them
we've played 2 maps in an hour and 20 minutes, roughly. Keep in mind that includes a 15-minute break in between maps.
Certainly looking one-sided at the moment. We will have to see if.
Honestly, I'd say it's been about an hour, and we've seen 2 maps.
You said last.
If I'm being, it's probably been like an hour.
Enough FUT, that is, of course, on Mirage, and they were able to abuse that bomb site very effectively here.
Yeah, that was a case of a hydrogen bomb versus a coughing baby. The coughing baby being that B bomb site right there, and man, like they did the same call, I think 5 times almost in a row.
I'm smoking on that fl0m stack, and it's loud as fuck. Steven, please join the Twitch chat and/or Kick chat if you're gonna type like this. Leave the YouTube chatters alone and like the stream.
Of course, and just complete sheer domination. Everyone was still on point, and for Astralis, like I still feel they're asleep. I still feel they are back in the Ancient at this point.
Bro, FUT's not just trying to win the tournament; they're trying to do the speedrun record of how fast you can win a best of 5. I mean, they are absolutely ripping Astralis apart right now. I couldn't even anticipate that it would be this one-sided. You know, and kind of going back to.
Did you really have to read that? I had to read it there for it.
This goes to show, as we were discussing,
you had to listen to it.
Yeah. Like, you never really know where the numbers are. They're so good at creating presence, kind of feinting, poking and prodding, keeping you guessing where the resources are truly intending to be committed, and so they can then catch someone off guard alone in a site and run them down with 4 players. So
don't bring them over here. Okay, you're literally gonna fucking say shit like that, but then act like you guys weren't just like paying money to put giant feet in the chat.
And I love the conditioning they did as well, right? If you go back to the first 4 or 5 rounds, it was nothing but super fast pace towards A, right? They're not wasting any time. The one time when they played Astralis the previous time, they went for this super slow, methodical, defaulting towards mid, and then trying to go for this late crunches towards A. Instead, like, we're going to be hitting A, we're going to be hitting it again and again and again. What happens
that's
after
different?
that?
Oh, my bad.
Way more aggression from Astralis towards mid. Thank you. And that's when Krebeni's like, you know what, we're going to hit B. Once and again and again and again. The one round they lost in A was against what was a bit of a mistake from them against pretty much.
Thanks to the 71 3 sub. Welcome back, beautiful.
They conditioned Astralis so well that entire half. But I think like halfway through that half, I'm like, yeah, this match.
Ever scared of these upcoming teams getting poached? Yeah, I mean, it's always a possibility.
Some of the entries that they did have when they did go for a couple of their A plays, it makes it very hard.
The FUT situation feels a little bit different. The FUT situation because they did already teams have already tried to poach them before they went to FUT, but they wanted to stay together, and that's why they're all here.
Astralis never really able to establish any forward angles or gain any intel or get any early picks.
And it's tricky, man. Like depending on who's sending offers and stuff like that, it could genuinely lose you money.
Fast, hard, and they're winning every.
If you're on teams that are fringe major teams, right?
But man, Krebeni was calling circles around this entire map.
Remember, guys, just making the major guarantees you 6 figures.
Which they were losing players initially. The opening kills were going to with Astralis.
So like
3v5.
That's why when people like they're gonna join FaZe, I'm like, what?
The way they play those post plants, like
dude, if they don't make another major, like they're losing money, you know?
Dueling them, and
like
not a single retake went the way of Astralis.
Like, sure, yeah, you have a salary, but like you're probably gonna lose money in that scenario.
The communication was so on point, like no one ever really got left like blindsided or kind of wondering about something.
Group, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, Doug.
Were just as good. You know, whenever they were in a situation where they had to come into a site, they were able to sweep through it with a lot of confidence.
How did Rush B work 5 times?
I just want to point
out,
like,
can't
they did
shoot
the same
shit.
thing again and again and again. It's so ridiculous because
you check my previous message. Not trying to spam.
Go for this heavy mid fight. Boom. The moment that happens, the fast play towards B. And if I'm Hooksy, I'm just like, oh, guys, it's all B. It's all B. They run on in.
All of your
He gets
messages
taken out
just say,
instantly
can you check?
there.
Wait,
And then again, the
no.
B bomb site's pretty much lost. Utility getting deployed. Again, if you notice here, it's a 3 versus 4. And yet, they come out on top once again. Just sharp shooting in this clutch situation. Symmetry pulling off a 1v2 as well. I believe it's 8-0 at this point. Couple of rounds later, Astralis with that half-buy round.
Oh, it was
Look
4
at
days
this.
ago you
Speeding
sent an
the
email
B-bombs
to...
and
Did you
Hooksy
send it to my business email?
Left with nothing. Krebenia gets towards mid, that lurk gets found out. And despite losing a couple of players there in this defense, they still clutch it out. Then go to the next round. Again, it's gonna be another Krebenia lurk towards
If
mid.
you sent it to the business email, yeah, no, I am still down to help out with your
teammates, but still
university project or like interview.
All the clutches going their way. In fact, the final round of this half.
Sorry,
was
Mr.
them doing
Message.
The same thing again. You know
Yeah,
what Astralis did that
I'd
round?
say I'll
They had
ping
4 players to it.
manager. I'll be
guys, listen.
completely
They're not
transparent.
going to be going B again. It's gonna be A this
FML2
time.
news
They had
soon, so
2
we've been
players
little
towards Ram. And what did they do? Hit B again.
busy.
It just,
Hold on, let me poke
He
him.
was just completely outclassing, outcalling the side of Hooksy. And also, we're talking about just the individuals as well. They had so much confidence. They were just running away. We are the better players, the better team right now. And for the side of Astralis, they could just see the trepidation, man. Those retakes, they were just like, are we making the right play? Are we going to be going for this? They just seem to lack confidence. And how are we even going to be getting confidence? It's just
Like
getting
the
ruined
only
right now.
positive moment I even remember from Astralis that game was when Stair got that triple kill and connector.
That's it.
I mean, it's hard for me to really even narrow down like how they were able to get the few rounds that they
had
did.
To walk through a smoke for that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and it was actually like a cool pacing change when they did do that too, because
I
they
poked
hadn't
my
hit the B-bomb
manager.
site so often that they did try to catch them off guard with a 3-man character push. I'm telling you guys, like FUT is one of the most dynamic Mirage teams out there right now. Everyone should be.
So,
on the
but yeah,
way
it may have
if they
just
play
slipped
this
through the
team
cracks while we
because
got a
they
lot of
look
shit
different
going
every time
on.
that they play it. You know, obviously this game was very B-heavy offense, but I've seen so many games where they completely change what their focus is in the midst of a match, depending on who they're up against and what they're feeling. So they're just such a hard team to figure out.
And you can clearly see the amount of prep work they've done for this particular match. Because against Astralis, the last time they played Ancient, they lost it convincingly. Last time they played Mirage, they lost against Astralis convincingly. Yep. I said it, on Ancient, they were a little too passive towards extremities, towards A main, towards Ram. What did they do on Ancient? They went for that control. They were annoying. They were disruptive. Took down Astralis right there. What did they do in Mirage last time? They didn't abuse B enough. What did they do this game? Just abuse B non-stop. They've learned from their mistakes and they've leveled up. And that's so cool to see. So much of prep being done there.
Well, Nuke coming up. Sure. Obviously, I think this is... I mean, it goes without saying, now Astralis have to win it.
What do I think about Stream, the one-tap machine coming back to CS2? Well, he was playing CS2 before. I think his team just died really quick.
They were first picking it at this tournament at the start in a lot of best of threes. And I don't know, man. They're still Jekyll and Hyde for me on Nuke. For sure.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, this year with this international lineup, they've gone 3-3. A stronger strength of schedule, though, in comparison to FUT, who has a better record, 6-1. But their only real notable win was the one they had against Mongols yesterday. And they have lost the team before on Nuke.
I know people, old heads might be more excited. I'm not really trying to hate. I'm just
that footer in, though, and the fact we just haven't seen anything from Astralis, like that's really concerning. As we take a look at the map here, FUT's going to be starting on the CT side. Krebenia is such a freaking monster outside, dude. He is so good at picking and choosing his battles, when he wants to aggress, when he wants to, push secret, when he wants to use different little maneuvers. And Cemetery's been on point with the op. Like, that yard's would be so hard for Stair to fight for.
And this is what I'm looking at, because the last time, as you pointed out,
like that or just a little bit.
Played Astralis, they started a CT side.
Double day with the gifted sub to toes before, bro.
And what Astralis did was the constant outside.
You DM Richard and ask him when he's going to get a broccoli haircut.
Surprised me where FUT
no.
were not disrupting. They were not fighting for outside yard. What they did was when they lost control of outside, they just pivot a couple of players down to the lower bomb side, and Astralis were abusing them. They were abusing the rotations and punishing them, right? But what I expect to see from FUT in the
these goofy ass playbook explanations that show
nothing.
What you mean, like you just talking about this map? Nah, I mean, it just shows you the positions they all play.
Towards outside red and just try to get those opening picks. Because so far,
it sometimes helps, sometimes it doesn't.
They had in the previous 2 maps. And they've won.
I actually like it because it refreshes my brain who's playing where.
Miserable.
When you watch a lot of CS, you
this
can
could very well
forget
be
certain
the right
things.
This could be a 3-0.
Yeah, it's one of those tough things where, again, like Stair's going to have to be that star that they need. I mean, this guy is a yard player on both sides of the map, and usually he's very effective. He's going to have to do even more today. The other person I'm going to be looking at is Ryu, bro. Ryu has been really, really struggling throughout the course of this series. To be fair, no one's really lighting the world on fire, but he's been a marked weakness.
Mar, when this event started
side, playing it alone,
in the middle of
the
major
hold guy, and this is a FUT team that will push lobby and is going to be responsible for having.
So it kind of made it a little weird.
And going back to the cemetery angle again, this guy just holds angles no other operas do. He's going to push Hut with an op. He's not afraid to take these crazy unorthodox plays that people just can't really anticipate. And with the form that FUT are looking in so far this series, everyone's firing on all cylinders. It's very hard to find a way to believe in ASTRALIS.
Yeah, I mean, like, we all in the talent, we thought this was going to be a 3-2. It was going to be all of the maps.
It's going to be competitive at the very least.
But here's the thing. If ASTRALIS do win you get that extended break.
Doesn't FUT success points a Navi system? I mean, at the very least, it proves that you should be having an academy team.
There really is a window back for ASTRALIS here if they
I think in general, Navi's academy system and Mouse's academy system have proved time and time again that if you don't have one, you're really just shooting yourself in the foot. No pun. That was actually not. God damn it! But yeah, you're really just fucking up your development. And then you want to know what it leads to is shit like phase. Honestly.
And they can. I really believe they can still switch it around.
You need these academy teams because, like, at the very worst case scenario, you're developing talent for someone else that you can sell.
For such a long time. You have the more established talent. You have the more experienced players in much more high pressure situations. This is where you show.
Like, there is a world where you're literally the worst
if not, it's over. It's going to be
organization at scouting talent, and you can't pick a single player that gets like bought out or have any success.
One of the issues that FUT could face in this game is
but at that point, then maybe you should pack it up.
A different level of composure you have to be able to have and mental
stamina. But I'm just saying, like, the phase situation right now is so tough because they don't really have like the deep pockets to move a lot of these bigger names around that they probably would like to.
So they're not feeling real tired.
Now that they've lost their form and their ranking, they don't have that allure either. It makes it hard to like get players.
The advent of CS:GO, right?
Where now, if they had an academy system already set up, they could be at least like pulling players up. You know what I mean?
So it's got to be.
But if they want to get a younger talent and try to do that, they have to pay for him, bro. They had to pay for Jacob.
This is finally their moment. It's the perfect environment to do it. You're in the studio. You're feeling comfortable. You got Lonks on home soil firing. I mean.
You know what I'm saying? Like it
to hoist that trophy here in a second.
All right, so we are going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be nuke. It's now or never for ASTRALIS.
She said she loves you,
but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And I'm back. Hello, gamers. Church checks to 27. Thank you, thank you. All right. Sorry about that. Happy birthday, fl0m. Hey, it's not my fucking birthday. Sure, checks for the 27-month primer. Thank you. Any other primers, prime forgetters out there? I need to get all the primers, prime forgetters in now, dude. This stream ain't gonna be very long with this final. Part-timer, man. Part-timer. It's selling Frozen and Brokey for a bag. Nobody's buying Brokey for a bag, bro. Why'd you put Brokey next to Froze? Yeah, they can sell Frozen, man. No, they're not selling Brokey, Roddy. Like, that's not. They're just, yeah. They're. I mean, that's fine, Roddy, but yeah, I mean, like, maybe. Twist used to be so insane, bro. He was until this season, basically. I mean, he was lights out. Like, honestly, when he was IGLing for Liquid, he was still individually performing well. And when he came to FaZe, he was on fire, bro. That's why, like, but yeah, this year has been horrible. Chill. Thanks for the primer. Thank you, Arctic. Thanks for the 47th primer. Thank you. Yeah, it just ends up making his own situation. Like, it just makes that FaZe situation look even worse, you know? Do I have delay? No. They didn't give Twist enough IGL time, to be honest. I think he was pretty burnt out, and I'll be honest, dude, I still hate that he ever did that. It's fine if you don't believe in, like, the Cadian IGL thing, but, like, yeah, I think that's, I mean, that... It's not like Twist's form was declining and then he became IGL. No, Twist was literally playing fantastic and then he became the IGL. And yeah, he was doing good numbers for being an IGL, but problem with is Twist, if he becomes the IGL, Twist, they have to then sign a Twist, right? To, like, in terms of output, which is just like, that's okay, good luck. Like, that's what people still struggle to understand. Like, that's cool and all. It doesn't even mean Twist is like a bad IGL necessarily, but
went live at
the amount of bag dropping Liquid would have had to have done to try to make that work is crazy.
To get through the first two maps in such dominant fashion, it's not enough right now for FUT to win the grand final and lift the trophy.
Yeah,
they gotta try and set records as well. We'll look through some of the previous
and
grand
that's why
finals at the
I have such an
HLTV
issue.
MVP
like,
level events that we've had. The least I
hated that whole situation, man.
18 rounds.
Feels like you're just doing everything you can to optimize the worst way possible.
ASTRALIS is sitting at 10 right now. FUT is speed running these finals, and they're doing it in such a dominant way that ASTRALIS, we haven't even been able to talk about them getting into any of these maps. Ancient was a wash. Mirage was just them getting wiped off the map, and now we switch to Nuke, where it could get even worse because this is a map that ASTRALIS picks, so FUT gets to start on the CT side, the stronger side on the map.
Right, and they've just had good starts.
FUT is speedrunning? Yes, they are.
Into just a
Thank you guys for those.
Half.
Thank you for the subs.
It's really sad to see ASTRALIS bring this level to the grand final because we mentioned how there haven't necessarily always been close maps between these teams, but at least they've been one-sided blowouts back and forth, right? But ASTRALIS is just not answering the call right now whatsoever, and this could end up being one of the fastest BO5s we have ever had with the way FUT are playing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they're pacey, they're hitting their shots, they're very decisive at the moment.
This gets to the 35-month primer. Thank you, man.
Absolutely no resistance from the ASTRALIS side as they sat down at the PCs today. Third map of these grand finals could be the deciding map for FUT as we're set to go live into the pistol. And the conversation between maps for ASTRALIS, yeah, you have the big one about waking up, about everybody getting locked in, everyone focusing, not getting...
Oh, Brashy, he said he wants IGL at one point.
More than anything, the conversation had to focus on the start of this map. You started out the first map down 7-0 before
World Passion Bay rebuild, what do you think? Minus UA, minus ultimate, plus JT, plus try?
We see long.
I think there's a real world at some point where Liquid tries to get JT. I think they should have a long time ago, but I think Elige, knowing how incredibly talented JT is as an IGO, if that were ever a possibility, I think would immediately jump on that opportunity.
Predictions to be the team that would win the trophy. We thought this would fall to a more favorite.
I will say though, like as much as I have my frustrations with the Liquid roster, it would be nice just to like if they like literally. They're bad. I literally, my hopes for Liquid is they get some form of like core here, or identity going a little bit with like Malb, Snaf, and Elige, and just are mediocre for a bit. Can you just be mediocre for a bit and have like an identity so you can like build it?
Can they get into this final at all?
Looks like they want to go straight towards the upper bomb site, or Yabi drop down the vents, maybe attack towards ramp room. This little attention towards the upper site is going to pull Kerbeni's dualies close.
Kerbeni gets peeked and destroyed.
There we go. All right, Astralis, let's see it.
Going to be taking a pause for a second, letting Jugs come over and take that next contact. Demon also taking a headshot. And that takes the sting out of the attack. Astralis slow down. Fozy gets hard cleared. They just can't catch a break whatsoever. And FUT have just dragged themselves back into the
guys, they're just running at them. Guys, they're literally just running at them.
Down and out as well. And you do have that chance now, FUT, to get a good start again and start racking up these CT rounds.
No, they have USPs and they're running at them. Like, you realize that? Like, the T's are supposed to be, like, taking ramp, maybe threatening lower. They get the ramp kill, and FUT is running at them.
How unexpected is this? How many times do you see teams go this aggressive on a retake, especially when you lose a player? Now, because Kerbeni's so pushed up and so far advanced, the rotation is able to get there in time to take that fight at that moment. You just don't see CT teams fight like that. Most teams try and rotate to get ahead of the next play.
Yeah. Well, Astralis investing into this one, so Tech9's come out at the Eagle, P250. That's all you got to work with if you're Astralis here. And you haven't been able to burst through in the first timing, but you're hoping Yabi can sneak his way out with the flashbang. It's effective to blind the Raptors player. Jugs gets it under control, though. It gets a second kill, but both openings here for Astralis. A chance to get into the site, but Symmetry goes in, peels away with an advantage, and now you have to play a post plant where the bomb isn't even planted yet, and they're always ready to fight. So
been kind of close, but no bomb down.
And they will make sure that they
bomb
do
down
not
to be a
little
bit more interesting.
Yeah, 3-on-1, and you know when the bomb gets tapped, you've got basically a. I mean, you just
Especially
can move
FUT has a unique play style.
As that guy's occupied. A little pause. Long's having some issues.
Yeah, not happy. You just snap the headset off there.
they just play really aggressive. I don't know if it's like necessarily unique.
We've all been there.
Yep. Wires getting in the way.
Yeah, looped around the handles.
There we go. Make sure you got the right one in. You don't want to be getting steps coming to the left.
I don't know. Apparently, some players just never fix that across the entirety of their life. We've heard of some players playing with some inverted sound. It's like the craziest thing in the world. I don't even know how it works.
Your brain never registers. I mean, it's just fantastic to see FUT get into this position to start off this year. We got to see a glimpse of them at the end of 2025 when they went out to Shanghai. They knocked FaZe.
Have we ever seen a grand final look like a humiliation ritual like this? Yeah, it happens. Honestly, the amount of good best of fives we get
coming into
versus bad, like, is
performance in Krakow, the teams that they were.
Unfortunately, I feel like this is pretty common. It's hard to get good best of fives.
G2 immediately
it's hard, man.
Hunter saying that
when you get a good best of five, it's peak, right? Because at the end of the day, we're all just a bunch of Counter-Strike addicts here, just looking for one more dopamine hit of a good map. So when you get a good best of five going, there's really no better feeling in CS. But we're basically just, what I'm trying to say is we're all a bunch of addicts, just like chasing that best of five that goes 5 maps. Like those Falcons Vitality games where Falcons inevitably kept choking were like some of the best games we probably have gotten in CS2.
Classic answer where he's like, we're not really like other teams. We're more into a family.
Funny enough, I feel like Falcons has just been slowly declining from that form.
Though it's someone who's been coaching Navi, I think he had like 2.5 years.
Falcons in finals? Nah, I think Falcons is worse right now.
With a bunch of these guys. He mentioned he's been coaching Jugs since Jugs was 15 years old. So, I mean, you got to imagine the level of, I mean, you're working with someone that closely for that long and with a team that closely for that long. You get an opportunity like this finally. This is what you've been working for years. I think this team is really kind of united and banded around that common goal, obviously, of chasing this down. And just look at how focused they've been all day today.
Average age, 19 years old of the team as well.
New age players, new gen players coming in hot. 2-0 for FUT. Astralis muster up a couple deagles and AK-47 on Ryu.
I mean, is there like? I mean, there really isn't like. Dude, when you get those 5 maps, it's crazy.
They can do some damage to this FUT economy. You know, you took a number of players down in the last round, so if that AK can get something going, at least you keep them somewhat modest. Looks going to take damage on the cross.
Yeah, but he wants to bait some of these CTs in towards swinging wide to spam and some of these kills. Try and give Ryu the opening to maybe pick someone off who's distracted. Obviously, hasn't worked out nearly as clean as he would have liked. Rest of the players going to come in front of the smoke wall. Nice shot from Ryu. Good reaction.
Shut up, GDS. Thanks for your 71-month farmer.
Very low, but good advantage provided. 5 on 4.
Yeah, tosses that AK off. But are you going to expect Jugs to be in this position already?
Oh, spacing's bad.
Rio was completely tunnel visioned on the rifle. Now
no, and then Hooksy, why are we looking? Hooksy, you're jiggling heaven. That's where your teammate is. Just watch the flank. You jailbrained it.
Committed to that heaven fight, or he's down in the lockers.
Oh man,
down off the ladder now.
He's jiggling heaven, but his teammate's standing there.
They're going to take the fight. Krebeni, lovely triple kill from the captain of FUT.
That's like one of those things where this is, you know how like I tell you guys all the time, it's like you go from as an IGL, you're constantly thinking about what you could, how the team's supposed to win the round instead of you individually.
And Astralis going to come in with
the
first
started, I bet you, I'm not even kidding. I guarantee you he started looking at heaven because he's trying to see where all of his teammates are visually.
It was Yabi who dropped the hero AK in the previous round, so he needed one replenished to him. It's Hooksy who takes the hit.
It's like why like lurking, like it's not that you can't do IGLing stuff, but if you're trying to mid-round in those scenarios, you just lose sense of what you're supposed to be doing.
Case here. We've said that a lot in this series because we're still waiting for it to happen.
Don't you think he's holding to help Serve in case he peeks heaven? Brother, he has a Glock.
We don't know.
No, I think he literally was trying to visualize like how the round was going to end after the first kill, or after that kill went out in heaven.
CS2. And right now, playing the game as it's intended to be played, with some pace, with some aggression, and they now have to deal with some of their own because Astral's trying to charge out of the hut into the site. It's actually
there you go.
For Astralis to break through this upper bomb site. Plants coming
Do
in.
not. Oh my God, if you won that fight.
But it will be Astralis to finally break through with a round win.
Yeah, great double kill for Hooksy. This time,
Jack, thanks for the 11 months. Thank you.
Much quicker than expected previously. Last time they tried to plant the bomb, the swing came immediately on the tap. Hooksy so prepared for the run out from heaven. First kill with the MAC-10, swaps out, gets a second, and FUT get knocked out with the upper play. So Astralis mix in a little pacey, aggressive round with that upper bust, and it works perfectly. Money's going to be an issue for FUT in the next round. Krebeni can drop one over, but you can see Symmetry's at 50, Launk's at 450. They're going to be missing a few things. So a chance for Astralis early to break them. And as we keep mentioning, Astralis needing to get rounds on the board before round 8. This is a great chance to
wait, what are we talking about? The supremacy matches? What are we talking about? Just join. You think Astralis has a chance? Brother, it is 2-0, and I'm about to be done streaming in like 2 hours for a best of 5. I am not believing in Astralis until they literally win this map.
FUT. First time we've seen them pressured this early on, but as I just outlined the economic situation, they want to have the talk to make sure that it doesn't come to a crashing halt here way too early on their CT side of Nuke. They've really enjoyed playing with the lead with an extreme advantage in both of these first 2 maps. It's let them have extreme confidence. It's let them just build into this crazy momentum that Astralis can't handle, so not wanting to disrupt that here early on Nuke going into round 5.
Wow, Streamflam. Also, how was the hike? The hike was nice.
FAMAS on
Hike was nice. It was a short one yesterday. It was chill. Griff, thanks to the 26-month primary. A little windy yesterday, but it honestly wasn't. Thought it'd be way worse. I thought it'd be way worse.
Fashion, right? You're not going to be able to win this game just by hitting that A-bomb site over and over.
No, but you can't break their economy by doing it.
And you do have them on the road.
Nightly, thanks to the 48, and Griff, thanks to the 26-month primary. Thank you.
This round for Astralis. Going to be the outside smokes deployed straight away. Got Krebeni, who's
wait, what is it?
Going to be playing all the way back in Garage, so no information really being picked up in terms of how many players are going to be crossing towards Secret. That's got to be in the back of the minds here of FUT. Do you want to just
go golfing? I've never golfed.
No one's going to be walking down Secret to B. I think you're about to find out shortly, though. Astralis do intend to hit this A-bomb site again. What's the setup looking like here for the CT side? We got Demon up on the rafters. We've got Lounge on hot. It's a strong setup and a missed piece of utility. Jukes can stay at the back of the site.
It's fine. This is all a fake. They want to show the upper exec so that they can cross without any utility, without a smoke wall. Krebeni hears these footsteps and calling it out. Stairs watching for his feet at the moment. Loux's Deagle to defend this cross on the initial play.
Now with under a minute left on the clock, Loux's Deagle is now blinded, so they get across the first point. Symmetry's missed with the AWP. And where does Hooksy go now? His teammate upper. Stair has died on top main. There's the bomb going to fall, and the decision to come back up to A and try and split it via the vent has been a deadly decision that falls in favor of FUT. It's fo0m and Ryu left at a 2v5, and they just can't do anything about this round.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of a crazy idea, but round's not done yet. Ryu and fo0m right back into a 2-on-3. There's no kits if this bomb does get planted.
Yeah, Ryu now waiting at the vent. When does Demon decide to go up the ladder? Symmetry's now arriving towards Secret. Great recovery to this round for ASTRALIS. This did not look like there was going to be a shot in hell at winning.
Vegas have a lot of golf
Ryu
courses.
takes the risk to come up the vent. fo0m gets his kill out hut. Now Ryu going to be looking at heaven. Need to get a move on here, FUT. There's no kit available. They've only got one flashbang. Ryu with eyes at heaven. A great turnaround from ASTRALIS, but can they convert it? Ryu sharpshooting, Lungs comes in, and then Demon with the distraction, peeks at the right time. And FUT do
dude, I literally want FUT to win, but this is so fucking insane.
No noise being made. ASTRALIS could never locate where the retake was going to come from.
Pack it up, dude.
I'll tell you what, I'm with you. I mean, you throw the fake towards the upper bomb site to pull people to attention to the upper bomb site so that you can cross for free, but then jumping right up the vents without any real information. I mean, you see the arc over in control side, but I'm surprised that's enough to kind of dissuade you from attacking into the lower bomb site. They only had 2 players there, so it might have just been called out of spawn, and they were just so dedicated to it.
Oh, it's 20.
But it does end up just being
it's like a CSGO little like pickup game or like tournament. Okay. Panic with a 40-month resub to IQ.
All right, so Hooksy saying you can't just sit around even with the man advantage and expect it's going to win. You're going to have to go make a play. You're going to have to go find a kill at some point.
I'm currently watching FUT completely dismantle ASTRALIS. It's very important.
Provided by Ryu, and the space it offers Stair as he drops onto the mini roof.
Oh, feet spotted. fo0m's got the kill here on
Is this an email game? Oh, yeah.
So now we're at a 5v3. Hard to see how ASTRALIS is going to lose this one now.
Twerkers.
You got information, so you know you've got Krebeni trapped. So he can't make you a play.
Strike thanks to the $5 super chat. Can we give Vitality subbing for ASTRALIS for this one?
And not a bad chance there, but fo0m sends him to the sky.
Yeah, hits the ceiling.
NASA moment.
2 on 5.
Yeah. Listen, man. Let us just enjoy one final without Vitality, maybe. I think they have enough money right now.
But at some point, Jugs is going to have to make a move to go for a kill. He'll lose his life in the process.
I guess I'm down for it, though. Like, if we think the final's going to just suck, you just get to tag in Vitality.
I mean, I don't think they're going to be ultra motivated for any
You have the option to phone a friend in the
final.
final.
Try and survive. And if
Beige
anyone
takes your
even spots you
56.
out, if you give away your position once, it's pretty much done.
Oh! Through the wall, through the window. Although the window, I guess, doesn't block it.
It'd be valuable. Look at the money on the side
King
of FUT.
Eagle, thanks to the 19. Shout out National Gifted on Twitch, YouTube.
If he gets to keep
thank
the
you.
AWP, it'll be the only weapon they have moving forward. I think Hooksy at least recognizes how valuable it is to make sure that AWP isn't in play moving forward, as an IGL just doesn't want to have to mess with it on the map. And he'll get away. No one checks towards CT spawn. Oh, Hooksy's coming right at the end. Here we go. Symmetry. Nice shot. Straight to the dome. Probably surprises Hooksy with the explosion.
Can be a little happier with that one, Hooksy.
Go, try to get a kill. Try to get a kill. Yes. Careful, heaven. And opens. Nice try. Yep. It's okay. What is not okay is that we have to push each other so much to do stuff, guys. Just fucking play the game. We are 3v2. You cannot just sit and expect to win, okay? Let's do something. Let's fucking grab the game.
All right, so he's having the same conversation that we're having on the outside as well. When is anyone going to have the attitude that they're here to win this grand final? Trying to instill that down the line, down to his players.
Grab it.
Those inexperienced players
I mean,
that he's
dude,
mentioned, nerves have always been an issue.
I mean, we've all been there,
sense it.
Chad. We've had those games, even when you play with randoms. Like, when your team's losing, the guy that was yapping nonstop at the start just hasn't said a word in 5 rounds.
And again, they're not really
Has
spotting
the deagle
outside.
armor every round, dead in the first 15.
Space to play with, but
Or
if you keep
he's
walking
last
down
alive
secret,
walking around
Symmetry
baiting.
is lying await with the scope. Astralis, no. Okay, it's been a little bit too quiet. We haven't made contact
What up,
yet.
Jewel?
Is it going to be a fight? It's secret.
Astralis right now might be
So you
thinking,
watched
because of
my
the
gameplay?
financial situation, they know the ops in the field to play. Wonder if they expect the rest of the investment. 50 seconds. Astralis has gained so much ground outside. Haven't done anything with it yet. 1 smoke remaining in the hands
And
of
he ends the
fl0m.
game. Yeah, they always type it. They
They're
won't
just
say it on the
waiting
mic.
for a peek
Bot
from
team
FUT. They
GG.
want FUT to
Exactly.
provide the opening kill, but it's good discipline. FUT aren't doing that. They're
Yeah,
waiting.
They're just playing contain right now. They just want to see where the scaling is.
Here's
Now
the
is the
first
time for information. Good kill.
And it's a great timing for the peak as well there from Krebeni. He doesn't put himself at risk, doesn't expose himself to outside.
One of my personal, I don't really have like
Now
a
the
personal
patience
favorite
is paid off
roster
for
move or
Symmetry
something
as
that I
well.
want
Hooksy
to
walks
see
into
happen,
him.
I guess,
At
like with a
5v3,
player and team.
FUT with weaker weapons looking so damn strong. They clutch Astralis. 1 kill from Astralis in that round. And that is a massive sigh of relief as well here for FUT economically. That was a great opportunity to actually get into the half. Now, Hooksy having a conversation again.
I think he's having the same kind of talk that we just heard in the listening, because once again, it's like you get outside, you get 2 players in secret, they're watching for a push, you get 2 or 3 players out in big garage, which control of credit, and it just kind of pauses and settles there for like 20, 25 seconds. So when you eventually make your move, there's no one supporting Stare on his first move towards lockers. He gets killed for free.
Right.
And then you get
Trip,
picked off
a
in
lot of
secret.
people
So
don't like
it
him.
just
What are you
feels like
talking
there's
about?
that moment where Hooksy's expecting people to be doing
What are
things
you
on their own
talking about, bro?
and finding information, making some movement, passing information on to him, and it's not happening.
We've got
Also, if you think Yabby is the one and only,
position in the round.
I have.
Now it's on you guys to have some initiative and make a play and not be micromanaged.
I got a
to
boat to
victory
sell you in
now.
the desert.
By the time
Trip,
they do
if you
figure
think
things
he's
out,
like
they
the
just
only
don't
one
really
that's
have
ever
time to
done
recover
anything
the
like that,
scenario.
and like.
Off in the hands of
Yeah.
FUT again, AK and Stare, Yabby, and Ryu. Hooksy back down to the, well, he had a Mac 10 for a moment.
Yeah, that's the bar. Like, don't get me wrong.
Like this in the half if you're Astralis.
He is
If you lose
stabby,
this
but
one, FUT can start
yeah,
building
bro.
money.
We're,
Last time he had the Mac 10, it was that upper bust in that very first gun round.
I think you might have a
This time
misunderstanding
not going to be the same.
Outside smoke miss too.
of how bad it is.
Must have been volley onto
shit.
the roof just to make sure it couldn't bounce. It just immediately gets used.
You got a
up.
whole
These
nother
gaps
game going on
outside.
besides these CS
Astralis
games in
don't
terms of
have a
inter
huge
team
amount of
stuff.
utility to continuously layer outside with smoke. So it's already a tough round just from the get-go.
Symmetry waiting this whole time. Stare hasn't given him the look just yet. Flash is out. He wants to come back for the angle.
Seems like him and Kaden are
spotted
cooling
the
out
head, but I
too,
think
so it
Stare
doesn't
saw
seem
as
that
well.
bad.
Doesn't want to mess with the off angle from Demon.
Just,
Taken down low, drops the Molotov, bails out to the lower bomb site. So Symmetry steps up even more.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's trying to find it, but look at this squeaky hut push. It's going to be a play forward towards Hooksy. That Mac 10 will get the kill. Fozy also searching for the kill in Symmetry outside. He's
Those types of
collected it.
situations,
So
quite frankly,
one
just
point for
happen
Astralis.
all the
They've got
time. They
themselves
just
into a
usually don't
5v3.
get aired
Well,
out.
let's
Is
see where
my
they go
point.
from this point.
I think Hooksy's going to be calling out caution over towards Squeak Door. He saw the one push, right? He's going to be saying, we need to clear this as we move in. Let's see how
But also-
diligent Astralis is. Fozy can come down the vents to
Yeah,
help
he's
out.
gotten plenty
Yabby very
trip,
well
I
trained in
think.
this position.
How is Lux going to get away with this? I just don't see how
He
gets
got
away
a
with it.
kill.
He gets one on Yabby. Hooksy has
Doesn't
to
really
trade
matter,
it, does
though.
So now with 30 seconds left, you've got Jukes now arriving up the ramp. They don't know both players are there, but you can have an idea because Demon was the ramp
They
player.
gonna look for this?
Jukes is going to fly his way up heaven. Fozy's ready
Okay.
for that.
Okay.
Good punishing kills coming in from Fozy in this round.
Yeah, Demon just going to bail out with the AK-47. Been a very tough battle for
Do pros
actually.
memorize
This is the most
speeches
resistance
before
Astralis has
games?
put up
I
this whole
fucking
time.
don't think so, and I'd
Good
hope
kill
not.
from Demon, but not smooth enough to allow you to go for the
Hope-
1v2. He just
hope you're
wants his
fucking
teammates to
memorizing
AWP
what the
for
other
next
team's
round.
doing.
35 HP. Third round for Astralis, though.
Really important that Fozy gets some impact there because highlighted the fact
Man
that
just
didn't
got the
have any
script
smokes
of,
left
like,
if you're
Miracle on
Astralis.
Ice in front of
The
him or
only
some
smoke they
shit.
did throw out was the double smoke in front of main, so you will be completely exposed if you wanted to go outside. And so Fozy is the only player that can do anything once you realize it's the AWP out there. If you don't have the
It's a nice
utility
one.
to block him off,
I like
then
it.
challenge with the sniper, Fozy has the confidence to do so and the capability of getting the kill.
I think Symmetry might again met a little bit over-eager on the AWP in this round. I think he was really frustrated he never got a clean look at Stare. He didn't see Fozy drop down off a silo onto the boxes either, so probably catching him off guard, having to encounter the AWP so soon.
Somebody queue up the Any Given Sunday speech with Pacino.
Without putting himself at
I think it
risk,
was
and then
it
he could've
Sponge that did it during
well.
Pro League, and the amount of
Yeah,
people
just
that didn't know
the little
what he was
mistakes that happen when
doing
you're
made me so
confident, I guess,
sad.
right now with the way the final's been going.
It made me so sad.
Decent buy, all things considered. His foot. Symmetry with the AWP rifles around it. We're going to go fast-paced, it looks like, again, although it's just early pressure for now. No commitment at the moment. But here comes the drop.
I don't know. There's inches all around us, man. Imagine not.
One's already across the
locking
secret
in.
as well. That happened so fast. That's f0z with an AWP who just makes the mad dash. Couple times they've been able to find the outside yard without any real
You think
presence
FaZe will
on
make
it.
roster changes? I personally
Bait and
am.
switch with the AWP deep in the M4 close.
Hold on.
Symmetry hoping he can kill away with one and then set up Demon for destruction, and that is exactly what happens. Gets the dink on Ryu as well, spills the bomb to the floor. And now a recovery mission for Ryu. Stair's coming back just as Krebeni's pushing, but that's unfortunate for Stair.
Shadow.
You gotta
Oh,
be
what a
very
peek.
sharp to win that
What a
fight. He
peek.
actually is, so aware of that possibility and handles it.
Yeah, but these are the types of situations that FUT can throw away with this sort of aggression. Overextended, another good win for Stair. Cleaned up by Lonks, at least holding on to it. And Ryu's like, I'd love to trade that, but I got no HP, but what a shot on the AWP. And it's
There you
all
go.
down to
Come
Lonks
on.
in the 1v2. He's got good timing, but obviously Ryu knows exactly where he is.
Does he?
Well, maybe not. Oh my god.
Okay, Lonks knows now. He's going to start chasing after him, but has to do it so slowly, silently. But now he can run him down. Ryu's committing to the plant on his own. His teammate's not with him.
Wait,
But Lonks actually
what?
figured it out. Lonks is leaving him. He thinks it's the A bomb set and realizes it's not, and so back down he goes again.
Yeah, but what's f0z doing? Why is he so far away? He's just getting into secret now. There was such a crazy opportunity for Lonks to just steal this round on his own.
Yeah, he had no idea, but...
Still got good timing and he has a kit.
Oh my god, Ryu just peeks out, so now it's a 1v1, but there's no way Lonks thinks f0z's not around, right? Like, he thinks he's got to be with him, and so the misplay from ASTRALIS is actually going to save them. We've got Lonks moving up to the double doors, but the smoke's down on the defuse, and he's got an AWP. He's missed the shot. Now he knows where he is. And now the pressure's up. f0z has to peek him.
No.
And oh my god, ASTRALIS, that is going to be a tilter. Lonks, that round just kind of comes to him.
Yeah, that's a crazy one.
What
I think that's a situation where you have your more inexperienced
happening,
players in a close
dude?
situation.
What
And
is
we've
happening?
seen Hooksy kind of
What
talking to
is
the boys. You
going
imagine
on
Palms
in
have been a
this
little
game,
bit quiet. It seems like he's intimating that not as many ideas are flowing. People aren't talking as much as he'd like. I think that's another situation where you get Ryu and f0z in this clutch.
Now what is f0z doing?
Like, I would be more excited and like, but like, dude,
what really is crazy is it must have been a call.
How are they
that was
playing
just
so fucking
dead.
bad?
Yeah.
Because Ryu was going up to heaven to go up the ladder into the upper bomb site and got called off it to the lower bomb site, but f0z never moved. So I wonder, but I'll tell you this, ASTRALIS
Beer
is finding
Strudel,
way
thanks
too
for
much
2 months
success
partner. Thank
outside.
you, man.
Yeah, they're getting themselves into winnable situations.
Oh!
That is a great shot from
Jesus.
Stab. Long's going to be smashed into the ground, so ASTRALIS a 2-man advantage to kick off round 10.
Deadshot, thanks for the 31. Thank you, thank you.
On this T side is kind of fast, aggressive plays outside. They've been able to cross without smokes. They've been able to find kills.
Exclamation point, big chillin'.
FUT's had to play a lot of rounds, 3v5, 2v5, very, very quickly.
Symmetry start to pull it back, though. Realizing he's a player down, not falling away on the first time, and he needs to fall away now. They're running him down, he gets one extra kill. But it's Demon's rotation onto the B-bomb site that is a worrying factor here for
sorry,
ASTRALIS. It's a
Chesty.
strong
Hopefully
spot.
gets resolved
What
quick.
can Demon do? 16 bullets in the M4. Misses out in the first chance, peeks into the open, and Ryu, sharp on the headshot, needed to grab that, and a missed opportunity from Demon.
Yeah, there was a real chance there. Fast move from the with Jabby with the MAC-10. Able to just get around the cover, and then Ryu's ready for the follow-up fight. Triple kill in the round for Ryu. 11 kills leading the way for ASTRALIS, which is really good to see from one of the young new additions to the team.
Especially with the map he's had, or the series he's had so far. You know,
Yeah, Ancient was a very slow start.
So good to see him getting some impact in a couple
Do I
of
have any
rounds here.
experience with aim trainers? Yeah, I was sponsored by Aim Labs for a bit. I actually have a skin in the game.
4 T rounds. It's not bad at all for ASTRALIS.
No, they're the piece
I
together.
think when I was using it, it was nice.
To see if Hooksy keeps coming with these.
I think aim trainers in general are nice. I just always like think people should also be like training in game though, like with the game that they play. Even if they have like things that make it feel the same or all that stuff.
And just the missed opportunity at that lower bomb.
I think a lot of people.
The most frustration that FUT has had to deal with today
lose.
as well. First two maps were really pain-free.
I think it's really important to understand how you're aiming in the exact game that you're playing.
Finally some resistance.
And I think sometimes aim trainers, like people do them too much.
Not a great buy.
I think it's a good routine to have. I think it's nice to have, but I think a lot of people min-max it to the point where they're actually kind of taking away the natural feel of the game. People start making the aim trainers the game, and they don't start. They don't. It doesn't like bring you the results that you're really looking for.
This one's got the M4, the FAMAS, and the MP9 mixed in.
So as always, it's a tool. I think it can be useful. I think some people in typical like nerd fashion, or this is just life. They just a lot of people take it too far, and it's actually not as effective. Oh, he flashed himself, but he got him anyway.
Clearance gets to the dink, but not the second kill. Posey though will from Hot. There's the push out. Can't punish the second player. Ryu round the side of the smokes. Low HP finished off, but it's all about the secret play here of Symmetry hiding inside of the smoke as his teammates get ever closer. Can Symmetry really pull this off? No, he whiffs a couple. Then the AK comes out. He does finish off the kill, but Demon's got one.
They lose
and now it's Yappy, but he's taken out as well. And another FUT round done on the weaker weapons.
Man, how many backbreaking rounds can ASTRALIS take? That's brutal.
Bro, they literally got the double entry, dude. Like, how did they...
never cleared out the bomb site, and the chaos of an upper hit, FUT come out on top yet again.
It's ridiculous, bro.
You cannot buy any kind of momentum if you're ASTRALIS right now.
It's actually just ridiculous. Like,
Symmetry might just get spot on, missing the chance, but then Symmetry.
Some people play aim trainers. Oh, I know. Like,
results in the final kill. Yabby upset, obviously.
You'll see people all the time with like the most insane aim and aim trainers, and then like they just struggle to play in the higher end of some of the games in like any sort of team format professionally, because there's just so much that they're lacking.
This has been crazy. It's been back and forth since round 4. Neither team has won 2 in a row. Absolutely mental the way they've been brawling back and forth. Good kill from Stare. 5-on-4 provided.
Demon has been good on ramp, but he's starting to back away just as the utility comes in. Dodges the flash, gets into the corner, gets back to the kill. He's blinded. He's being hunted down, and Demon tries to delay, but eventually gets traded out by Fozy.
Delays him long enough, though, to get Lonks in position. He needs to clear out towards Secret. He's going to check it. Stare's watching, and oh, that one's easy. Lonks never really convinced that he had to check the corner. So Lonks gets away, or Stare gets away with one. Jugs arrives.
Look how quick they are. On just opening up the doors, just fighting. Straight away, confident to peek. There's a dink on Yabby as well. It's getting a little bit messy now, but a 2v3. Symmetry coming close. AWP against 2 close quarters.
What?
Did land that
that
shot.
was
They're
what?
both now really low.
Dude.
This Deagle could take them. Oh, the
Dude.
No way.
The kills. How are they doing this? Round after round, FUT are finding the way, and it's got to be stabbed, and Symmetry drops him as well. You cannot catch a break if you're ASTRALIS, and right at the end of the half, FUT get another 2 rounds in a row and put an end to the back and forth.
You can't make this up. How do you win this round? ASTRALIS is in such good position.
I don't know what to say, dude.
This has got to be... This is so crazy. ASTRALIS, they got to have someone in the org just making notes and just say, let's just review all these rounds. We got the major coming up.
I
we got a
mean,
few more events coming up.
I'll say what any rational North American fan would say. Welcome to North America, guys. Welcome.
You're going to just like kind of like
hell yeah, man.
Inspiration. What are you supposed to do?
Hell yeah. After this game, I think I'm allowed to invite you to FML too. See you soon. Let's go, baby.
How his performance can be a little quiet at other events. He's having a great tournament here. And then in this final,
do not ask me to explain why they're doing what they're doing. Thank you. I've seen a couple questions in both chats. I refuse personally.
I mean, we've mentioned a couple times we've seen him play, like, outside of, whatever kind of...
No, actually, I will...
He's fast.
I would like to decline actually figuring out why they're doing what they're doing.
And even the patience, and this is the thing, thing. You don't normally see this out of the inexperienced
Right,
players. The patience
stop,
to just
Pete,
wait
stop,
and say,
I
I'm going to
see.
let my teammate show up. You know, there's another world where he just takes the deagle, goes for a swing, tries
They
to get
3-0
both
this
kills, but he's
maybe,
like,
but
you guys were
not
expecting
many.
me to turn this corner. Those doors are about to open up. And FL0m is about to bail me out of a tough place. Miraculous
This
retake.
is going so quick.
An 8-4 lead.
Pancake though.
Just
Oh,
5
that's right.
rounds
I'm
away
supposed to
from
make
the first
pancakes because
ever
Nori made
trophy
tires
at
yesterday.
the professional level.
That's
here
right.
At PGL Bucharest
Yeah,
2026.
we'll game tomorrow, Pete. What? Oh, I got it. Let's go. Hold on.
Yabby waiting at ramp.
All right.
Gonna get some contact coming his way.
Dude, I just grabbed a
Cemetery
fucking
given the responsibility
Nat.
to be solo outside with a P250. Just Jewel. See how
She
many
made
he
a
can
tire.
get to clean
No,
one on Fozy. Can't do
she
much
made
about
pancakes, but
that. Now Yabby starting to take
I'm
a few
not
back
gonna-
tracks. Hooksy's been taken out as well. Sarah at least getting one, but with Yabby falling, it
I know-
feels like this
know
pistol's
exactly
already
what she
done.
did without-
I'm with Hooksy. All I can do is laugh at this point. This is
without
just
even,
crazy
I
the
wasn't
way
even
they're
there.
dominating
Let's just
every
say she
single
overmixed
round,
it.
Every single step.
And she combined the
They are
ingredients
shooting
at the
so
wrong
hard
time,
right
so
now.
she made very like I
Just
could have
can't
smacked
match the
you.
firepower whatsoever.
Tasted fine.
They're into the side foot, still looking for fights. That
Little
bomb isn't even
dense.
being planted yet.
Little
Eventually,
dense.
Mounts will take himself out of commission to put it down, but the round is already won by the time that bomb even gets planted. So with a pistol round loss, a 9-4 lead, FUT are just charging towards the trophy.
Rugga's just look it up. Bro doesn't even know like
That is the 5th of 6 pistol rounds
Astralis
won by
coach is
FUT.
like,
We've mentioned
bro.
so frequently how
he said
good they have been at
please.
getting good starts
He
in these
said
halves.
just-
And it's
he
just
said,
all
"Get
starting
me
with
out."
these pistols. Astralis just have been unable to put up a fight in that regard.
He said God can only help us.
And huge economic advantage on top of the
He
advantage
actually,
of the
bro,
scoreboard.
he literally gave everybody like
Mentioned at the start of this
the
map,
saddest fist bump and just
HLTV guys,
immediately is like
Striker. I
yeah,
asked him for it.
yeah.
I think I said I looked it up earlier. It was Striker. I don't want to take credit for it. Looking up
Yeah.
the lowest number of rounds an opponent has gotten, trying to find the quickest best of 5 we've ever seen played
Oh
at
yeah,
this level.
see ya. Let's go,
It was,
man.
Pro League Season 21, Mal's putting 18 rounds on against Vitality in a best of 5 loss. What's Astralis is at 14 right now in this best of 5.
They've actually gone for the investment, Jason. They've thrown everything into this Astralis.
I think you have to. If for no
the
other
next
reason.
event you're co-streaming.
even if
I
it's
mean,
not
I'm
like
gonna
the best in terms of
probably
mid-max
stream
and
Rio,
beyond,
but
you
also
just
there's
need
a
to
chance
get
that I lose
They're
my
trying to get down
co-streaming
the vents.
permissions.
They
We'll
managed
see.
to get there. They do lose a player though in Demon.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, Fozy's already rotated here. Started the round on the B-bomb site in dark. The plans, unfortunately, is not
For
going to be
what?
in the open.
I mean, just the rules. Like, there's just a lot of things that I feel like
will
I'll
he be able
probably
to
make.
recover?
If
Yes,
they're
he will.
like,
So even though Fozy has a chance
well,
at that,
hold on, let's watch
Mounts
this
has
real
enough
quick.
time to get the AK out and drop Fozy.
They
Staying tucked in the
They
corner.
released the new
Jokes'
rules.
spot
The
has been
rules
known
are
as well,
pretty
but it does not
extreme.
matter.
I think the
Video
rules
game
are
reactive
meant
time,
to be like
disgusting.
that
Flash
because
thing is gonna
people are
come out.
abusing shit, but they're
Get
not
some
going to
attention away.
heavily
Symmetry
enforce it
spotted
that
and he just
strict,
says, "You know, you
like
can-
literally.
yeah, move out of the door. I don't
But
wanna
if they
fight
do,
this. I
there's a
wanna
good
get the hell
chance
out of
I'll
there.
make a
Smoke towards
mistake.
control
So
side. Checkmate. 10th round for FUT.
if they got everybody going around co-streams, like
nice
measuring webcams, making sure I
He's
never
waiting for a
check an
second kill.
HLTV page or something, or like,
Oh, man, they're just running over Astralis right
you
now.
know what I mean?
Bomb goes off.
Well,
Like-
that's
like-
your force spot.
I'm not going to intentionally try to like do anything. I'm just saying there's a good chance that I just kind of
Now a double
instinctively do
figures
something
on
where I
the
fuck
side.
it up.
That's even, I mean, you know, the weaker weapons, that was a 5-on-4 at one point for Astralis. They picked Demon off jumping into the vents. Kind of negated by the positioning when FUT gets downstairs, and then obviously Fozy goes down to equalize things, but always going to be hard retaking against stronger weapons in that lower bomb site. 10-4.
Well, I mean, like I said, Chad, it just comes down to
An
like
incredible
if they are
showing for
going
FUT,
to.
one of the most
I
exciting
personally
teams
think
we've had in this first season of 2026.
Sorry.
This is a matchup that we would said coming into this.
If there's
most exciting
a-
rivalry we've had to start in this first
I
season.
think they had to do all this because, like I said, there was just a lot of people like abusing a lot of stuff,
And you
and
remember Fozy as well, right? As soon as they won the semifinals, he was just like, I know
if they're
who we're
gonna
face
go
in the
down to
finals.
the
It's gonna
T
be
and
FUT.
full
We're
on
just always
literally,
favored
yeah,
to
it might
play
be.
against them.
Yeah, they
I will
played
fuck up. Like I'm just
Pro
gonna be
League in
real.
the 3rd, 4th place decider. Shaw's got the win then.
Because like
Now moving
technically,
into
me
the
even
grand
like
final,
tabbing
PGL
to like do a
Bucharest, and it's
prediction
not
in
even
between
really a
games would be like
competition.
breaking the rules, right?
13-5,
So
13-5, currently 10-4 for FUT.
there's a lot of things where if it's fully enforced perfectly to the highest degree,
Opening kills fall
I'm
in
gonna
favor of
fuck
the
up.
T's. Fozy and Hooksy both gone 5v3 with a minute left.
Yeah, Jug's now at this point in the round with his 1 kill, looking for a little bit more, but also going to prioritize keeping that AK-47 in his hands. He's the lone man away from the action, so going to tuck himself safely back towards T-spawn. I really like that. Don't give them any toys, any tools necessary to come back in this. Good kill on a stair.
Pytro get it overturned, don't you worry. Pytro is on their marketing department.
All of a sudden, they're the ones to reverse the fortunes.
So I kind of doubt it.
Okay, low buy goes the way of the CT side. Don't do it to him, Jugs.
How can you abuse co-streams? Guys, if you constantly, like, if you feel like leave streams and go back and forth, you're not,
to be honest.
They can't.
I'm surprised when they
can't actually sell that to like sponsors. So that's what I mean. Is like there's like this. It should be a middle ground, and it should have been one to begin with, but it went too far extreme the other way to where they're rolling out these rules. So it's an overreaction.
Well done from Stairs.
To people taking advantage.
Just chucked out the utility, never in the position of Ryu. And Astralis in the right place at the right time, but that's just the first step of many they'll have to take. AWP is out in the hands of fl0m. For FUT, the economy has dwindled and mostly disappeared. 3 rifles and 2 pistols. They're coming right back to the A bomb site. They're doing it with pace and aggression.
I mean, honestly, like in terms of the coverage and not switching, I don't like.
That's the bomb, though.
Yeah, that.
It doesn't really affect. Like I said, it's just like a bunch of things where if it's like fully enforced,
another kill as well. So
I feel like they don't have any issues with the way I'm currently co-streaming. But if they were to enforce it exactly how they wrote it, yeah, I would still be violating some of the things in their co-stream.
Oh no, Ryu. Good night. Oh, timing. That's kind of crazy. He gets away with that. Long's eventually trading him out. f0m's coming back over to try and deal with the ramp threat. Can't afford to go down here.
Do not lose this round.
Even though he misses the shot,
do not get 2v4.
Yeah, different round if they get Ryu for free from the lower bomb site, because then they just drop back in. They've got a good foundation.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't look out. What the hell?
Bomb site, but instead, Yabi's rotated down there, and f0m's off. Ooh, another missed shot. Laux is going to head up the ladder. Economic damage would be great, and he's got another kill. Oh, this is winnable. 40 seconds on the clock.
God.
Does he try and rush the plant, or does he play a little bit longer?
I mean, stare from heaven. Surely this is the move that wins him it.
I don't know, dude.
Wait,
this is nasty.
the pause is gross.
Because Stare's going to be so curious.
Dude, if he checks it. Oh my god. Wait, is he right above?
Oh my god, he's right above him.
Wait, is he going to see a shadow?
I think
wait, the shadow's going to show.
Turn towards heaven.
Oh, dude, if he waited, I think he's going to see the shadow.
Hard to imagine he's going to be right above you. Just the walkout. Nice idea from Laux, not able to find
Stop
the timing.
talking through these final rounds. What the fuck is this shit? Brother, there's a main stream you can watch. You'll be fine.
And FUT's going to have to sit back onto just pistols. Lovely work from Stare. So solid for the Astralis organization since he joins. He was a player.
In other words, Oni's going to take another extended vacation. I don't know what Oni's going to be up to.
Providing them some necessary impact as well to get through some of their games, some of their matches heading into these grand finals across the playoffs. f0m out in the open. Don't go down here. And you will to Glocks.
No. They're not Mongols. Surely not, right?
Well, an opening kill for FUT is nice, but not going to surely see this go anywhere else. Stare being overwhelmed. No problem.
All right, clip it, throw it in the frag movie.
All the FUT players evaporate.
Editor, put ops in their hands.
Okay, so a little bit of breathing room here for Astralis. They've given themselves a couple of rounds to work with.
3 in a row for Astralis. You're exactly right. Money's built up as well. They've got a buffer. This is like the best and most comfortable position they've been in this series.
Yep.
Where you can finally say, all right, we can absorb a loss and still have a bye and still contest and move forward into this. And you're on a bit of a streak, and FUT is only at 10 rounds. So you've still got a chance to close this gap. You've still got a chance to snatch this win away.
Yo, Jay, thanks for the gifted. Thank you, dude.
And conversation, if you can make
Stop barking, fl0m, my bad.
If you can make FUT start to sweat, and they're right
dude,
on the verge of closing out a championship win.
I don't believe it. We'll see.
How do FUT handle that?
It's going to take Astralis getting to 10. If they get to 10, I'm not even locking it at 8 or 9. They got to get this game tied up before I'm even... They've played so bad this series.
Final, rather than a quarterfinal like that game was, where you say, is the pressure going to come back now? Are you guys going to feel it? But Astralis hasn't applied any to them throughout this series, so it hasn't really mattered.
We heard Dust highlighting as well. It's the best environment for them to do it.
What up, Storage Jam?
In the studio. f0z, though, has taken himself the opening frag. Demon to respond at range against the AWP. Confident, doesn't shy away from the fight, even though he knows he's going up against the AWP. And that kill will come through and free up Laux.
Yeah, he's sliding into the gap, isn't he? They need to
I mean, this is just the first map I've seen people on ASTRALIS
Okay, that's going to take more attention away from Laux's position. I think he can go up heaven now, and the idea's got to be come back to the upper ball.
They're trying to squeeze lobby. That's why he's doing that.
Yeah, good movement here.
He's going through there
to
because
experienced players, and Yabi
they lost outside.
The next important steps of this round.
And they're trying to take something back, because if they wrap heaven, this round's an L.
Symmetry ready for him, but he just moved, made it awkward. Jukes to respond immediately.
So they know they killed the ramp player. They know they probably pushed lobby.
Playing away. He's looking for the reaction. Now, you don't need to commit to this super hard. Stair playing over in control side. You still have Demon outside on the mini roof. Molotov into the position. Stair's going to have to make a play. Gives up his location.
Yeah, Stair has been the shining light for ASTRALIS, though. 20 kills. Double door swung open, not giving the fight, but
gives HooXi time to get ramped. He's got to get a kill.
Allowing time for HooXi to rotate in, but Stairs died. It's a 1v3 for HooXi. They know where he is. He's going to use up the utility. But there's just no way, surely, HooXi can pull off this clutch. But he stepped out. He's taking the first. But Jukeswit's on default. HooXi has that position. He knows he's there. He knows he can't go anywhere. But
no, he can drop emo. He can drop emo, but that's gonna. He's not gonna. Oh, damn! NT.
HooXi gives it a good go. It's a nice try, but it's not enough.
A valiant effort out of HooXi. That's a lovely first shot.
Grabbing NA merch for I Am Atlanta, who's the better chance for NA? M80 or Energy? Not trying to wear a jersey for just one round.
Especially when you can see that Plant is harassed. They know a player's control side. The AK gives up the position.
I don't know, bro. Go see who their first matchup is.
But Jugs just stands his
ground.
ground.
I actually don't know.
21 kills here on this third and deciding
I mean, listen, just buy both, dude. Support NA to the fullest, and then just wear both and switch out. Bro's trying to ask me to do the impossible. He wants me to tell him which NA team is going to get a win.
Massive round from Jugs at this point in the game, and ASTRALIS taking their final timeout here.
Man, FUT's had, in contrast to ASTRALIS, FUT's had everyone show up. On the opening map, Symmetry, Demon, Laux were just beast moding with 16
stream
kills
together to
apiece.
boost
Mirage, it was
I mean, stream together or like doing the co-stream feature is fine.
21 kills, like,
but it doesn't, I mean,
absolutely crazy.
You're supposed to send your analytics to them anyway, so it doesn't, it's just more for show on the Twitch end.
You talked about having one extra buy you can get out. This is it. This is the buy. This is, you get the off out for f0z,
and it's an uppercut.
And you're done.
Okay, they want to.
It doesn't really do anything. It's just for looks.
Like
you know what I mean?
The idea was there to hit that upper bomb site very quickly. I think maybe the utility on this side gave me indication that ASTRALIS would be ready for it.
It is nice though, from like an analytics standpoint, because if you get everybody to.
And FUT's going to readjust.
When I used it for the LAN, I wish I forced everybody to use the co-stream more. It would have been really nice for the analytics.
Playing close towards Mini. They'll both be blocked off. Lines of sight taken away by the smoke wall. I laugh if they turn into Mini.
They're walking towards Stair. They're wrapping him as well. Stair gets traded through that smoke. The reaction for ASTRALIS, send players towards lobby.
Jugs is really committed to this. Okay, this is a better angle.
Much better. How many can Jugs get? 4 in the last round.
Walking
towards him. Ryu and HooXi going for the clearance. They nearly line up. Yeah, but it's the 1-for-1.
Great duck, but now Kerbeni's about to clear this upper bomb site. He's going to hear some footsteps over towards ramp room as well, so he'll stick up in heaven. How do you get back into this site? You know they're over in lobby. Symmetry clears it cautiously, makes the run. You can plant the bomb now. And Kerbeni just has such an advantage. Although he's giving it away. Dude, okay, everyone calm down.
All right, how many times in Mirage?
Oh, okay, what are we doing?
Kerbeni, you're losing focus. Giving away a really important position.
Yeah, that was just like, I think he just mentally boomed. I don't know.
Overextending a bit too much. This is a really tough
I think
spot
he
for
just.
Demon to be in.
That's a.
It is, but Demon's aim can bail him out of situations, especially with Symmetry taking some attention away. Demon surely gets
overheated the mine.
They move in.
Oh, no way.
Symmetry's got that kill. They get the trade on Demon. Symmetry alone. Defuse being stuck, and ASTRALIS just go in and steal it.
He didn't expect him to just get on it and stick that. He was not expecting that.
f0z landing the no scope
all right,
at the end.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think he ever actually heard
That's a lifeline. That's a lifeline. I told you though. Until ASTRALIS actually ties the game, I'm not believing it.
Realized that the fuse was happening. A tough situation to be in once Kerbeni goes down, but that felt like that round was locked up. So there is that little bit of inexperience, over-eager factor. Perhaps FUT, now that they're right at the edge.
Also,
of
somebody's
victory,
asking about like NACS. I think it was James. Just do exclamation point NACS.
Here in Bucharest.
That's a good one for your.
And they crack in the post plan.
For some lore.
A chance for Astralis. Slim.
You see smiles on the faces of the Astralis players too. A sense of nothing to lose at this point. It feels like you're already as low as you're going to go in this final. And start pulling these rounds back. I mean, let's see how much Astralis can do on Nuke. It doesn't feel like it's over. In fact, it might just be beginning. Fosi's got a kill outside on Lounge. He'll go again. They're letting him warm up now with his AWP. Down to 3 players.
That's the other thing, is like for most of this series, you've just had Astralis beat just by default, just by the way you're playing and the way that they weren't able to step up. Now you start giving them a little bit of belief, a little bit of hope.
Plays, hey, getting off kills versus Eco is just as hard. I'd say it's harder, dude.
Team that we're doing well.
I hated playing Eco rounds with an AWP.
Feeling more comfortable when the AWPer is becoming more and more online. Stairs got 22 kills that
everybody's just running around like an absolute psychopath.
Is starting to wake up into this series. They're just
move faster.
Trying to survive long enough to
they're all just beat a bunch of weenies because they can and they're not throwing as much util.
Good shot from Kerbeni's D.
And you know what you get for hitting the harder shots versus the pistols? Less money because you have an AWP. Fuck.
Not a lot of money left over for Astralis.
Yeah, they got 4 kills in the previous round, right? Even in the loss. There's the opportunity with the Deagle. Tough shot to hit, and Kerbeni goes down last. 4 players survive, so that economic damage doesn't come through in any significant way. Astralis now just 2 rounds back, the closest we've been at this stage. Actually, the first time we've been at this stage, I should say. You mentioned as well, what, 12 maps played, only 3 of them went longer than 23 rounds?
Yes. So around 21 now. Getting there, Jason.
Almost there.
Might have to add a 4th to the pile. FUT are hoping that's not the case. Coolio getting on the mic. This is the final timeout from FUT. Is the final timeout in regulation.
You just clap with no hands? Well, I'm impressive.
Talking about the pressure angle. One of the other angles we had, mentioning that this is the first grand final of this stature that FUT has been part of. The first time they've played in a best of 5. The other question was, do you have it in you? Do you have the energy to last through a best of 5? Do you have the map pool to last through a best of 5? The mental strength to last through a best of 5.
I mean, at least the first 2 maps are extremely quick. It felt like 1 map of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, again, not tested. And wins like that are going to make you just feel more energized. You know, it's really deflating, taking a loss when you've had all the leads in the world. And then will you be able to recover?
Look at smokes.
Look at the way, too, things will eventually slow down if the other team starts waking up, when you have to start respecting Fosi's AWP outside when he gets a triple kill.
Laux down to 40 HP. Nades outside from Astralis. Will it deter Laux at all? Here's the reload. That's the sign. Goes in, inaccurate. And then the rest of the pushes get destroyed. And that was after their last timeout. Remember, they're getting absolutely wrecked now. Astralis up to 10. And is this collapse for a FUT on Nuke?
It's very, very possible. I mean, that's you're trying to hit. You're trying to have a really cheesy round.
So it collapse if you can't close out the C side and Nuke versus the
different directions. Astralis just holding behind the
versus the team that picked it.
Again, they've played this team 12 maps, 14 maps if you include the 2 today.
I want FUT to win. Final. I think that they've looked like the much better team, but I don't know if this is as much a collapse, to be honest.
Haven't been able to contain it for the first 2 maps in most of this one.
I think that's a very strong word. That's all. I don't know.
The aggression from FUT. And for the first time,
I just don't know if I believe we're going to get a good 4th map, even if Astralis wins this, is more so how I feel, you know?
Let's think about the money situation.
And FUT,
they don't get any
more so, you know, other casters mentioned it.
Losing bonus at the moment, so
they struggle to close out games. So we'll see. We'll
Sitting
see.
just over, right around 3,000 on pretty much everyone. A few players just over it. You have this AK-47 saved on Demon. He'll get no bonus money.
And just the amount of money Astralis have now left over, even if you are to get to 12 rounds here FUT at some point, but you take some damage in those rounds, you get it down to a 1v1, Astralis might actually even come out with a better purchase still than you. So a lot of chances all of a sudden for Astralis to force this one to another map.
Yeah, FUT have really let Astralis back into this 3rd map. And you hope they aren't dwelling on it. Especially someone like Krebeni who had that play up in heaven. He's going to know very much as soon as he goes down there. He's just wondering why he was trying to be so active, why he was trying to make such a play.
I mean, this has been a team that do dwell on those moments and let those moments really affect, and we've seen it already this year. There's been a number of
ASTRALIS has barely played today, man. This is the only map where they even have people shooting back.
Of a championship level event. Lost the full USPs against G2 and never recovered from that moment.
It's getting more difficult now.
Oh, yep.
Running out.
What?
He actually got a kill.
Yeah,
how did he get one? Did he have a T-molly? I think he had a T-molly.
Down the vents. Did he make it, Jugs? Yes, he did.
Oh my God. No,
I like the decision.
No bomb though.
Fully thrown all the money into this. You know, you still be deadly in this.
Bomb is on the other side of Silo, so Krebeni wanted the AK-47. He's going
Ryu woke up at least, yeah.
To get it. Jugs holding down ladder.
I mean, Ryu's
so
pretty
inexperienced,
inexperienced, right?
To figure out what the finishing move is. At this point, too, ASTRALIS has pushed into and taken over lobby. There's a lot of time these guys have to hold on to this lower bomb site until Krebeni arrives, and there's a lot of real estate Krebeni has to cross with no support, no utility.
What a peppy. This FUT NA, no.
And we talk about Krebeni being one of the stars of the show, one of the playmakers, having a really tough match.
No, just the link, Jay, just the link.
Downstairs at all.
It would be a great time for him to step up, but ASTRALIS now, are they going to realize?
If you use it,
pushed up here with
means
the
they should keep sponsoring me.
Fozzy's got
if you don't want to use it, don't worry about it.
Comes down to which side Jugs decides to go. Krebeni stepping out into the open. The bomb has made it into the site. Not like this, ASTRALIS. Don't concede. Grand final point to this kind of buy. They have to retake the lower site. And they go past the Tech 9. Krebeni's AK enters the feed. It's another one for Krebeni, and it's all on HooXi. 1v2, disastrous moment from ASTRALIS, as it looked like they were coming back into the game, but it might just fall away from them here and now. FUT on a low buy again.
It's the third time. The third low buy ASTRALIS have lost 2 in the first half.
Don't take me to a fourth.
Get
me out.
They
get
had
me out.
the chance to get back into this game. They finally got a little bit of swagger going their way. They'd limited FUT. They'd put them on the back foot, excuse me, and actually started clawing themselves into this third map. And now all of a sudden,
I'm entering right now.
All good, guys. Let's do the headshots now and full fuck them. No worries.
All right, yeah, full.
They listened.
Back to the headshots.
That's a great call. That's the favorite FUT strategy right there.
Just headshot them.
And they listened.
I mean, it's a good strat if you hit your shots.
It's just that simple sometimes.
That's the faith this team have in each other. They've stuck together. They've kept this 5. Lux has joined the squad, and they've taken some unbelievable steps to kick off this year. Aggression outside. Here from Ster. Will they check him? They have a look, but not really prioritizing that. Krebeni gets the trade.
Yeah, really well done. Fozzy's already fallen all the way off. Krebeni's going to walk across, no one peering over the top of the smokes. Mini just re-smoked right now.
So they re-smoked Mini to threaten the wrap. So they're down secret. ASTRALIS doesn't know if they're wrapping heaven or if they're lower. They also don't have anybody lower, so this is forcing the reaction into upper. That's why Fuzzy's in op.
HooXi with him.
In HUT.
No one's gone downstairs yet. This is a lobby crunch.
So they have to clear lobby, then the retake comes in, but they're going to run it.
At the same time, but HooXi wins the engagement. Second player just runs on in. Symmetry with confidence.
Oh, did you hear the op? Didn't hear it. Didn't hear it.
A comfortable spot to make it happen. He's waiting on his teammate to come back in, but Demon
dude, how did Symmetry? He flashed from HUT and he peeked him radio.
In the 1v2 to keep ASTRALIS alive. He steps forward and takes down Symmetry. That's the bomb, and it's
my
Krebeni,
posture king. Here we go. 20 seconds.
The leader of FUT.
Oh, he's going to have to go through that smoke or go through it somehow. It's going to last too long.
What do you do with only 20 seconds on the clock? This smoke just went down.
You fight him. You get into the smoke, and you fight him. Reacts, he turns, and he keeps ASTRALIS alive.
Man, a bold play from ASTRALIS. Crunching lobby and not even worrying about that lower bomb site. Intense trading back and forth. And FUT's going to have a scrappy buy to come in with. AK-47, Galil.
Thank you, Supro.
Tech 9 on Jugs. One chance FUT here in regulation on Nuke to take the trophy. It's right there
thanks
for
for the
them.
813 sub. Thank you.
Big clutch that from Yabi. Your experienced player able to step up and deliver you a moment when you need it. Is it going to be enough to force out overtime? Symmetry plays with the Deeg. 3 AK-47s, a Tech 9 for Jugs. These weaker weapons have not mattered for FUT. They've been able to win a number of these.
Yeah, I was I honestly feel like these types of rounds are almost even more dangerous to ASTRALIS right now, rather than them having a full buy.
Great at getting his opening kill outside.
This should be a freebie.
Benny just walks right into his crosshair.
It's a really powerful off angle.
Another one from Star. Demon to respond. It's got to be a 3v4 here from FUT if they want to close it now in regulation.
f0m's op has been so good outside, though. He's been able to shave one off. They're having to pay the f0m's tax right now, and he's got another one.
That's going to cripple them. They just can't do anything about it. Folks is waiting for the push in
Overtime.
towards the upper bomb site.
Guys, I'm going to be real. I'm going to rip an ad right as this overtime starts, and it's going to play during that. But
this one into overtime.
Yeah, it does, Jay. Yeah.
Incredible resilience from ASTRALIS after the way the first two maps played
I know it's toxic, but I don't want it to play during the final rounds of overtime, chat. So
finally something positive to discuss.
Feel free to hate me. There are other platforms that you'll be able to, get around this if you like. Heads up. Hack, thanks for the 61 and thanks for the 7 6 months at a time.
The fourth time they go past 23 rounds in a map, and we go to OT. With the grand finals on the line.
The only time they played overtime, ASTRALIS got the win. Managed to pick it up 16-12. Went into OT and FUT didn't win a single round. It was an overpass.
Well, let's see if this is a little bit different, because I mean, you can feel it's palpable the way that this has shifted, the way that all of a sudden it's FUT who are struggling to find answers, struggling to find ways to break in. f0m's has really started heating up with the AWP. That's been a huge recipe. Stare already. Obviously, we could talk about his impact. But ASTRALIS is looking much more comfortable at handling what FUT's bringing to the table. Part of it is they broke that economy and regulation a couple of times, so then they built up some utility, and FUT had to slow things down, which is playing more into ASTRALIS's wheelhouse.
Sorry about that. Max, thanks to the 2-month primer. Bean, thanks to the 18. Demo, thanks to the 10.
Now have a timeout available again.
Buffer, thanks to the 3. Stino, thanks to 32. And Demo Room, thanks to the 10. Thank you, guys.
You got Cemetery.
Right,
boosted up in the box, looking over the top of the
Billy, thanks for the 30 months.
Switch up,
and
though, for ASTRALIS' defense. f0m's starts with the AWP over in ramp room. Haven't seen that yet.
I mean, it's got to feel good, at least for FUT. You've got the AWP to challenge f0m's.
Twitch Turbo, fuck fl0m. Nah, Turbo's great, man.
Outside,
Hell yeah.
Not here right now.
Hell yeah.
Cemetery has spotted the arm of his target, and he will get his kill. Ryu stepping a little too far in the open there.
Are you billionaire? Working on it, man. I'm running North American Counter-Strike events. Surely I'll turn a profit, right, guys?
I don't think they ever had any idea he was there. So clearly, they're just completely flabbergasted about his position. f0m's rotated down, though, with the AWP, so that lower bomb site isn't wide open. And
I only lost money on the first one. I'll turn a profit any second. I got this.
He's on his information play.
Esport and NA Esport, very known to be super profitable.
They don't push you.
Oh, Krabeni.
And they'll never expect this, ASTRALIS.
CCSF thanks to 25.
He's taking the right
Compound thanks to the 100 bits.
Still save the day, though,
and Chio, thanks for your resub. Thank you.
It's really step up. I mean, they're considering his position.
You're so fucked. You're so fucked. That's so. Oh man. That's honestly, dude.
Clear him with utility and then bullets.
Those are the types of why do I even op? Why do I even exist? What am I even doing here?
4v1. Hooksy obviously walking his way down secret, but it's to his death. Cemetery's there, ready to take him away, and he will do exactly that. So. Smiles back in the faces of the FUT players. They finally get a good buyout again as we head into overtime. Money, no issue, and they really make it work.
Yeah, standing up to the task, FUT, where they struggled so much to get those rounds. They only had one chance to close it out once they got to 12, but struggling towards the end of that T side to put rounds on the board and snap back into shape as soon as OT begins. Lovely round from Krabeni in the mid-round to flank ramp room. Bypassing Hooksy's presence outside.
The 5-month primer, thank you.
And the implications of losing this one for the CT side. Look at the money over for ASTRALIS. Even in OT with all the cash, this would be devastating.
Well, Hooksy playing elevated on the site. Spraying away, getting the one. The trade comes in. Yabi. Important to make sure he gets that extra kill. We got Ryu running in from heaven. A kill right back through the smoke, though.
Yeah, why, bro?
Bombs drop downstairs. This is a huge fake being made right now.
Let's see, though. Stare is still here, so he'll take that kill away.
Stare heard it. That was the molly. The op.
It's going to be real tough for Krabeni to win.
Oh, he's about to get shot in the butt, no? There we go. I was like, where's the op kill? Okay.
Focused on the player in the vent, and so frees up the flank from ramp.
I was like, where's the
a nice rotation from f0m's. I don't know if he caught a glimpse of him going in towards the door, maybe right at the tail end, but got a clean look as he tries to cross over for the fight.
Good hold again from Hooksy and Yabi.
Yeah, I mean, everyone just getting enough, right? Everyone getting their one. It's a team ace for Astralis. All 5 players get 1 kill. Ryu even kind of swinging out for 1 to give him, put it into the 2-on-2 after that trade. But really nicely done on the initial contact, on the initial move forward out of Hut and out of Squeak Door from the Astralis defense. A grimy battle. I thought the drop-down vents might just do it, but Lonks had to reload the weapon, was trying to get away. He couldn't hold back any kind of a push. Final round of this half of overtime.
Volta, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you, man.
Do they come at it again?
Here we go.
They Molotov.
Here we go.
He's been able to find a spot that is no issue. Hooksy getting 1 on the descent down as well.
Hooksy got 3. Hooksy got 4.
Hooksy's just got a 4K.
He aced him! What?
That is an incredible moment from Hooksy. You do not see that every day.
The Observer didn't even believe it. The Observer said, oh, it's Hooksy, and they swapped off.
Massive hold.
Sometimes you just got to do it yourself.
Observer said Hooksy got 2. That's enough from him. I'm going to go to the site player.
On top of the Hut, back-to-back upper bus. And Hooksy shuts you down so emphatically.
Dude, that was actually clean. That was actually so clean.
Coming in towards the site there. Beautiful work from the Danish IGL. And that might just be enough to give Astralis enough energy to squeeze out an extra map in this grand final.
Yeah, that's a big momentum swing in that direction. Let's see if FUT's lockdown defense can snap into place. They got to be so devastated. They've let Astralis back into this map. They've let them come back and force
Still love that
OT.
AK.
Now you're playing at a disadvantage as Krebeni falls.
4v5. We might get a 4th map here. We might get a 4th map.
Astralis, but no one is going to work with him. It's all going to be at the upper bomb site currently.
2 defenders here, and actually Symmetry is going to be here with the op pretty quickly as well. He's playing up in heaven at the moment, looking outside, but he'll be at the upper site.
This is the first time Astralis... No, Astralis led 1 time in regulation, right?
Flashes
Yeah.
completely blind in Jugs. Hooksy's also blind, but it's Hooksy moving out with Ryu. They've got the
Such a contrast in upper hits. Such a contrast.
Astralis about to grab map point on Nuke.
Yeah, for the first time in this series,
I love
Astralis
actually that we get those runs back to back. You see like how Astralis forces them into different positions into upper, and their util just looks a little bit stronger, where FUT kind of relies more on that brute force.
Symmetry, he commits himself deeper outside. Lounge drops down the vents to go try and control
like that's,
Secret.
it's sometimes hard to see if you're just like casually watching, and you know you just hear the casters mention it. But I think those 2 rounds back to back when they flip flop like that are great examples.
And we'll see if they can make a comeback of their own. They're down 13-15, 2 rounds.
This kind of shows you what they mean.
Chasing after Symmetry as well. Throwing everything at this. He will hold on to it. But FUT, they are collapsing here. As soon as they see the finish line, they're right there. They just couldn't take the next step.
Yeah, they had the opportunities. They had plenty of opportunities to get an advantage and take control of this, but Hooksy's part of the reason why they just got shut down.
I'm fucking spinning around like a Beyblade, dude. Alright.
Let's go on. I like how they literally.
Come on, if you're, you know, Hooksy's got.
I like how they isolate everybody else's voice, so it always just sounds like these listeners are just talking to themselves in a room.
Will it be disaster for FUT and another map in this grand final?
Like, I'm pretty sure they're isolating one voice.
Remember, in regulation, Astralis found plenty of room and plenty
Bro's
of
just hyping himself up and nobody said anything.
You saw Fozy just test it again there. He's starting to feel confident in his AWP. 18 kills, 18 deaths for Fozy on the map, but beautiful amount of opening frags. And Hooksy's just on fire.
Hooksy? My entry?
He didn't expect Hooksy to be the impact player here in overtime, but certainly is. Opening kill, Astralis stepping forward. Down to 4 players here for FUT.
Hooksy controls ramp room, but it doesn't look like he wants to call the team over for the moment. He's going to back all the way out, head over towards lobby. Jugs again alone in the upper bomb site. Symmetry just goes up in heaven. Utility last time here was great, but this time they don't chuck it out early enough.
Oh, Jukes and Symmetry. They pulled it right back.
Oh!
Krebeni with the triple towards the lobby. It happens in just a blink of an eye.
Yeah, the IGL is going blow for blow on some big plays here in overtime. Lovely to see. Good job from Krebeni with the aggression.
Yeah, you love that from the Crab Man. Brilliant stuff. All right, are we going to get another overtime?
Yeah, we might just. Astralis called their timeout here in OT. Talk things over. Their final chance And Hooksy gets an opportunity to call them into a potential map 3 victory to bring us on to the next map in these grand finals if they can get there. That would be Dust 2. Astralis, their first chance to win any of the maps we've played in the grand finals.
If you're Hooksy here, what do you call?
I mean, this would be just another feather in the cap, though, of FUT, if they were able to somehow...
They've thrown a lot of upper hits, both teams have, and I feel like everybody likes to do upper hits and go ramp. I think something where if you really took like a risk here and threw that upper hit and walked your players outside from like red to secret, could be really good.
Start crossing outside with that first smoke. He's at red already.
Oh, they're just pacing straight to secret.
The bomb is making its way there too. Profeni spamming down, but Ryu is the man to find him off the top of main.
Absolutely punished for that.
Now they've got a guy in Vents who can actually cut off the rotation.
Whoa!
Equalizer.
Oh, he
Ryu,
missed it.
what a shot.
Yeah, needed that. Surely that's it now. Astralis going to be
that might be. We might actually see a map 1 from Astralis here.
It did not look like it was going to be a requirement by any means. Not whatsoever with how dominant the first 2 maps
he missed.
It looked like FUT had this all, but this round's not over
gotta go back up
yet.
Not yet, but however,
if they go back up, that's huge. That helps them so much.
Really hustling to get back up to the other side of the map, despite.
Oh my God, they're going through secret because they're worried.
Now, thankfully for them, Astralis is being slow because they don't know the position, the
okay,
location of the second
is
player.
somehow getting weirder.
Where they go, however,
okay, FUT's not putting it together.
It's not going to be a victory. It's not even going to be close to a win. Astralis stepping in towards.
They're not putting it together. They're not putting it together.
And this looks
my
done.
pancake experience, I could try to make pancakes in between maps 3 and 4, Nori, because there's an extended break.
We've seen some incredible, miraculous,
or at least make the batter
retakes out of them previously,
so you
but
don't
I think this
do what
one's
you did
too
last
far out
time.
of reach.
Demon and Jukes now arrived at the top of the vent. They're up the ladder. They've got a lot of util.
You're going to have to burn out this position if you're going to win
she
this.
overmixed it last time, Chet.
You can't just think you're going to move contact into the site.
She said no lumps in my pancake mix, and then somewhere, someplace, somebody said no.
Chance in hell of seeing Dust 2, but somehow it is Astralis getting it done.
All right, we got a 4th map. Let's go.
And this final is still on.
I won't fuck with you. Thanks for the 2 years. Thank you.
FUT had championship point there, but not able to close it out. And this is what we were talking about on the panel before we went there, right? What happens when you're left stewing in your juices?
Yeah, stewing in the juices. Super, are you here to handle things?
Closing it out.
Can you handle the ads? I think it's going to be a little bit of a break.
Victory right in your grasp.
Yeah, all right.
They let them slip right now. Now, the game's not done quite done yet, but here's
We're back 1 sec.
This is Astralis coming alive. This is Stair dropping a 30 bomb in that win. This is Hooksy having a captain's game. We saw that Ace as well in overtime when it shut down too. So all of a sudden, even though they are a map up, we do have a game in our hands.
Yeah, I mean, FUT has made a lot of progress over, the season and, of course, the tail end of last year, moving from Tier 2 into Tier 1, narrowly missing out on playoffs, finally making a playoff, winning against an elite team in a quarterfinals match against a crowd in front of them, right? But now this is the next hurdle to face as a squad, to see if you can actually get it across the finish line for a trophy. And while they are 2 maps up in this best of 5, they had their chances to close it here and they couldn't. And it was really kind of wild from the start. I mean, you look at the first half of regulation, after the 3-0 start from FUT, the next 8-round stretch was just 1 for 1 for 1, like a tennis match. Just no one could really grab control of the game. Then in the second half, FUT just ran out of fuel. Their T-side just really lacked the potency it used to have. I feel like they kept feeding Fozy free op kills outside multiple times. Their upper attacks were a bit disjointed. You could tell they kept missing that molly on top hut, so CTs kept being able to use that as sanctuary and catch them off guard as they spilled upper. Then you have the big mistakes, right? Obviously, you think about Kerbini, that round in heaven where he steps outside and gives up a free kill. Then you had the 2 versus 1 where Cemetery has the bomb outside lobby, but instead of going outside, he just kind of holds his ground and gives a guy 2 1v1s who ultimately wins that round. So there's just those little cracks were forming.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the... And when it comes down to games like this, especially against experienced teams like Astralis, right? Like, sure, Astralis are also on paper a bit of a new lineup with Ryu coming in and Fozy coming in and whatnot, but that's the thing. When you're about to close things out, you can't afford to make these tiny little mistakes because they can, you can capitulate. I mean, your opponent can capitulate on that, and that's been the problem here. We've seen from FUT many a time in the past as well, right? Yeah. And as you pointed out, dude, like they seem to run up a lot of ideas, and just feeding Fozy outside was it was painful to watch. Like they have flashes, they have utility, but it's just going for these dry swings, giving away opening kill almost every single round. And then when they go in for the hits, you can clearly see it's a map they don't really have the prep on.
It's also Stair was able to feast on them too outside. You know, he was kind of obviously their main yard player, but also he would have times where he's inside mini while Fuzi's opping yard, and he was just tearing them up as well. It was one of those things where when we watched FUT against Mongols yesterday and they pulled off that real big Duke win there, it was because Krabini dominated them outside on both sides of the map. He was an absolute nuisance to deal with. You felt like Krabini seemed woefully absent throughout the course of this game. And again, I think it is a situation where the pressure got to FUT in this one. And meanwhile, ASTRALIS was finally able to come alive. We've been talking about how they've been absent from the server this entire series. The first two maps fly by. This map, they even got behind the 8-ball. Again, it was, you know, 10-5, for example. But all of a sudden, Fuzi started coming alive with the out.
ASTRALIS just gave up, essentially. Hooksy was like Joker laughing.
Yeah.
Like he was done.
Then you want to with an ace in this game at some point. So, I mean, it's like everybody kind of came up and started making some things happen to help them get this one into overtime and ultimately get into a fourth map.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, credit where it's due, right? I think ASTRALIS, we've seen this happen throughout the tournament. We saw it eyeball this game, for example, map 1 getting completely just wrecked by JW and his men. Ancient, you think like writing's on the wall. I think it was 11-4 or 11-5 or something. And they turned it around, right? Even here in Nuke, even though it was kind of back and forth in the first half, FUT won the pistol. Then they won the following couple of rounds. All of a sudden, it's 10-4. 10-4, it's pretty much done. We're all talking about, oh, this might be the fastest best of 5 of all time and all of that. But credit where it's due, despite all the mistakes being made by FUT, it was being punished by Fozy, by Stair, by Hooksy. Some really good mid-rounding as well. When they're losing a couple of players, they're going for these lobby pushes. Many a time it did catch FUT off guard, right? That 1v2 comes to mind with Yabi when they just pushed into towards HUD, because that looked like a round that was running away from them. So credit where it's due, it looked like it was it for ASTRALIS, but they clung on the precipice, like with bloody battered fingernails, but they still clung on.
I mean, the question is, how much does this disrupt FUT's momentum now?
It's really tough to say. I mean, I know that we have a little bit of a longer break usually that takes place in the best of 5 between, you know, the first 3 maps and when map 4 starts. And so maybe that will give them enough time to hopefully have some sort of mental reset.
Can go both ways, of course.
Yeah, again, this is their first map loss since the first map of the tournament, right? They went on a 10-map streak.
First best of 5 they've been in as well.
Well, I mean, there's so many factors involved in this, right? It's also just the idea of winning a trophy. Like, yeah, they won Draculan, but this is
it's a whole different. I think the best team there was what, Ecstatic or something.
Right.
Again, you got to remember, like if you look at this particular thing, a best of 5 especially, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And it felt like at the very end over there, they were like, all right, we just got to run past a hurdle, just get past the finishing line. They try to speed things up a little bit, unforced errors being made as well, and that is what's going to cost them. And talking about the break right there, right now it is leading the way of ASTRALIS because they finally get a breathing space. They've won the map. They've showed that people are starting to come alive. Ryu as well, ending that game, that map on 20 kills or something. So the individuals have come alive. They've got a little bit more faith happening, and you can see it's going to be a big relief for the team now. We've got time to settle down now. I know Dustu is coming up. I know it is a map pick from the side of FUT. But yesterday, ASTRALIS, I like what they saw from them on the CT side. They look very good against, sure, it was 3D Max, but still they look pretty solid overall. So right now, if I'm ASTRALIS, I'm super relieved, super happy. For FUT, as you said, it can go either way. Either you just laugh it off and be like, it's all good. We still have a map lead. It's our map pick coming up. We're still going to get the job done here. Or the tilt sets in. And considering how new these kids are, apart from Longs, it could affect them.
I do think, though, that the extended break helps that a little bit. If they were immediately jumping into Dust 2 in the next 5 minutes after suffering the loss like that, that would probably be really tough to try to at least collect yourself and try to get mentally back checked in. I think that having this extended period will hopefully give some time to, you know, Coolio, their coach, as well as Krabini and the leader, and really even Lonks, who's kind of the emotional leader of the team in many, many ways, just kind of trying to get everyone to stay focused. I mean, they've hit bumps in the road before and still been able to come out on top. This is obviously a much different stakes, but yeah, I think this break hopefully will help them have that reset moment. But as you said, now ASTRALIS all of a sudden has their foot in the game. You know, they looked totally absent until this point. Now they actually can see that there is some light at the end of the tunnel, that they still have a way forward.
I did just kind of cross-check what I stated earlier at the beginning of just before Nuke, where I'm like, how many times have you had a reverse sweep in a best of 5 in a decently big event? It's happened twice since 2013. Once was Spirit versus VP in the Bedboom event, I think it was Stockholm 2024, and one was last year, the Thunderpick event in Malta, where Furia pulled off a reverse sweep against Na'Vi. Twice in about, what, 14 years, which is ridiculous. So if Astralis have pulled it off, it's going to be the third time in modern Counter-Strike history.
Well, just to coming up, obviously FUT's map pick, it's an aim fest. It suits their game style. You said you liked what you saw from Astralis yesterday.
Yes. One thing Astralis have struggled on the CT side has just been too passive, and it's mainly been, for me, the problem is Ryu and Yabi towards the B bomb side. They're just too static. They're just too kind of turtled up, and that's something that's been exploited by many teams time and time again. What we saw yesterday was Yabi and Ryu going for a lot of these lower tunnel pushes, right? They're going for his crunches, catching the defaults on 3D Max off guard, and then they'll flip it up as well. They'll have Stay and Hooksy playing towards short aggressively, you know, trying to go for these fast picks by f0z. f0z's not afraid to take a fight. He's going to be everywhere towards long doors, you know, pushing up towards mid, towards short, even pushing up towards upper tunnels. The caveat being 3D Mags were a shadow of themselves yesterday. They played super passive, super tepid, super just unsure of themselves. That's not going to be the case with FUT. So it feels like it's going to get very, very chaotic very quickly on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have been kind of 50-50 this year on Dust 2, if I'm honest, but FUT does have the edge over Astralis, having beaten them directly. Very dynamic team, as we know, very aggressive team, as we know. I think what they do really well on this map, though, is that they really keep you guessing on if they're committing for a cat cross or a mid-B split. Like, they're so good at kind of conditioning you and kind of toying with the rotations a bit. They also make really big sweeping moves. So, like, even if they take long A control early off of a spawn, they will back off of it, run everyone in the B tunnels, and just do like a 5-man B hit. So they make these big sweeping changes that can sometimes be a little bit hard to pick up on. And they have great anchors. I think Demon and Jugs are usually guys who can hold their own. But Astralis, in their own right, a very explosive Dust 2 team. They rarely do.
Guys, I was
They
demoted
like
off
push you hard and
pancakes.
fast.
F's in
When you
the
got
chat.
a guy like Stair who's playing the way that he's playing, he's going to be a great point man for them. The one thing I will wonder about in this one, though, is Ryu. Because I feel like
they're going to go just get breakfast without me, chat. What the hell is
really
this?
Just throughout the series. This is a guy that...
Very quiet here.
Yeah, he has been, but he has his moments on Nuke to kind of help.
He woke up. He had, what,
exactly.
20 kills at the end?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When they were having success on Dust
What about
2
my
earlier
second
this
and
year,
third breakfast,
what really
goddammit?
surprised me about it was that even though Ryu was like a B tunnels defaulter on T side, the guy can just entry. The guy can just create plays and make things happen. And Yabi's also been up to that this year too. You know, as an extremity player, he's been a playmaker at times in his own right. So I do kind of wonder if Ryu can add that extra little X factor for Astralis on Dust 2 on the perimeter that might give them some other options.
I think the most important thing for Ryu is he's 100% going to be targeted quite often on that CD side for sure on Dust 2, right? And what we didn't see much from him yesterday because it was a lot of action taking place towards mid, towards lower tunnels, and he did work pretty well in tandem with Yabi. But what he needs to do on B-bombs are very simple, Rich. Get a kill, stay alive. Delay, stay alive and delay, and there's going to be a lot of these mid to B crunches taking place. In that instance, what I want to see from Yabi and Ryu is, I mean, if they're going to be playing a little bit more passive, decide where you want to take the fight. Just don't get contained on the B bomb side, because you're just going to get crunched. You're just going to get completely wrecked right there. So him and Yabi, the way they talk to each other, the way they kind of communicate, I feel is going to be so important. Look, if Ryu's able to replicate what he did here on Nuke, I still feel like Astralis have a chance.
I think the last thing to mention is just the oppers too, right? I mean, Cemetery is on pace potentially if FUT win this grand final and he keeps up the numbers he's been keeping up. He's an MVP candidate. I mean, he's been really showing us good things with the sniper. f0z again has been a revelation for his shots with the op. You know, a guy who's come in and has done really great work.
Were you looking anywhere near there?
On a map now like Dust 2 where they can both really have an impact, whether that's defensively, you know, being dynamic, you know, taking picks on catwalk.
Chat, she's trying to buy last-second tickets to the final, the Frozen 4.
But also, you know, nading open
She
smokes.
goes, she literally went into her deep, she goes, it's a little expensive.
In them. Let's see who can come out on top.
I think I really liked
Said
what I
how
saw
much
from
she
f0z
got.
yesterday, where you know you go for the usual, the short boost, trying to find a pick towards lower tunnels, to trying to find towards mid, and then you just mix it
So
up.
you want me to pay to go see the
one
one team I don't want to see?
15 seconds
Oh,
later,
thanks to
he's
the
in front of
26,
long
different
doors,
6 to the
peeking
2.
towards car, trying to find a pick, just
Fuck
being so
Denver.
unpredictable. And listen,
Fuck
f0z,
Denver, we don't-
Even though the first couple of maps, okay,
Don't
maybe not
want-
ancient, but even though map number 2 went so easily the way of FUT, f0z still delivered. He was hitting a lot of shots as well. He
You
was
wanna
looking
watch
pretty
some
solid
puck,
overall.
huh?
And clearly on Nuke, slow start on a CD side, he was just completely shutting down
Go
outside.
figure it
the
out.
So
I'm not
Dust
making
2 is
decisions.
where
Let's
he
go
feels
figure it
the
out.
most comfortable, I
Get
feel,
out
apart
of
from
get out of the office. You figure
ancient
it
at
out.
times,
I'm not
so to
making
speak.
decisions.
So I feel like there's a real chance here. Map 5 could be on the cards.
How dare you?
No, I
What?
agree. I mean,
Fuck
I think
Denver,
the other big
chat.
thing on the opping front is just Cemetery's unorthodox nature.
What?
I mean, again, he's a guy who will just sometimes take peaks that other people won't, or he'll take an angle that other people just don't expect. And that mystery factor has served him well multiple times in different maps throughout the course of the series. And he'll be once again called upon.
We
to do
will
it,
be
but it's
cheering
also
for
about the
Wisconsin.
leadership of this FUT team. You know, how do you get, you know, Kerbini and Coolio together and be like, look, guys, we are so close to this trophy. And yeah, we botched Nuke. Yeah, there was a bunch of mistakes. And we can look at that film later. You know, after
No,
the
Chad, I'm
tournament's
talking
over,
about
we're
hockey.
preparing for the next one. We'll take a look at that. For right now, don't worry about that. Let's focus on Dust 2, our pick. We have a game plan in mind. They knew that there was a chance that this map would get played. Yeah, they would have loved to 3-0 it, but they were prepared for it not to happen, I imagine. So let's see what they got cooked up.
It's going to be a bit of a hot day. I feel the winds have shifted a bit. Right, I just feel it happening. I think Astralis going to take Dust 2. I know it doesn't make sense overall because they have lost to them in the past. It's a map they're usually not comfortable on. It is their opponent's map pick, but I feel like that mental switch is what we needed for Astralis to kind of emulate.
The
Beyblade, yeah, he's spinning around, man. Who's just spinning around? He's going to bring out his haste, trample cars.
Lumberpath, thanks to the 30-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Well, thanks, gentlemen. So, FUT have a one hand on the trophy. Astralis will be looking to tie it up on Dust 2 after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
My favorite commercial. No, we're not doing demo reviews.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Any tips to solo carry level 10 games? I mean, I think in general, like, entering is always the strongest way to consistently win games. And I don't just mean running in, getting a kill, and instantly dying. If you can actually get like one kill pretty consistently early on in the rounds, you're going to have a lot more success than somebody that just sits back, quote unquote, tries to play like Team Counter-Strike. They're not going to do it. If you can get a pick early and then basically stay alive till the end of the round and make good decisions, you're gonna, yeah. If you can self-sufficiently create a scenario where you find an entry early, you're gonna be pretty good. And on the flip side of that, if you're doing that and you realize you're not getting the kill and you are the kill and you're the death, maybe you should, quickly take a step back and let the game come to you and hope somebody else takes over a little bit. Knowing when you're in control of the game and when somebody else is also a skill in itself. You are not always going to be the best player on your team in that game. Or you might not be getting the best situations, however you want to frame it. You need to allow the game to kind of develop sometimes. And some games are just straight up unwinnable. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, bro. There's gonna be some games that's not you should give up, but you shouldn't
And welcome to Wingmen, where we play Wingman.
Some things it's just stacked against you,
CS pros, and also have a little chat and get to know them a little bit better. Today we are joined by Lounks of FUT. Great to have you here, bro.
Are we playing today? We'll see.
Thank you for having me. Good.
Let's start focusing in on what we're here for, the gaming. This is the most important matchup of PGL Bucharest.
I'm gonna get a drink real quick, guys.
Yeah, if we win this, win the tournament for sure.
All right, let's do it. I'm nervous, man. You're gonna have to carry hard, right?
I have best tactic.
You tell me what to do, yeah?
Follow me.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. Good.
This FUT project, man. Congrats. It's going super well, including now. What's that like as an experience?
I mean, it's insane, right? Because especially I've played for so many years already, right? I'm playing since I'm 14, and now I'm 21. So it's 7 years already of playing pro, kinda.
Yeah.
So I mean, for me, it's enough because it it was a long road. I got into a lot of stuff over the time, and yeah. But I'm happy. It turned out good, and I'm happy the guys gave me a chance, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you've been playing. It's funny because you've been playing for perhaps a longer time than maybe some people realize. In terms of the projects that you've been on before, what's your confidence in this FUT project? Do you think it's the best project you've been a part of?
Yeah, by far. You know, player-wise, management-wise, everything. It's much better, and people know how to work.
Yeah.
If I can call it like that.
Yeah.
I feel in the other situations and other teams we didn't have what it was needed, to be honest.
He's a monster.
I'm reading him.
He might be behind the smoke.
Look, I do seek flash for you. You can pick.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm flashed.
Oh, he's behind me, short.
Is he sure?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, dude.
Nice fine.
Aim's off, you know. I'm nervous
full
right
flash
now.
too, so.
But I wanted to ask something. So, when did you go pro?
Professionally speaking, my first team, because I will call it professional, just because like we were playing tournaments, like we were playing for points cup and stuff, but like we had the schedule and everything, right? So I will call it professional team.
Yeah.
And it was when I was 14. It was like after 6 months I started playing CS. I met up with these guys through community servers, as far as I remember, if I'm not mistaken. And they were like all these much more older guys than me, and they said I have good talent and we should make this team.
And what year was that?
2019.
You guys have been playing the game from a much younger age. The scene has been more fleshed out, etc. You add all these things together, and it feels like people like you are created. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, it does make sense, but I think it's the same in everything. The way I see it is the old players, right? The 1.6 guys that made the transition into CS:GO.
Yeah.
Like for them, it kind of applies. It's the saying, like they walked so we could run, right?
Okay.
So I feel it's changed a lot from them, but it's because like people are changing. It's not only in CS, but it's everywhere in real life. There is new changes everywhere, you know. And I think CS is just another situation.
Yeah, you have this wiseness beyond your years. That's what I said before. Do you see that in yourself?
Yes, but it's because I had... That's the thing, you know. I don't... Some people might call it crazy stuff I've done in my young years, but I'm calling them teenage years, so everything is possible, right?
Yeah.
And I feel I grew up a lot from these situations because honestly, I do feel, and people who know me from my young age and who kind of kept in touch with me over the years, even when I fucked up. Sorry for the F word. Yeah, I mean, I grew up a lot because when I not stopped playing CS, but when I started losing focus into CS, I went on the real life side, right? I started doing everything that's possible out there, meeting new people, you know, chit-chatting with people, getting into new places, doing sports, which I didn't do before, and that kind of opened the eyes a bit for me, right? And I kind of had this period of a time where in CS, I was very bad, but I got the edge in so many ways, mentality and life experiences in every way you can think of. And I always say that I'm blessed for the path I had, because I feel that what I've done in these 21 years of life, I think not many people did in 40. And it's with good sides and bad sides, but that helped me a lot in my young years, because now I'm feeling like a 30-year-old man stuck in a 20-year-old body.
Well, no, to be clear as well, you still have young energy and
I mean,
whatever, but just the other stuff. I
mean, I have young energy in the game because that's the thing. Like, I have some very little to no people close to me, right? I can count them on a finger hand, how many close people I have to me, and they know me in real life. I'm not as crazy as I used to be. When I'm at home, I like to chill. I like to do only sports, relax, spend time with my dogs, with my girlfriend, and not do anything else. I like this chill side.
So what are these sports?
Why is the break so long? Just best of 5, man. That's why. Right, if this goes 5 maps.
Positive impact they have.
I don't know about you guys, but if you've ever played Counter-Strike, you know, 5 games in a row in the span of like 4 hours can be a little...
I like to do a lot of energetic stuff, crazy stuff, right?
Right?
Basically, when I went with the bike...
Like, I'm just saying, you know, if they're not just playing matchmaking, you know?
Like, I loved it. I loved every single moment of it, but I
No idea,
realized it's
Trident.
pretty dangerous.
Dude, it's crazy.
Yes, and then I had to stop because
Yeah.
I realized
So-
with my craziness, I will for sure break an
Better
arm or a leg,
here
and
than,
then
like-
it will put a stop to my career. But now, I'm doing as much as I can via ferrata. You know via ferrata?
I feel like I've heard
It's the
that.
thing with the harness, and you have a helmet, and you have to climb up the mountains on a fixed line.
Oh, okay.
I can crank out 5 games in a row. I don't even need to pee.
I feel like the mountain.
Yeah, what's your rank, Bronny?
Made me.
Carrie, thanks for the 41.
I am now.
Lumberpad, thanks for the 30.
Because the struggles you found in the mountain, and I went through hard weather, like crazy storms, stuck in the middle of the mountain. I had to go back 5 hours. Then you're really scared for your life. Then the real stress kicks in. And I feel after those, as I said, the real life situations outside the room, outside the tournaments, I feel they help me a lot. That's why I have no pressure when we play. I don't feel any emotions because
Frost, thanks for the 4-month
I do
armor. Thank you.
think that if you have real life experiences and you did enough in your life until one point, for me, there's no way you can have this pressure on you mentally. I don't see it possible. And I think people who do it also, these kind of activities or like just knowing how to balance sports and career, they know what I mean. It's very important. And once you kind of unlock both sides, it's easier to work. It's much easier.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with what you're saying. I would guess that's something.
I think Paul is unlocked by the good answer.
Young up and coming pros, just people in general,
As
to be
much sport
doing
as they
some
can.
sort of physical
As
activity.
much sport as they can.
Paul's like, shit, what a...
Is the
Can I donate with
that's not
skins?
the
Nah,
best
man, keep your
advice.
skins.
Doing
You're good.
sports and having good sleep and eating schedule, I think is the most important thing.
The advice you're giving is timeless. It's ageless. This applies
Oh,
to anybody of any age, any career.
And I do think that a lot of kids are not doing it right now. And I don't want to see small kids go through what I want, because I know it takes a lot of strength, a lot of resilience, and you have to be crazy in the head. I do think so that if I was not crazy in the head how I am right now, I wouldn't have continued playing CS, especially when I was 7 months on the bench. I do think a lot of people would have dropped right there, especially with the situations that have been going into my career, but I just didn't. It's just a mentality thing. And a good, like I want to say this for everyone at home, because I saw on Twitter also, right, a lot of comments. I feel people should be aware of what you sign up into when you start playing professional CS, because everyone thinks you make a lot of money and you travel and you don't do anything, you just sit in front of a computer, but that's the whole thing. I think it's problematic if people think this is easy, because once they get into a professional team and they don't do good results, it's not going to end up well at all. And I think upcoming kids should prioritize food, sleep, health, and relationships. Like these four for me, these four took me out of the slump, right? Like when I realized those are the most important things in someone's life, actually, everything got fixed.
Bro's getting hella deep.
And with that said, we're done.
He's 20, by
This
the
has
way.
been Wingmen with Lounx
and Paula.
And Paula. And yeah, thank you to all of you at home for joining us. Lounx, anything else you want to say?
No, just go food.
Much love, everybody, and peace.
Can you be my therapist? Amable, thanks for the 11-month resub. I see sub in 3 months at a time. Thank you. Yo, Mr. Stolen Valor. Flower for Nori. Thank you. She's going to go get pancakes without me right now. It seems like I am going to the finals, I guess, to the Frozen 4 now. She's forcing me out of the house. Oh, means I gotta leave the house. Although I did go on a hike yesterday. That was nice. Squire, thanks for the 48. Chat, I'm Match It All gifted on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, you psychopaths. What up, Harrison? How you doing, man? Not really Suge vibes, no. It's just like a time thing, man. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that where it'd be fun to kind of like keep tabs on it, but I won't. Careful, it's more windy today than it was yesterday. My nose hates me right now with all the pollen. No, yeah, it was supposed to be windy yesterday and we went on the hike. It wasn't bad. A couple times my hat tried to go flying off, but we're all good. What up, Ease? Thank you, Super. Thank you. Four-wheel drive? No, I don't wear the Crocs on the hikes, man. No, I have the what's the brand called? What is it? Hoka? The Hokas. It's so funny. I think the name of the shoes are so goofy, bro. I think it's called I think they're called Speed Goats. But I really like them. They're nice. They're nice. Oh man. Oh wait, that's real? I think so. Let me see if they're still up. Let me see. Hoka Speed Goat. Yeah. They're real. Yeah. I didn't joke with you. Oh, they're super nice. So yeah, I'm in Crocs, but when I go on the hikes, I gotta have those. Super already ran it out. Don't worry about it. This is some street football, basketball, dude. FIFA Street. FIFA Street character creation right now. Close your eyes. Close your eyes right now. You can see it. You're about to make your character. You're about to go run around. About to be crazy. Hey, Skyra, appreciate it, man. I just entered the cheat code for big head mode. Shit, that explains a lot. FIFA Street was so much fun. So much fun. Only game that might have a beat is Backyard Baseball. Backyard Baseball, holy man. Yeah, Pablo is definitely the GOAT. No NFL Blitz? Nah, I played NFL Blitz, but if I had to pick a game, at least what I remember most fondly in my memory, the FIFA Street and the NFL Street were both like good, but like I was kind of playing console less then. And then NFL Blitz was a little early, where like baseball, Backyard Baseball hit hard. I think there's Backyard Hockey as well, but that came later, I think. And then there's Backyard Football, obviously. Backyard Baseball was like the first one that I played.
Break. We're heading into the fourth map of this series. If you're just joining us, Ancient and Mirage were the first two maps. Both of them dominant 13-5 victories.
This is what a map for. I mean, FUT's definitely looked like the far better team in this entire series. Astralis did get him out.
Other ideas.
Finally, we'll see.
Kills out of Stare, a timely ace out of Hooksy.
See if we'll get a reverse sweep here or not.
A fourth map. And now for the first time in these
I would
grand
like to
finals, we
see
get asked
FUT
the
win. I
question,
think they've looked like
does
the
FUT
better
have what
team,
it takes
but
to go
we'll
this
see.
deep into
They
a
do have a
best-of-5 and
tendency to
still come
struggle
out on
closing
top?
games.
I mean, fortunately, it is Dust 2 coming up next. I mean, 2 maps, they're still going to be very capable of playing, even if it does go to Overpass. So I feel like for Astralis, though, I thought there was no world in which we'd end up on a 4th
I
map.
mean,
It
the
did
big
not
thing
look
for
like we were gonna
Astralis
let
is
that
just
one go.
obviously they
get to
had
map
to
one,
win
they
a
get to
fucking
point
map,
to
but
point,
like,
they
man,
let it slide, and
having
Astralis
somebody
stepped
finally
up in
show up in the
overtime.
server
They
like
were
Sarah
sleeping
did,
for about
hopefully can get
2.5
them going.
maps in this grand final, and FUT really let him off the hook on Nuke. A couple really rough mistakes that forced them to fall flat, forced them to fail to close things out in regulation. And Astralis have the tenacity and the grit to bring it all the way back into a victory. So now we've got to play another one. Pistol round is live. 2 flashes on Hooksy, smoke on Ryu. No kits for the CT side. 3 flashes and a second smoke available to FUT for the rest of this round. It looks like they want to split the A bomb site. Symmetry will lurk with this P250.
Oh wait, that
He'll
means
play
I have to
very,
cancel the
very
raid I
late.
scheduled for the
And his
community
teammates coming
today.
up, Cat gotta have success
Shit.
if they commit to this.
Damn, feels bad. Tough.
Last pistol round on Dust 2. These two
Wild
teams
community
play.
raiders do no
It was a
raid
very
today.
fast long rush. So Astralis set up for that, but it's Cat that is the problem.
Yeah, Symmetry takes a while, eventually gets that headshot off. Demon also entering that kill feed. I think for FUT, at least they had that long break in between, right? The extended break.
What's the
between
pistol
third
score
and
right
fourth
now
map.
between these
It
two
allowed them
teams?
that reset and recharge after, well, it's likely to be incredibly frustrating moments there over on Nuke. And just coming to the pistol
I feel like
round
it's
and
just
dominate
always
like
FUT.
this,
I think
it's gotta
Astralis did
feel
win
good for
one,
FUT.
so I don't think it's
I'm actually
seamless,
surprised that
but
Symmetry was the one to
it's
kinda
pretty
swing and
fucking
make
close. I
contact
think
out towards
Astralis
long,
has
happening
literally
at the same
won.
exact time, so maybe flooding the comms of the defense was the idea.
I mean, we heard Dust talking about Symmetry as well, you know, making a case for himself to be the MVP of the competition. On this very map, you know, against Malice, he was the essential piece of coming back into that game when they started so slow on Dust 2. Symmetry's impact on the CT side with that AWP was incredible. So he started here with a P250 out on that T side. We'll see if he can keep up this performance he's had so far in this grand final.
Yeah, he's had a good day in the office with the AWP. Probably on Nuke, although I would say he was outmatched by Fozy, who kind of really came alive in that second half. The op for him was a huge piece of the puzzle that Astralis needed that helped them come back on the map. So pistol round over to FUT. We touched on it as well. FUT's just been dominant in pistols. That's 6 of 7 played.
Damn it, he did it. He knew what he did.
So obviously, you have a great stat line in your favor when you win so
Yeah,
many pistol rounds.
yeah.
You're getting these good starts to maps. So back and forth over in the first half of Nuke, though.
That was the key on the first 2 maps, right? The 7-0 starts, 8-1 starts that they were having on Ancient
Bunch
and
of
Mirage,
motherfuckers
and
pushing
then you get
40,
over towards
typing
Nuke, and
6-7 on
Astralis
my
was able
Twitch
to
chat,
respond
man.
much earlier and keep things a little bit closer.
And let's not say it was great from Astralis. I mean, that first half was not great at all. I mean, we still heard the frustrations from Hooksy pleading with his team to actually have some initiative, make some plays, but they did just enough to stay in it, and obviously we see that pay off down the line.
Monks has got to be careful. He looks like he wants to be a little frisky. He's got the MAC-10 as well, but he also has the bomb on his back, so you don't want him to be the leading player and get you kind of stuck into a commitment you don't really want to play. Been watching for this push. He'll be able to grab Fozy.
Never mind.
Now,
I love the internet.
Not a big deal, but just keep your eye
Just
on
watch
that
the
later on.
flare-ups of
Hooksy
people
on the
actually
CT side's
angry
gonna be playing
afterwards.
towards that long A. And we've seen recently, like, part of his style of play that he's kind of brought in, he's been very...
Okay, yeah,
All right.
double dig.
Yeah, forget about Hooksy for the moment. That's crazy.
No, that's the freedom, though. With Hooksy dying, it opens up the B-bomb site, so you can move over with that.
All right,
bomb
Abby,
to
let's see it,
B-side
dude.
finish. Yabby's going to come over towards
My
CT
posture
spawning,
king,
so
let's
for another
go.
one.
He's posture
It's
maxing.
going to be too tough for to handle that.
So as I was saying, Hooksy playing out towards long, he loves to find a good timing to push out of the cave. Like he'll do it at very risky moments as well. And timing doesn't matter so much as what's happening on the map, but he takes a good amount of risks, and it's paid off for him in the past. It's one of the recipes that helped them upset Spirit back in Stockholm during the playoffs there. That he was able to pull that off. So just keep your eye on that. I think we're going to see Hooksy mix that in like 2 to 3 different times throughout this half.
That's perfect Deagle posture. Do you think, Chad, do you agree with that? Yabby's posture is perfect for when you have a Deagle?
Pile on the pain if you have that frustrating loss over in FUT department in the last map, and you come out and you're Astralis, if you get a good start, if you win the pistol round, if you're able to convert that, you can make them sort of remember that. But if you come out here, you lose the pistol.
Okay, be honest, chat. On a scale of 1 to Yabby, what is your posture like,
Chad?
Chad?
Astralis would have loved to have signed the waiver and just kind of skipped that long extended break after you come back on Nuke and force overtime. And
One being like the best.
Right back into things, feeling like you finally showed up to play the game. 2-0, and the first
my posture is like
M4s across
6.
the board, no kits available, plenty of utility.
It's not bad, but dude, when I start playing, I definitely lean in, and I don't use my chair as much.
See some util drop into mid from a cemetery.
I'm just sitting. I'm usually pretty good.
Xbox smoke thrown out. A lot of smoke cover down towards the doorway. Yeah, we're going to be spamming through, trying to connect some shots with it. The grenade lands towards his face. His foot had moved up short, but there's a fight about to happen here. Multiple players around that short corner. Laos gets to push it towards him, and Stare is going to get both kills.
Well, I don't even know how long Scott won. That's actually kind of crazy. Jokes heard one fall back, not able to take advantage of it. Stare sticks around just way too long. Picked off. 3-on-3 we go, and Astralis' defense is scrambling. That's the kill you can't take. That one hurts because Yabi's
man, that just gives you the whole site.
Spots the bomb jumping across, but there's already a player inside the B bomb site. It's Jugs, so nope, he scales back. Lurk smoke thrown out. Wants to make Yabi nervous of that B site.
And they know they've got the player
The
advantage
slowdown's
here, and they've
weird.
got time just to remain composed, hit that pause button, wait for the next move. Yabi is the next move, though, right towards Cemetery. He'll take that kill, so FUT have to go into the B.
He didn't expect Yabi to actually aggro that. Did he just molly his teammate?
And Yabi's about to just walk on in.
He did.
Away at just the right time.
It was
protecting
bait.
Jokes on that push.
It wasn't intentional bait, but it was such good bait. Oh my god, he just whipped every shot.
Blinded. Demon hunts him down through the
Dude.
window. And
Oh
when
my
it's closely
god.
contested around the mid round, that short fight really decides everything. The fact that Demon's able to chase back on Stare.
I'll tell you what, they're really lucky in this round. Jugs misses the
Yeah,
Molotov
that
over
one,
towards
you
window.
know,
It
I've
actually
been
bounces
giving
and starts
Astralis
burning
a hard
his
time.
teammate.
That
He's
one
gotta
I
get
actually
off
feel
the
like
bomb
FUT
pad.
got
That
pretty
could've been
lucky.
Very easy for Yabi to stop that, and then you leave Jugs with 8 HP in a 1v2. He recovers it though. Recovers the
That was
situation.
pretty
This one from
fortunate how
Stare
that one
swings
just
out a
went
little bit
down.
Too far, couldn't get back into cover. Ryu picked off on the cross, and you can see just as the smoke fades, what a timely fade of that smoke. Otherwise, Demon probably goes down. And Cemetery's got the op kill early. Not on the cross. It looks like he was trying to push up. They wanted to get aggressive in towards tunnels, and even Fozy got tagged. A 2-for-1 special.
Stare. Oh my god.
Likely to be caught here. And then pulls out his deagle.
Dude.
And just one.
What a ridiculous scenario.
Pulls out the Glock and slaps hooks.
What an absolute ridiculous scenario.
Stuck with the deagle. He's hit some nice shots, but maybe he can get one.
Yeah, give him a chance.
Yeah, there's the opportunity. Hasn't been able to connect it. Demon downs him inside of the site. And it is that ideal start here for FUT.
4-0. This next gun round, yeah, this
FUT's on
would
a roll
really
right now,
escalate things,
man.
wouldn't it? Then it's like Astralis just get knocked into like the worst kind of deja vu, where you start thinking back to maps 1 and 2, starting out in those deep, deep holes that you just can't possibly dig out of. Okay, so shoots one on the cross, it tags that one, and then a second player tries to push. Lovely shooting from Cemetery, grabs an off kill and a Glock one later. Clean round from FUT. Round 5 beginning. And the op on Fozy supporting out towards long, but that flashbang doesn't work, so Cemetery takes an easy kill. Hooksy dropped early.
It's actually like an art getting that long kill.
Moving in, Ryu has just moved forward with
what
a great flashback.
a double! Holy shit!
Comes away with 2 kills. You've carved out the attack instantly.
That was
with that kind of
fucking
play.
nice.
Yeah, get it right back. That
There you
makes
go.
Hooksy feel a lot better after taking his death when he's watching things.
Great flash.
Nice timing to hit as well.
Ryu
FUT
looks
just
like he's
never
entered the
expected it
server with his
whatsoever.
aim.
Nice deep flashbang. But they're coming right back to the B bomb site. They're like, okay, you just cleared out upper tunnels. You won't expect us to come right back to this. And they're correct. Everyone's shifted out of B. Ryu is going to be the rookie man there.
How much can he do here? I mean, 2 kills already fantastic, but yeah, I mean, they're falling away from B thinking we've done enough to scare them off, but you ain't going to scare FUT that easily.
Yeah, it's a lot of just clearing out mid to make sure that if the B hit does come in, you don't have to worry about that prong of the attack, but obviously
Oh,
Ryu's
man.
never going to
Bro,
be able to
he's
get back
fumbling,
in, so
he's
they're going to
fumbling.
have to play the retake, but thankfully they have control of tunnels.
Yeah, Cemetery turning around. Oh, he misses the shot.
Big
And
miss. He was
commit to
moving.
that.
I
You
think
have
that
to
hit.
land it.
I think he was
And
just
now that he's
like.
gone
I think
down,
he was
that is
scoped on
really
him. I mean,
freed
I
up
think he
Astralis
just
with his
moved.
retake. They can come in from multiple
Oh!
sides. No longer. Crabman again. Crabetti. Oh, God, he has destroyed them. Out from the window, pinning Astralis
IGL by the way. IGL by the way.
As well, the leader of FUT taking them a huge step further.
Man, that one's a really tough blow to take if you're Astralis. It's starting to feel so similar. Look at how fast he reacts to the player up at window. Grabs the AWPer with utility out. And again, I think we're having that similar conversation from Hooksy that we heard earlier in the listen-ins, heard earlier a little bit on just on the random audio. They're just kind of not expecting these plays coming out of FUT still, despite the fact that they've been throwing them at Astralis this whole series long.
I mean, this double kill, fantastic from Ryu, backs away.
That shit was
then you
so
get this
clean,
kill
man.
on Symmetry in the tunnels. You wonder how are FUT going to win this. They're going to have to deal with the retake coming in from two sides. Krabeni obviously realizes that himself. He knows, okay, we can't just sit down here. We're going to be shooting ducks. I mean, he's able to just head out, get two at the window. It's fantastic here from FUT.
Nice, Benny. Holy fucking shit, Benny, bro. You're... bro, insane.
Bro,
yep, that's
insane.
just about how we're all feeling at this point.
Bro.
Absolutely. Yeah, you are insane.
And now it's
insane.
Back
I
in
mean,
doldrums
not
again.
much else to
No
say.
money to get a good buyout here.
He's
What up,
carving
Spud?
himself out like a position in that like pantheon.
I always
of
like
IGLs
hearing
who
like
are also, like, the
accents
stars
too,
of the
because you
team
just
as
like
well.
how they
He's
roll like
having
the
so much
bro.
impact. Frag and IGLs, we always talk about their benefit. Krabeni's doing just
Something
that
when you roll the R when you say bro, it hits even harder.
Need to shut him down. Yeah, it's the impact he gets. Here we go. MP9 unleashed from short. Ryu taking
All right, Ryu again with another double. I've seen this round before.
Coming in. If he can get both kills and stay alive here, then it's a 2v2, and he can play with Krabeni, but he's going in, confidently fighting. Hooksy's going to get his first kill, but speaking of, there's Krabeni, another moment
No way,
from
man.
Krabeni.
No way.
He's got it down into a 1v1. Can Fozy take this chance?
No information on where he is, though. Moving cat. He's not even... Oh, knife out.
Timing. Oh, he's got it. He's going to win it on the P2000. That is a steal away right there from Astralis.
That looks silly, but we'll just say there's been a lot
I'm
of
with
moments
you,
of knives
chat.
out throughout this
Listen,
event of
I
players just not
defend
prepared for the
the
fight.
knife
So
pull out a
Krabeni
lot.
thinks he's got a little bit more time
I can't believe he
to
did it right
operate.
there.
Fozy
I'm gonna be
just closes
real.
the gap.
I'm gonna be just completely honest here.
Okay.
Chops, thanks for 3 years. Thank you, Chops. I think you should be expecting a couple emails from people in chat today, by the way.
Build on this. I mean, they had that over on Nuke, right? The fact that they were winning rounds.
No, that's like you can't knife out there. He had so much time to walk to be, and it's versus an eco, and like he just needs to have his gun out.
Money's not great.
I've explained before about how important knife being out for timings is, but that's just, yeah, that was...
You put them down to weaker guns.
That was just bonehead moment. You can't do that versus eco when you don't know where he is, and you're leaving the guns in mid.
Transition into or just straight up heads up through the tunnel.
You just gotta chill. Like,
bomb is dropped back here as well. So
get
for the
to
moment,
the bomb
we're gonna wait
site
a little bit longer
slower.
for Krabeni and Demon on the other side of the map to start feeling comfortable to call some plays. Going to clear out Xbox. Now utility up towards short.
Can I email to tell?
Bomb is sticking
Can I
around
email
in the
Chops to tell him
tunnels, though,
he's
so
doing
I
a good
imagine
job
you
and
force back
values
the short
contribution?
defense, drop into a
You
mid-to-mid
can.
split. No flashbang, not needed as
Chops,
Fozy
would you like
misses
an
the
email
shot.
like that?
And happy to be patient as FUT as another round of smokes and delay utility come in from Astralis. Bomb readjusting towards upper tunnels. Defense sliding over as well. They feel no more pressure on Cat. As long as that smoke is in place, three
Is well done if
defenders are
Navi
going to be
Jr.
here. They
becomes
have
better
to
than Navi?
correct read.
No.
But as we've seen throughout this series, that hasn't
Still a
always worked out
reflection of how good
for
Navi's done at building up their academy team. I mean, Navi's actually doing incredibly well right now.
We got Ryu on the barrels. He's been good at B so far.
This is like an F1 when both your drivers are doing really well.
So Ryu goes down.
A little.
Yeah, B out from side
Not
window.
quite the
He's got
perfect
himself a
analogy,
little
but pretty
pressure
damn
now on
close.
Stary. He can only manage one. So FUT split that B bomb site, get all the kills at the right time.
Or one of your drivers that leaves does really well somewhere else.
Enough time to feel comfortable. So Fozy and Hooksy not really in a spot where you can consider this retake. So you want to back away and save that all.
Yeah, Hooksy can drop an M4.
Just
over to his
validates
teammate
the
in
program,
next
too,
round.
that you're
Fozy will still
building
have the
underneath,
AWP,
right?
Obviously. And then you can scrounge together a buy.
Like, imagine being Navi and you've produced as many talents as they have for other teams in a way that's still incredibly impressive.
They have 3 players there, but with the way that FUT has been shooting in this game, with the way that
Navi's congratulating them on Twitter as well. Yeah.
Not always going to get you the win just by reading the play. Kills just don't come out. Great utility to isolate that fight. Ryu's forced to swing when his teammate can't help him, and that means Stare, all he can do is 1 for 1.
Gotta feel great that you can lose around and then
But yeah,
respond.
no, I think
get back into things.
Like I said, like if I just think I know money doesn't just like come out of nowhere for these teams, and I'm not saying it's cheap, but I do feel like now,
especially because the round that they lose,
I feel like academy teams are so valuable.
You shouldn't be winning that if you're Astralis. You're coming in with pistols. You can drop the ball
because the ability to buy people out in this day and age is so much more difficult.
That has the utility.
That's why we're seeing trades for the first time.
Straight away. I mean, it's just a great.
There isn't as much money flying around, so
I mean, they've shown
investing in yourself more so than trying to give other people money to just buy out their work, I think is a better way long term.
ASTRALIS hasn't had the kind of success that FUT has had over them as well, so there's that angle to it also. But FUT lost tons of those low buy rounds against Mongols.
Navi made a lot of money for this squad, or was it lesser because they were all straight out of the academy? No, the guys, they sold the team because they were all doing so well they couldn't play in the tournaments because Navi was in that tournament. That's how high ranked they were. They were higher ranked than where Liquid is now, to give you perspective. They couldn't go higher because the tournaments that they basically were allowed to be in, they couldn't accept because you can't have Navi and Navi Junior in the same tournament. I'm sure FUT paid like actually a pretty decent amount because you're basically buying a team that's, I won't say guaranteed the major, but fringe major team.
You have to love this if you're Krebeni, if you're everyone on FUT. There's no fear. Whoever's going first is never slowing down.
They were almost inside top 30 without playing tier 1 tournaments because they couldn't. Because of Navi,
they are going to get that kill in return, that they're going to be able to trade it out if you
so for like a full academy roster, they probably paid a fair amount.
They need to burn out Fozzy immediately. Smoke is going to give away his position, but Jugs is actually pushed out in middle, so he actually won't spot this flank coming up towards short.
But you got to make a noise. Oh, here we go. Krebeni on the flank.
A fringe major team like FaZe.
Ryu gone, and you know the
well, no, FaZe isn't in the major.
Is right here,
so that,
and then Jukes is waiting all round long for him to drop back down into CT. So Jukes on the other side of the door. Here's the steps of the
don't forget,
running up short.
They forfeited their games in this tournament and then lost. So once this tournament concludes, they're going to go further down.
Look how lost ASTRALIS just was in that 2vx. Like they just had no idea. Like I mean, you have so much success out towards long. It's a hard position to be in to read what's happening. You have no real information, but. I mean, just not even being in those fights.
They had a couple close moments, ASTRALIS did, and they lost each one of them and had man advantage situations to bring the round back and then lost those. This is... You just won a map, you take a break, you're feeling... Oh, Jesus. He thought he was going to be slick and find the upper in Sui.
Bad timing.
He was wrong. He went to the tables and lost.
It's just not going to happen for him, so...
I've seen that play many a times at the Vegas casinos.
There's the Eagle, the last hope, and it's dead as well.
High risk, high reward, and he got the risk part.
Demon would be prepared for any kind of a push. I think he might have even had the indication. He definitely heard it, and he's got a very precise shot. Ryu pushes upper as well behind Demon. Bong being planted. No
tables are not hot.
Round if you're FUT.
8-1 already.
This is, I mean, again, it's like map 1 and 2. It's just they're speed running it at this point. 12 kills on Demon, 10 on Krebeni.
Incredible. I mean, we look over.
But yeah, man, when you've had these types of rounds go against you so much in a half, you finally want a map. You go out there, you're talking about how you're going to bring it back. You're hitting the mental reset, and you get into this game. FUT wins the pistol. You get like one in there. You have a couple of man advantages. You lose all of those.
Absolutely brutal. The way this half is playing out right now.
You're just immediately everything that you just built on Nuke is gone, chat. Like
FUT slammed the door.
Everything that ASTRALIS mentally had gained any little bit is been vacuumed out.
Online, but beautiful utility, and of course he's jumping because why the hell not?
Nah, man, give him a break, dude.
And then we ended up in a situation where immediately it's an advantage for FUT.
Dude, this is crazy. Smoke's broken. They're making all the right plays. And now Stair's caught on Cat. He can't push. And now all of a sudden you have a situation where Yabby, he can't go anywhere. He's stuck. Good kill from Stair. They come through the smoke and Yabby does find one. All of a sudden a little success for ASTRALIS.
This is the type of rounds that they've been throwing. They have to convert it. Yes, you have a man advantage, but you can't fuck this up. Oh, no, he's going to get a duel.
You got to win this one if you're ASTRALIS. This has to be a round victory. The only player I feel like can change
FUT has the vitality problem where you think you haven't pinned down, but they're individually still just so strong.
Ryu isn't getting pulled into the rotation whatsoever.
Maybe
Jugs isn't going to be able to sit here without doing anything.
Comparing any team to vitality always feels a bit wrong, but I get what you're saying, yes.
So Demon backs away with the bomb, but maybe that
wait, he's going to find one, potentially.
They've left long, vacated the premises, so someone can start shifting back into Jugs' crosshair, and the timing is just so rough.
Okay,
Good win from ASTRALIS. They needed it. 4 players alive. Build up some money.
Yeah, really needed that one, but the issue
no idea,
is
Macewell. It's like butterfly effect type stuff.
So they're going to buy up.
Topher, thanks for 38-month primer. Thank you.
Yeah, it makes sense. ASTRALIS had to burn 2 already just to get some kind of a hold on this map or some kind of a standing in it. I can't believe that's the way it opened. And I can't believe that's the only death that Astralis took for the rest of the rounds.
Chops, I'm gonna be honest, dude. If you want to send a video of a hat and lighting it on fire and email it back to Henson, you have my permission.
Yep, fair enough, Hooksy.
Then we send the hat. Then we send another one, but like just to send a message.
He's just like bouncing between positive and negative reinforcement today, isn't he? Just going back and forth. Dust to a map in the 5 series.
We could just, you know, we could
in 2026,
send the hat to Thrice and then make Thrice
final.
give
They've
it to
only played
him.
it once before. And FUT took that map 13-8. One of the maps that's in their pool, and good shot from Symmetry. Too quick, coming from an angle that fl0m didn't expect.
Well, fl0m's AWP was able to chime in a couple of kills at the end of the last round as well. Well, it's gone instantly.
And FUT's the best team at this
The
event.
Dutch don't like the hat? That's
Well, that's
crazy.
because they keep
What
just
did I do
piling
to
on
the Dutch?
pressure. There's another one from Krabeni.
They know I've been shit-talking Liquid.
3v5. Astralis, a missed shot at least. And
Oh!
Gabby needed that. Got
Nice!
two, and then Ryu's found two as well.
Okay.
Okay,
There we go.
This is a massive turnaround from Astralis.
Think of that.
Gabby
I said
again
okay like that.
being
Don't
the
steal
man to do
my
it.
flow.
Can't believe you cursed him like that. Jugs is just sitting back. He is wondering what
That
the
was
hell
so
happened.
sick.
And that's maybe like the biggest weakness of FUT we've caught throughout their run throughout this tournament has been like sometimes they're just so
hold on.
hold on.
Hold on. Jugs
Oh
has got
my
this
God.
down to a 1v1
Oh.
and nearly actually winning that still.
What?
They just
Why
get
did
so
they just
eager
swing?
To, like, solve
Oh my
the problem
God.
right there that everyone kind of rushes to it and tries to bash their head through the brick wall.
Kind of like Nuke when they were trying to win the trophy right there and then. Couldn't do it.
Great pick. And then after that, it all collapses. This is a 3 versus 5. Lovely work from Yabi, who has the AK-47 to get those headshots. Ryu as well with one. Clean work. And a nice round win from Ryu right at the end of the day to close it out.
All right, well, the money definitely affected now. FUT's last buy is not looking all that great. You've got Galil's MAC-10 and a single AK-47 for Jugs.
This time
oh my gosh, the timing there. Star's lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, he really is.
There's the push into the tunnels.
Jugs is coming back to check this. Ryu out in the open. Wants that fight. Nicely done from Demon.
How long has he given that, Jugs, to win that fight? Now, Fozy is committed up. Demon does get a kill.
Oh!
We got Fozy going to the pistol. AWP overwhelmed, and FUT will respond. They're going to grab a 9th round. 9-3 half. I mean, surely this is enough now for them to go and win this trophy.
Stare's so confused. He thinks someone's...
Where are they?
Well, he was the one
This
who
is just not close,
Krabeni
man.
with
As
that
much
crazy
as I'm like
timing
trying to
early
lock
on,
in
right?
for
So I guess
this
he might have
game
thought
and
that
like see
someone had slipped
something,
into the smoke or was
I feel like
hiding
I'm
in
more
it, but
locked
either
in
way,
than
it just goes
Astralis
to
is
build
right
upon
now.
That sense that Astralis for most of this half just felt like they were getting ran ragged with no clue where to move.
I mean, it's hard to see how they won't win this now.
Especially with their
Green
clip of
Fl0m went
pistol
up
wins.
400
They
elo.
won, what, 7
doing
or
this?
6 of 7
Somebody
so
in my
far.
YouTube stream is definitely
Just
in a
been
VOD.
dominant in that regard, and that kind of lends itself to all those hot starts we had. But look at the faces as well. Pure focus and seriousness on the FUT side. I think Nuke would have been a nice wake-up call that even when you feel like you're right there, ready to take the win, it can all slip away from you.
Well, the
Has this iteration of Astralis ever looked happy?
A trophy.
Yeah. I just think they're getting
What is
their
the
shit rocked right now,
tier
man.
1 season, right? This is a team that played a bunch of tier 2 events. You know,
I think their
a few of
shit's
them.
just getting rocked right now. This
But
is
coming into the tier 1 stage, you know, going to the tier 1 events, actually doing damage at these events, getting into the playoffs now, and about to win a trophy.
A lot of it's been eye
you know,
test, right?
I
A lot of it's
always
been eye
like to
test.
try to be
Okay, these guys
positive
are a
in
lot of
games
fun to
and
watch.
glass
These
half
guys are really
full and
sharp.
try to
These
keep
guys are
pushing the
really
team
aggressive.
forward,
These guys
but
are a little bit crazy,
there
but
is
then
kind
you
of like
start
certain
looking back
tipping
in
points where it
Stockholm
just
with their top
it's
4
not that you
finish
give up,
there.
it's just
Now you're looking here, potentially
somebody
for a
just
final
has to
trophy
have
in
an
the future.
individual
Then
round.
you start
Somebody
having
needs
some
individual.
actual
It's
facts
kind
on
of like the
resume
Nuke game, right? The Nuke
to
game where
secure your
Stare
kind of feelings of the eye test.
really, let's be honest, it wasn't like Astralis just all of a sudden started like doing tactically so much better or anything different. Stare just started getting kills.
Finals, and then we can see what they'll be able to do
Fozy
with the
chipped
major.
away at them outside.
Certainly
You
gonna
needed
play
like
spoiler
big
to
individual
someone, it
moments.
feels.
Hooksy aced them upper.
Flash going in. Going to send Symmetry forward into the fight. They're blinded, and yep, they will
Bro.
continue their pistol antics. So clean, taking away both kills at short and
This is gonna
forcing
be
Astralis into a last
7 pistol rounds.
3-man coming out long. Krabeni's going to detect him. They know exactly where their opponents are coming from. And Lonks is going to position himself. He's going to jump up and try and help out. Even getting tagged to the smoke.
There's one.
He was instrumental in pulling a few rounds back in that first half. Well, He's got to do it again here in the pistol run. He's the only player that can actually do anything about this, and it's another good headshot.
All right, guys, calm it down. No need to make these crazy plays.
Not one yet. Hitting the pause button.
Is he out?
He's got no bullets in his USP.
Wait, he's out
entirely.
He's out.
Oh my.
Oh, he was just.
Oh my. Yep. I love that. I love that. That was. He was so quick to make that choice. Bro, he's still trying to find him.
Now he's going to go to better weapon. Oh my god. That is just ridiculous.
Oh, give him a round of applause.
That is so much style from Symmetry. You open up with a double at short, then you're jumping up, acting as a decoy human being. Like you're just there. You just exist. You have nothing. You don't even have a weapon, and you're still finding impact even with no bullets. Then you run. You pick up a gun, and you get the final kill.
That's a kid who's playing for the team, who's playing for the win. That one goal always in mind.
Can't spare any burgers. Mandera, sorry, bro.
That's the first notable moment from the reload.
Need them all for myself, man.
Sure.
And I love it.
Yeah, the non-stop drive-by. This made me a little bit nervous. I was just saying, this is that moment where you see people jumping through smokes, trying to be aggressive at railing with these USPs, where I'm like, this is how you can lose this round.
He turns around and shows him his booty. He's like, yeah. Runs down short and gets the Glock. Oh, wow. Okay, FUT 10-3. I don't know. You've just been completely wrecked in that.
Yeah, if I'm thinking about burgers, no, that's what I'm saying.
And I think
What's
the
up?
problem
Luke
is
Reed, thanks for the 72-month resub. Thank you, thank you.
This, if you're ASTRALIS, you need someone to carry you through a stretch and make a play that makes you feel like it's possible to come back. But their individuals just haven't been here today. There's been none of that, except for Stare on Nuke.
Yeah.
It's been like isolated rounds.
They've just not been able to match the firepower of FUT, who, as you mentioned at the start of the day, the fact that everybody's shown up for FUT.
Well, you got Lounx on the defense and Jugs on the defense at this B bomb site. ASTRALIS is going to be coming right at him, and this round is won or lost based off how this defense does paired up. Because everyone else is so far away on the other side of the map.
Dude, these ASTRALIS KDs are insane. Yeah, man. I mean, you should have. This isn't like isolated to one map either.
Great, but Lounx is trying to do his best. He acts just as a distraction to set up Jugs for two. Hooks in for you. Do get into the bomb site.
Good situation, I guess.
Together for the moment. Bomb
I don't know.
planted. We have a retake on our hands. Demon does have a kit to work with. Problem is, one
this game
is kind of an issue.
Pissing me off.
However,
I know they do Trouser. Thanks for the gifted.
Very rock solid in retakes today.
Well, that re-smoke to the door is just landing.
It's fine. Symmetry's going to be the one chucking the flash for his teammates, so he's going to be coming in late anyways. That smoke doesn't mean anything to him.
Ren, thanks for your 96-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Can FUT pull off another retake? Coming through, Demon spots the head, MP9 rather, at that range. Not perfect,
man.
but effective. And now Fosie's only got an MP5 and flying through the sky. Demon has just wings, man. He is literally just flying around and getting headshots. It doesn't matter. He has no inaccuracy.
He did that long just a few rounds back. I think Symmetry even got a jumping kill in this round as well. So yeah, things are
what did he fucking updraft? Are we Valorant now? What the fuck is this? This is like the second time he's done this shit.
Ever trophy at the professional level, and boy have they earned it today.
Look how high he's in the sky.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do?
What can I do? He's just laugh at it, and then I'm pain, feel the pain. Oh, this is something.
You know what's crazy is he was low. Like if he doesn't kill him in the air there, Fosie has a chance at that round. Like actually. That is
smoke. There we go, an archway.
It's kind of awesome in a way, though, isn't it? Yeah.
That's sick. I like that. If we can replicate that, that would be really cool. Because it blocks long, and then you can still check the angle. I mean, it just looks nice.
It just looks nice.
I'm just trying to find a way.
I know you are. It just looks nice.
I would love this.
Let's stick with that one.
The smoke arch.
Aesthetically pleasing. Molotov misses its mark. Back to the B bomb site we go. ASTRALIS up based off that last round say, okay, we got everything we wanted. We broke in. We had the post plant, which we lost. But
North American
two jumping
Molly.
shots again. So let's go right back to it.
Okay, Lounx detecting them, calling up Jukes. That rifle starts spraying away. Lounx is going to help him, and now they line up. Fosie at least getting a kill to get them into the site, but a retake again for FUT. This time they have the player advantage, and they're not really wasting time. They're up to the door. They're in already. Fosie calling that to Ryu, who steps into the open. It's got to be Fosie with the clutch. Nate goes off the wall. The damage done, but Demon again. Surely.
Looking like we're wrapping it up here, chat.
FUT are just coming into the bomb site, taking it back at will, and a defuse as they reach tournament point.
Just continuing the trend, the dominance, and Astralis still have no answer. Time
kind of disappointed in Astralis, man. And by kind, I mean
be the magical solution.
They actually have beaten FUT more times this year, and I was really hoping for 5 maps. But like, man, they just. Somebody asked me earlier if I feel like they got the easier side of the bracket.
An absolutely insane.
And I would have said Astralis was one of the top 4 teams at this event, but I do feel like they haven't looked that good this tournament.
On the path to the grand finals.
Like as good as we've seen them. Like
2 maps overall.
I've watched a fair amount of their games. It's more like individual level.
Where you getting to here, but Symmetry's up next.
I think that's kind of the worrisome part. You know, sometimes we talk about like a lot of teams like, oh, you know, tactically they get outmatched, tendencies, scouting. Astralis just like looks like they're in the wrong weight class.
Time and time again, you can always rely upon your teammates inside of this FUT squad, and
it didn't look like this their last event.
Together, knowing what they're capable of. And now
I mean, you guys say that like so easily that they, you know, that they suck or something individually, but they've been beating FUT. It's 3-2 in the series. It'll be tied after FUT wins this.
So can Demon do it?
So it's definitely there. It's just weird.
But he's playing without information in this 1v1. Stare's the one who knows exactly where he progressed. Demon seems to be hot on his heels, almost sensing it, and he'll maybe even see the bomb is disappearing, but going to slide over to the B bomb site. He'll hear these footsteps on the cross, and he's been spotted.
Was he spotted?
Demon with confidence going in with the Tech 9 straight away. Stare spamming him down to 5 HP. Demon
no fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way, bro. Holy shit. 25 and 6 and he can do no fucking wrong that map. He is flashing him on the outside of B while Wideswing with 5 HP with the Tech 9. He's flying through the air. One tapping entry
since he was 15 years old. Imagine how proud he's got to be of this group.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Astralis individually look like ass. But some of this shit was unhinged.
Everyone on this squad.
Some of this shit was completely unhinged.
Obviously, a team that
congrats, FUT, man.
To play much
Congrats.
Better coming into the final. There were some weaknesses throughout this, though.
What a crazy arc for them, man. That's sick. That's so sick.
Yeah, it's been. I mean, for Astralis, it's a lot of it is the path, right? Is the progression that they need to have.
But in a season where we have watched legends of old fall, FUT keep taking the next step. You are watching the rise of the next generation. Your PGL Bucharest 2026 champions. It is FUT Esports.
Hell yeah. Whoa. Studio event is tough for this. Huge. No crowd? Where's the crowd, chat? Everybody make some noise. Come on. Let's go.
Guys, congratulations.
I mean, it's a huge amount of money, bro. It's like 1.25 million. It matters a lot, too, for their viewers for Singapore and the seeding for Cologne.
How's that sound? How's that feel?
I don't know what to say, to be honest. I'm super proud of this run. We are just so fucking good.
You are indeed. This team is very special. What's it like to lift the trophy with them, and especially with Jugs, who you've been coaching since he was 15?
This team is, as I said already, it's more than a family, so it's so good to win. Like, I'm really happy that we could close this, because on Nuke we give them a Christmas gift. I said it.
Christmas gift.
We just so many rounds, but I think we showed today that we are a much better team than them. It just feels so good.
You showed amazing skill. Let me squeeze by and speak to Symmetry. Symmetry, your AWP has been crucial to this team's success. What's going through your mind right now after lifting that trophy?
I'm a bit excited. I have a lot of feelings. I'm very happy for us, and that's all, kinda.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts. Demon, I'm going to swing over to you. What an incredible last round. Talk us through that final 1v1.
I don't know, I got lucky a bit, he hit my flash and I win the round, so a bit lucky. God was on our side today.
And the skill was as well. Give yourself some credit. And Jugs, let me come over to you. Sorry for the bump there. Yeah, so you...
Paul is getting in there everywhere, man. He's flying in.
Don't kill him, please.
I'll try not to. He's more likely to get me first. Jugs, yeah, you lift the trophy. What's going through your mind right now? And yeah, you do it with your coach, Coolio, who you've been working with since you were 15.
I'm just super happy that
we lifted the trophy with this team. I'm super happy. I'm playing with each one of these guys, and yeah, I hope we keep going.
I hope to see you guys go from strength to strength. Talking strength, what a strong IGL we have in the form of Krabany. What's it like for you to know that you have had an impact as an IGL and have brought the guys here to lift the trophy?
I mean, it feels good that I can help the team, like with calling, with shooting, and with everything. It feels good that, yeah.
I'm glad it feels good. And finally, we'll finish things off with Lounce. Lounce, you know, first Tier 1 trophy, a massive result. You get it done in your home country of Romania. Was this destiny?
I mean, I think it's a destiny from God, if you can call it like this, right? It was, I think it was the perfect timing, especially with the tournament. I remember I said like a couple of weeks ago, I think we will make it through. But of course, I didn't expect like fully to win the grand final because, again, not a lot of high expectations. But yeah, it's amazing. I'm feeling blessed. I got the chance to join this team, to be honest. They were such a strong squad and I got the chance to join them. And now we can all prove the world together how strong we can be. And I can't wait, to be honest, to go in the next tournaments.
When we spoke before the tournament started, one of the questions on everybody's mind was, can you guys keep up the consistency, the performances that you've been putting up? You've certainly proved you can do that here.
I mean, yes, of course, but now we just need to keep doing it, right? Because I think that's the hardest thing. I mean, I think it's, of course, it's not easy to get to the top, but it's easy to get to the top, but it's hard to maintain at the top. So I think we just need to go one by one and, yeah.
And after this performance, do you see that trajectory in the future? What can we expect next?
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. I remember we play Vitality, so I don't want to say anything. We just play tournament by tournament. We enjoy, we do what we like. It's our dream. So, yeah, thank you for the support and keep watching us.
All right, everybody.
Hell yeah, dude. Any FUT fans in chat?
For everybody in here and at home, give it up for your PGL Bucharest champions. They are FUT.
Yeah, we're applauding here as well. One of the coolest stories of the year in Counter-Strike. A young team that have stuck together despite being tempted. They've had the big offers, could have gone anywhere, and ultimately now lifted their first major trophy. And the run throughout this tournament is legit. They beat all the heavy hitters.
Yeah, I mean, people would have maybe had the caveat for some that, hey, the big dogs weren't here, we weren't on the big stage. But the path that this team took to go and beat Paravision, a top 5 team in the world, to go and beat Mongols, a top 10 team in the world, to beat ASTRALIS, who have played like a top 10 team in the world throughout the course of this year, that is a legit collection of scalps to get this trophy. And yeah, what a beautiful moment for an academy team to stick together, make one swap, which is Lounce, who comes in, the Romanian, winning on Bucharest home soil. It is just a fun team to get behind. It's easy to be a fan of this team.
Oh, easily. Not just look at the storyline, right? Like you start off this year, they come in as a replacement team, and then the ascent has been beautiful to watch. You see them beating some big names, upset team. You're like, oh, they're an upset team. They're interesting to see. Go to EPL, plays 4th place right there, and coming into here, winning the first trophy as well. As you pointed out, Longs on home soil in Romania, getting the win. It's just such a great storyline, and also just the fact of how
this is an academy team. They were Navi's academy team.
Dominant they were in the grand finals. Like it's a team who, for a lot of us, were the favorites. Once you saw the playoffs bracket, a very deserved win. And Rich, we got 2 more events this year. I mean, like 2 more events before the major comes in. They're going to be playing Blast Rivals. They're going to be playing Atlanta. Stage 2 of the major. If I'm anyone going up against, and I'm talking about the top 5 teams, you're feeling a little worried.
And imagine what this must mean for Lonks. Remember, Lonks guys was in Cluj-Napoca with FUT, and they were 1 game away from the playoffs where he would have gotten to play in front of his home crowd in Cluj. Wasn't quite able to do it.
Yeah, FUT's a Turkish org, right? Yeah. That's crazy. You say Turkish finally won, but not Aurora. That's
at this event. They had this one marked on the calendar as an opportunity to make something happen, to finally hoist
FUT number 3 in VRS. The fuck, dude, they've been getting a lot of wins.
In Bucharest, his home country, with the trophy in his hands, and he was one of the leading forces.
They've been doing very well.
Story, remember he came in for the player that everyone was saying was the best player on the roster, that he was going to represent like a massive downgrade, and he's sort of become like the spiritual leader of this team.
Absolutely.
You see him in all the interviews, but he's the hype man. He's the guy that's like never letting any situation, get them down. And, you talk about dominance. Apart from that one half on Nuke, they did dominate.
How much tournament win adds to VRS? The tournament win itself is more because of the prize pool.
I feel like his age belies his wisdom, I might even say. You listen to Long's talk, and
it's like Dalai Lama.
I know, it's like...
So they'll get more because of the prize pool. It's not like like you don't get like a bonus for winning a tournament. The bonus is the prize pool.
Anyone in the right mind
So yeah, now it's tied.
to be at this level so quickly, and we're not even at the end of the
Number
season
3.
yet, right? We still have a couple more events remaining. So
yeah, Astralis
super
was
impressive
4th.
stuff, and I'm a FUT fan right now.
Yeah, another big thing I kind of want to point out is Cemetery. You know, he was kind of the one guy that maybe people kind of zoomed in on a little bit because there was a period of time.
Bro,
where
what
he
a
was
map
flagging
out of
below the
Demon,
standards
by
of
the
some
way.
other players on the team.
Jesus.
This guy is the MVP of the tournament, in my opinion.
I agree with you. Like, coming into this event, coming into this matchup, he was 1.2 rated. And yes, Demon had a hell of a showing on Dust too, but Cemetery is just up there throughout this entire tournament. And I do want to highlight this because this event has not just been a win for them, but also seeing some of the quieter pieces start to wake up, start to believe in themselves. Because we've been talking about Karbeni for a long time. We've been talking about how good Longs has been on this team. We've been talking about how Jukes has been kind of the star player, so to speak, right? Yep. And it has been Demon and Cemetery, kind of towards the bottom a little bit, but both of them have really, really stepped up. Obviously, Carrigan, shout out, you know, the one game he played, tournament of his life. But there you go. Jukes, second highest rated player, but Cemetery, considering, again, Rich, he was the lowest rated player for them all season, having this level of performance.
The turnaround's been fantastic.
Incredible stuff.
You know, also remember, like, it's the hardest position. It's the crazy position. He was playing.
Wait, thanks for the 24-month primer. Thank you.
Standard that he's delivered at this competition, and people were saying, you know, maybe you need to look elsewhere. But he's absolutely battered people here at LAN, and it sort of reminds me of, you know, Woxic was a little bit like that back in the day. You know, he didn't really care a lot about online. Plus, he had Turkish internet, so he had like 70, 80 ping, and his performance would be bad. But when he got to LAN events, he was switched on, dialed in. He played, you know, 20.
What do you think deserves MVP? I feel like we didn't see FUT.
It's actually just
I didn't watch
crazy
their
how
games
wide
as much in the
distributed talent
groups.
is on such a young team. I mean, you have Karbini, who is legit fragging IGL. You have Lonks, who's one of the best performing
I feel like
fraggers of the year thus far.
Dude, the crazy thing is, I feel like they all had strong individual maps. I actually cannot tell you which one
is a guy who was probably the one that had the most
was
hype
playing the
around him
best
coming into this year.
Like,
some of the other guys overshadowed him.
I actually don't know.
He has really adjusted nicely these last couple of lands to deliver on that promise that he had kind of set last year. And then, yeah, we already talked about
stats-wise, it's going to probably be
a close second. I think you could go either way. I wouldn't
Jugs or Cemetery.
Yeah, it's just the firepower is crazy on this team, and they just play with such a
not Jugs
play style. They don't care who they're up against.
I mean,
they're FUT.
Yeah, dude, they're like
and
all.
Also
they're all up there.
And he just had to give a shout out to his calling. Right, he was calling circles around Hooksy, and Hooksy's a guy who's we've seen so.
Yeah, it's gonna be
a guy keeping the calm and composed. He has
Jugs
really
or Cemetery for sure.
Individually speaking, as
Jugs.
well from the IGLing side of things, and Karbeni, you know, calling circles around such a veteran, right, like that in such a high stakes game. Like just every tick box you could tick was ticked there by FUT.
Do you want a few final thoughts about Astralis before we get going? Obviously, a lot of people felt this was their trophy to lift. They have been beaten by the young upstarts, and honestly, they looked to capitulate. Probably got lots to think about right now.
It's a tough one, right? Because obviously they've built this new international team, and they were on a decent incline. You know, that third place finish at EPL.
Decent, man. Like,
really nice.
they were irrelevant.
One of the teams next.
It's a monumental climb.
Vision that were a favorite to win the whole tournament. They were on the easier side of the bracket, but had a labored performance to get to this grand final. But credit where credit's due, they did get the job done. They made the final, which I felt was probably the bare minimum for them to meet somewhat expectations. But yeah, it's true that they were meant to win the whole thing, and it's also true that they just looked too sloppy too many times, and it finally caught up to them. You know, it almost happened against the Eyeballers. They nearly got 2-0 and knocked out in the quarterfinals.
That's true.
They'd had their struggle in the opening map against 3D Max. They dominated on Overpass, but that first map was definitely in the wind, and this one they got bulldozed for 2 maps. Yeah, they made the comeback on Nuke, but they were totally absent on Dust 2 after the break. And so it's just like they're going to have to take a hard look in the mirror, because we talk about how promising some of these players are, but they did underperform in a lot of ways this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you remember, like day one, we had our 2 favorites. It was Mongols and Paravision, right? Then we had Astralis and FUT. And once Mongols and Paravision got knocked out, you're like, yeah, this is Astralis to run away with. They should have the easiest side of the bracket as well. So disappointing, but I'm not going to necessarily, just start smashing the alarm button quite yet. I still feel like they've had a really, really good season so far. A lot to look back to, and we can make up with the comms as well, right? They need to kind of focus a little bit more, a little bit of homework to be done, but not the end of the road at all for us, right?
And FUT, with that trophy lift, they're now 3rd in VRS. So, I mean, we got a good glimpse into the future today, guys. Any final thoughts before I close up the show?
No, just awesome to be able to do another event here in the Bucharest studio and get to watch a lot of fun stories throughout the event, working with the great crew. It's always a good time.
All right, anything from you?
Oh, likewise. It was good to be back here in Bucharest, and I'm just happy to see such a great event and a bit of a surprise win from FUT. I think it was a great storyline overall.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for keeping me up through this flu or whatever.
You made it through, Rich. You made it through.
Good job, Carl.
Thanks to all the PGL crew as well. And, of course, it's not over for the PGL tour. We're going to be in Astana next up, so we're super psyched about that one. Always great to go back to these places where we've had such great crowd interactions. Also, as well, history in the making in more ways than one. It was HLTV's 24th birthday, so how fitting is it that we see a new young team lift a trophy here in Bucharest? For all of you at home, thanks for watching, and we'll see you at the next event.
Share stream. Here's the deal. If Pete's on and down to play, I'll play one shot. I'm not if not, I'll call it here. Apparently I'm going to the Frozen 4 finals today. That was not planned, so we'll see. If Pete's down, I'll play one. Let me see. Mostly because they just went out for brekkie. I wasn't sure how long it would take, so I didn't want to hold them up. Wife was hungry, chat. You can't. No pancake party? No pancake party. Let's see. I mean, what a run out of FUT, man. All right, Pete's playing poker right now. Bro, that's a good one. Who's louder? Oh, man. All right. No, I'll call it there. So, yeah. A little bit shorter streams. My aunt and uncle have been staying with me, and they've been here for the Frozen 4, so I'll be probably going to that here in a little bit once they get back. So I don't feel like playing just like a couple games and just to say I streamed longer, you know? I wish that final was closer, man. Astralis really did just look like they look like they took a step back this tournament. Funny enough, they ended up in the final, but I feel like actually they looked worse. Was it Rotterdam that I'm thinking of where they looked pretty good? Or oh yeah, it was Pro League. So yeah, they literally it was Pro League. Yeah, I mean they look decent, man. I don't know what happened. I hope that they don't like the thing that concerns me when we do these listen-ins with Astralis is I think they understand how good they're playing or how high their ceiling is, and I think that those expectations of that they should be playing that way every single time is catching them. They faced like one legit team like the entire time. Nah, bro, it's because they 2-0'd Mongols, man. This was like a weaker event in terms of the field, but like they beat like I don't know what you want them to do. Yeah, their playoff run had Eyeballers 3D Max, which was weaker, but the reason why they didn't have to play Mongols is because they beat them 2-0. You know, like it's say what you want, but that's why Mongols was on the other side, right? Like so. No, FUT1. So no, I just think it's safe to say though that I feel like Astralis' level was lower than what they showed at Pro League. At least to me. but it's weird because, like I said, Astralis to me, dude, it's actually crazy the climb they've had. Like, actually, no, I don't want this one. I want this one. Like, dude, look where they started. Look where they fucking started, man. January 26th, these guys were 17th in the world. They just lost and they're now 4th. Like, they're going to be 4th after that loss. Like, that's what I mean is, like, these teams like Astralis. I'm not saying Astralis is maybe the 4th best. It's really hard to pinpoint things. Like, it's really Vitality than everybody else, and it's just going to change all the time. But recognizing that you have come a long way and not, hopefully they can manage that. That's going to be the tricky part. They've probably exceeded their expectations, but maybe to the point where they've set unrealistic expectations now, and that's leading to frustration in the game and making them play worse. On the flip side of that, I feel like FUT just feels like they're playing with house money right now without a lot of pressure, and I think they're just riding this wave. It's so interesting, dude. I really don't... It really is Vitality. Na'Vi maybe separating a little bit, but still a full level away from Vitality. And then it's so wide open, man. It's so wide open. Like, none of these teams have consistent form right now. None of them. Falcons 10th? Yeah, man. Falcons have been bad. Everybody keeps dude. The fact that I have to hear about this fucking blast run that they did with a stand-in and they had no pressure for a studio event, and then losing to Paravision in the finals is crazy. The amount of times that people mention that fucking run for the first tournament of the year, and that's not. I'm not mad at trying to dunk on Falcons. It's insane how much people put weight to certain runs compared to others. Like, dude, that is not a good that's like a whatever run, I feel like I'm the only one. I'm having to just motherfuckers are taking crazy pills or something. I guess it's just got to be because they have so many popular players. That's just got to be what it is. That was their one run. Does that say more about Falcons? I've said this a billion times. If you haven't heard my rants about Falcons, watch my most recent YouTube video. But no, they can't handle the expectation. And this isn't the first time that a Monacy Nico team hasn't been able to handle expectations. Do you not remember what events G2 likes to win? Do I need to remind you of G2 and Dallas? Yeah, they had a couple other. Remember they made their run with Nucleons before? When they with the Falcons roster, that is they don't handle expectations well. They do not. When they feel like they're supposed to be winning, this is a perfect example. Is they're playing Vitality, they beat them, no expectation, and then they're just like, oh shit, we should beat Paravision. They're kind of new, 3-0, and then they get their roster back, and then they just struggle again, And if you look at looking at their wins right now, knowing everybody's form actually looks so bad. Wow. I actually didn't even... Knowing people's current form right now and seeing the games after this and who they've beaten, I feel like almost makes it look worse. The Fury ones are the only thing, but dude, Fury... Well, I'm not saying they're going to be irrelevant or terrible. Luckily for them, they get to play 3D Max for the third time to start. But that's kind of shocking. All right, guys, I'm going to it's my aunt and uncle's last day here, so I'm going to hop off the PC, get ready for them to come back from breakfast. Going to go to the Frozen 4 final, and I'll be streaming again tomorrow, okay? The plan tomorrow is I'll probably play some CS in the morning, just pug it up. And then I think the variety crew's playing. So it'll probably be like a 5 to 6 hour stream again tomorrow, a bit shorter, but then Rio will start. So yeah. So if you guys are wondering why those streams have been shorter, that's why. I've just got some peeps visiting. I will see you guys tomorrow, though. I will be live again tomorrow. I will be streaming pretty much about 5-6-ish hours. If you're catching the end of this VOD, wondering what I'm up to. Eli, see you tomorrow, big dog. Have a good night, guys. Have a good morning. Thanks for watching with me. Appreciate you guys always supporting me. Who we raiding? That's a good question. Let's raid someone. Let's see. Let's find somebody. Let's find somebody. Hopefully that is Baldy's not even live yet. They fucking lost that game so fast. Holy shit. Drifts is pugging, and he just went live. We'll raid and host him. Hopefully he doesn't go too crazy. NA player that plays too much Face It. Please pray for his mental. All right, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Seriously. Thank you, guys. See beautiful humans back in the stream tomorrow morning. Or if not, if you guys are mostly just here for co-streams, I'll see you for Rio. Bye-bye. Good night.